17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
พี่ผมน่าจะไม่ได้ไปแล้วล่ะเขาเปิดตัวคนใหม่ละ
Welcome to the MPL talaga para kay Mikey with that wonderful performance.
Ha?
May improve pa ako kasi yun nga galing kami one day practice.
แบบนี้ต้องเล่าแล้ว
Pag nagtuloy-tuloy yung practice ko kasama sila, mas mag-i-improve yung sarili ko.
แบบนี้ต้องเล่าแล้วเกิดอะไรขึ้นลูกชาย
Gaano kabilis inubos ng Falcons ang mga miyembro ng Onyx.
Wala naman akong kailangang patunayan kung bakit tinanggol ko yung TC para ano lang, magkaroon na rin ako ng sariling pangalan.
ยังไม่ได้นอนตั้งแต่เมื่อคืนละ
Yung kay Carl talagang idol ko pa rin.
Nilaw di siya.
Kasi simula nung nag-ML siya parang consistent siya hanggang ngayon. So yun yung talaga yung hinahangaan ko sa kanya.
คุยกับคนไหนก่อน
They might lose the TZ, but they're getting the W here sa kanilang unang laban.
Ano, nag-TZ lang ako kasi ginaya ko lang talaga siya. Para sa akin walang meaning yung TZ na yun.
Ang pangarap ko kasi makapaglaro sa MPL. Siguro yun, bibigay ko yung best ko, syempre, 100%. Kasi yun, mahirap din kalaban yung Falcons.
Na sinasabi nila
เขารู้ว่าเองมีคนคุยเยอะหรือเปล่า
Ang tingin ko sobrang deserving ng title na Clash of Titans kasi talagang bugbugan pag kami naglalaban.
Good luck sa atin, tayo na yung magkalaban.
คนที่หนึ่งหรือสองเขาเปิดตัวแล้วก็ปล่อยเขาเปิดไป
The Titans have returned. This is the star match of the day brought to you by Smart. Starting with Team Falcons.
ก็เปิดบ้างดีพี่บอกว่าไง
The
พี่บอกว่าไง
anchor in the EXP lane, the Filipino cannon, Flap.
พี่บอกว่าไง
A virtuoso
หนึ่งหรือ
in
สอง
the
ที่ถาม
jungle.
คนแรกหรือคนที่สอง
This is Kyle. The lean, mean KDA machine, Haji. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift from Master Ogwen! You know who it is, Bulletproof Super Marco! This is Team Falcons! But the cavalry returns to continue their stampede. They are the reigning, defending champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid! The Apex Predator, Sanford!
สร้างมันน่าเกลียดสร้างมันน่าเกลียด
First name greatest, last name ever, Carl Tise! cold and calculated, the lone stallion, Sanji! El Daddy, JP!
Yes Daddy JP Daddy JP
Making his debut for the cavalry, he's ready, he's deadly, steady, Teddy! Team Liquid Philippines! To ensure the integrity of the game, our marshals are Chico, Miko, Joshua G, and JD. And our head referee, the Chop Master, Sent. Our head coaches, for Team Falcons Philippines, Coach Ducky. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Snap. MPL Superfans, this is Superfan Saturday. Ito ang Clash of Titans!
And that is how you open a show. What an entrance.
ถามให้ชัดไปเลย
Talagang ramdam ang kaba at excitement here at the
Maloklet,
MPL Arena
lulak,
dahil
niyo.
sasalubong sa Superfan Saturday ang Clash of Titans. This is your very own Odin. At ako naman si Thea at hindi na natin papatagalin pa. This is Team Falcons versus Team Liquid Philippines. Palag na to!
Magandang hapon sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Narito na tayo sa pangalawang araw ng pangalawang linggo ng ating liga at sisimulan natin ang araw na ito sa tapatan ng Clash of the Titans. Kami ang inyong makakasama para sa hapon na to. Uwomi pa rin kasama si Hans at si Midnight. At para naman sa ating English panel, Naisu, kumusta kayo dyan?
We're doing great. It's me, Naisu, Brigida, and Renmar today to bring you the action on the English broadcast. We'll be joining you guys later.
Ayan na nga at magsisimula na agad ang ating pinakaunang laban between Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines. Of course, this tournament is sponsored and supervised by the Games and Music Board. Men, itong laban na ito ay punong-puno ng mga quality world-class players.
Right, you saw it from the start, yung mga pangalan, yung mga personalidad na nakita natin. Though there's always a feeling na pag itong dalawa yung naglalaban, iba eh. There's something different about it.
Iba talaga kasi sa history ng dalawang teams na to, even outside of MPL Philippines, lagi sila nagtatapat sa mga grand finals, even yung recent Seabold qualifiers natin. There's a lot of accolades and achievements amongst these two teams.
There's something about the history here between the Clash of Titans and these two teams, but also I think you can say too, the impression that we saw from Teddy, now Teddy,
yes.
He made quite the impact, and I think he fits perfectly well in this Titan lineup from TLPH.
Yep, kasi even when, let's say, siya yung naging bagong addition, nag-live up pa rin sila dun sa expectations natin na whenever these two teams go head-to-head against each other, mapa-grand finals pa yan, ay talagang umaabot siya sa dulo ng series. Napili ko kahit New Year, New Me, at akala ko hindi na ako masyadong magmamax series. Hindi siya tatalab pagka sila ang naglalaban.
Yeah, and I'm still catching my breath from the team introduction, man.
Great job, by the way.
It's a big fight feel every time it's Liquid and Falcons. Recent history, though, has been a little bit more Liquid leaning. Of course, in the last playoffs, they met in the first round. It was Liquid taking down Falcons. But the only reason why Falcons was able to qualify for last season's playoffs in the first place is because they beat Liquid in the regular season. That's on top of all of the history that they've built for themselves, and the names on your screen are familiar to everyone.
And now empowered with Haji in the mid lane. Naging maganda ang nakita natin sa kanila in week 1. And now for Team Falcons, it's the same roster na makikita natin against the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's bound to happen. You know, Haji, yung tanong ay kung gagana ba ganitong klaseng lineup against a team that has already proven themselves countless of times.
Well, you know what? Refresh din ang kailangan ng Team Liquid Philippines. Now with Teddy, being on the playing field. Even last week nakita natin yung reset for Team Liquid, ang daming doubts, ang daming tanong kung kaya ba nilang perform. Pero sabi nga nila, wala silang pakialam sa pressure. They will just play their game. They will stampede through anybody, and that's the mission for today. Do it again against Team Falcons.
This is a chance for everybody to see that regardless of who's playing in the gold lane there, I think it's still that strong Titan team that we're used to seeing, the Liquid Stampede from Team Liquid. Because you still have, as Redmar's put before here on the English broadcast, you still got the 4 horsemen there. They're a cornerstone of also just making this work.
Carl Tacey and Flap, through the years, of course, they were teammates for a good amount of time, won their first World Championships together, but now it's just been this friendly, healthy rivalry between these two because of the bond that they shared and the multiple big, pretty much history-setting matchups that they've been part of together when they went up against as competitors.
And buti nga nabanggit mo, no, Renmar, yung healthy na rivalry ang meron ng dalawang to. I might even just say na itong dalawang players na to ay talagang pinaka-healthy na rivalry sa loob ng MLBB esports dito sa Pilipinas. To the point na ang pinaka-issue na natin dito, not even an issue, kumbaga ang pinaka-topic na natin dito is just dropping the TZ. There's nothing personal between these two, only business and excellence in the international scene.
Yeah, gusto ko nga yung binitawang linya ni Flap kanina. For him, walang meaning yung TZ. It's just the part of Team Falcons that they will discover their own identity, their own roadmap. And I feel like for Team Falcons, they are doing that in this season with this reset. Kumbaga kalimutan na natin yung history, yung kanilang local showdown, yung international showdown between these two teams. Everything that matters is who wins this match.
That's true. And for the former TZ Bros na ngayon naman ay magtatapat na naman sa ating Clash of Titans para sa Week 2, Day 2, kailangan na rin natin malaman kung ano nga ba yung mga kailangan gawin ng dalawang teams na to. Bisitahin natin ang ating Infinix Keys to Victory, ang The Howl. Ating analyst, please take it away.
Well, for Team Falcons, kailangan nilang i-match ang jungler playstyle ng Team Liquid Philippines and also emphasis sa kanilang XP laners. Huwag nilang hahayaan na makuha ng Team Liquid Philippines ang turtle control dahil sobrang importante na mapigilan nila dito yung Stampede. Renmar mentioned it yesterday na parte na ng river control ngayon yung pagsama ng mga XP laner, and I feel like that is gonna be very true for Team Falcons. How about Team Liquid, Renmar? Yeah, that's why for Team Liquid it's simple. You gotta stop Flap's early game connections with the rest of the Falcon. Make sure that he wouldn't be able to get to the comfortable spots in the river, in the bushes, and in the jungle. That sets up tempo for Falcons. While it's easier said than done in MPL Philippines, but it holds true. The team with a better draft will win each game. I feel like these two teams are so good that at this point, even if it's a bad draft, it's gonna be really difficult to make that cross, man. You have to win from the picks alone.
Yeah, and it's really hard for both of the coaches here considering na sobrang experience na rin ang mga coaches na mapapanood natin sa araw na to. And of course, to supply all of the stats at yung mga binabasa din natin dito, nandito na yan sa ating XPAD 30E. Ready to level up your game and your grades? The best students don't just study hard, they study smart.
Actually, that's right, because you can meet the Infinix XPAD 30E, the first true education tablet in the Philippines. It features an 11-inch FHD plus big screen, an AI tutor on tap, and over 120,000 resources.
To make learning easier and a whole lot more fun. Get your Infinix XPAD 30E, your easy learning and smart buddy.
Solid, no? Nagagamit natin sa stats dito at for sure magagamit din ng ating mga estudyante. And surely, no, madali din mahanap kung saan nga ba mabibili ito. And so far, para sa ating pinakaunang laban ngayong araw to, it is a triple header. Guys, before we head on to our Smart 5G ping test, handa na ba kayo?
Handa na po, direct.
Hindi na oo.
Same. Hindi na oo.
Sawadi-kap. Wait a minute, yan.
Sound effects.
Yan yung sumpa kasi ni Bri. 3 games.
Ready na ako sa 9 games, mga kapatid. At,
handa na kayo, handa na.
Hey, we're slowly disproving that. As it stands, lahat ng 3-game series, nandun kami ni Naisu. This season, nalipat ata sa amin.
Well, we're about to find out ngayong araw na ito. This has been such a fun experience with the English panel. Maraming salamat sa pagsama ninyo sa amin dito. Bago tayo magsimula, ibisitahin muna natin ang Smart 5G ping test.
Doon kami ni Naisu.
Sila.
This season, nalipat ata sa amin.
We're about to find out ngayong araw na ito. This has been such a fun experience with the English panel. Maraming salamat sa pagsama ninyo sa amin dito. Bago tayo magsimula, ibisitahin muna natin ang Smart 5G ping test.
I love you.
Anong masabi ko sa laban namin ang tinaguriang
น่าจะพอดีแล้วมั้ง พี่เต๋อวันเนี้ยน่าสนใจว่ะเขาใช้แผนใหม่ว่ะเขาเล่นเป็นนักยิงคนใหม่
Babawi kami sa kanila kasi tinalo nila kami simple. Sa pasabi ko pala kay Teddy Cutie, good luck sa amin.
Ano sabi mo sa mga nanonood, Pops?
Ha?
Sa mga nanonood?
Sa mga nanonood, enjoy lang nila ang MPL.
Daddy D o Daddy J? Adje o Sanje? Pili.
Birds ako, birds.
Nice one, Pops. Nice pili, Pops.
Ikaw pa rin.
Ikaw pa rin, mahal, Cho.
Baby ko.
Uy, sama ako dyan! Nilalaro nyo. Ay, hindi mo pala yun. Hello guys, debut game ko sa TLPH. First match kalaban namin Falcons. Sobrang saya lang guys kasi nandito na ako sa big stage ng MPL. Kaya solid. Masasabi ko sa sa fans ng Team Liquid, patuloy nyo supportahan yung Team Liquid. Patuloy nyo ako supportahan guys. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. Yung preparation ko sa gold lane guys, nag-prepare ako para sa sa laning na kasi malakas din ka-laning si Super Marco tsaka veteran na rin kaya pinag-practicean ko talaga yung laning ko. Feel ko po na makakalaro po sa MPL stage kasi sobrang saya po kasi big stage. Pinakamalaking stage sa MLBB kaya sobrang saya at sobrang exciting.
And there we go. That was our Smart 5G ping test. Welcome to the English desk. Once again, me, Naisu, Brigida, and Renmar. And you heard it there from Teddy. We're going to be seeing him play now on the stage for the MPL Philippines. You guys got a glimpse of him back in the Asian Game Philippines qualifiers. They were the winners. A lot of people were so impressed with Teddy's performance there.
Congratulations to them. They will be representing the Philippines. And might I say, Teddy has been really preparing for this moment even after they won that certain qualifiers. Because I could really recall last week, during our opening week, I could see him in the player holding area. He was always with Team Liquid, watching their matches on site, probably trying to get a bit more familiar with the environment and the overall atmosphere. So I'm thinking this isn't something entirely new to him anymore.
Yeah, Broken Walls is going to be the first map for Falcons. It's their choice. They are going to be going blue side here. And for Teddy and for Falcons, I got one question for everyone. Is he going to get his Claude? The man grinded top global Claude in the Asian Games qualifiers. He was that guy with that hero. If I'm Falcons, honestly, if they decide to give that, which is something that Falcons love to do, give your favorite pick and then just try to counter it through the draft, they have to be ready for it. Because I really like how Teddy played that in Asian Games.
I guess that's the difference. Because compared to Daiki, they're more familiar with how Teddy really plays because they went up against him previously already, and they already know that he does specialize a lot in terms of using the Claude, but Daiki is a lot more unpredictable when it comes to that. So I'm wondering if Coach Ducky, or earlier Coach, no, he's not a coach, but Ferds was wearing the coach headset, has something to say about that.
I think there's going to be so many things, and this tends to be the case whenever we get this Clash of Titans where you almost want you wish you had a camera on every lane.
True.
And in the jungle, because there's so many great matchups when these two teams collide. And for a lot of people, they do want to see, can Teddy go ahead and have a better time in the laning phase? I know he mentioned in the Smart 5G ping test that he's been really focusing and honing in on that laning phase because he's going to be going against the bulletproof Marco in this matchup. And like we've seen from Marco back even in week 1, when he's allowed to play his game. This tends to be the case for a lot of gold laners right now. When they're allowed to play their game and actually be activated, that's when they start to pop off and shine. And that's why we always focus when we get to those drafts and then the early game is how's the trio mid setup? How's that jungle, the roam, the mid lane setting into place for a game here? We're going to be jumping into the draft for game 1. Did I miss it? What map are we going on for map 1?
Broken Walls.
Oh, it's actually, so we're breaking the walls for map 1. This is different than what we saw yesterday, and even shades of week 1. Baksha first
FLCN
pick
3 แมตช์แรกงานหนัก
This is
ทั้งนั้น
such
พรุ่งนี้
a
โรราดี
Kyle pick if he does end up going, unless it's, I don't know if it's going to be actually flexed or not for a but that is a possibility.
Yeah, so now I'm looking towards Falcons actually eyeing out the Valentina with the Eve taken out, and it has risen up as a really great pick. Either that or the
วันนี้
Juicin.
มาเปลี่ยนนักยิง
I always mix those two up. That's all right.
น่าสนใจ
The center of the map would be great with a Valentina and then a jungle jungle Baksha, then you have the Valentina as expected, and then they answer the question right away. Although Team Liquid did already show that they were going to pick up carry, they pick up the Claude. So Liquid have been very clear with their first two picks. They're going to play through the center. They knew that the matchup that was coming ahead. They know that because there's a Baksha on the other side, you'd be slightly turned off with picking up the Claude. It is a slightly faster farm for the carry, considering that her damage profile is true damage that she deals. So now they match the rotational speed. They pick up the Kali. Just in case this Baksha is a sudden swerve and it goes into the roam with a revitalize, similar to what Chapman showed off yesterday.
Yeah, and works really well with broken walls too. Only that hopefully it gets paired up with a very high mobility or a similar mage in terms of playstyle. I'm looking at the Farsas, but since there's also a Valentina, Team Liquid Philippines might be considering some other options out there. They took out the Kalea too, though, so yeah. Considering, I guess they really want to force the Baksha to just go into jungle.
จริงมันเล่นลวยอีได้นะ
We've seen this, you know, so many times.
มันเล่นลวยอีได้นะไอเซนจิมันไม่กลัวคอร์สบินเลย
game and objective focus for both these teams.
นี่ไงแม่งแบนเลยอ่ะ
This is still obviously targeted for the fact that TLPH one of the few teams that likes to go ahead and pick up the Lui, and we've seen them do crazy things with that pick alone. So we'll see if there's still going to be a focus also on the mid lane. If there's one more ban for them from Team Falcons.
So we have to consider that the Sora is still open and might end up for TLPH in red 4. If ever Liquid decides to suddenly show off different EXP later, they can go ahead and take the Sora Falcons, but then Liquid can answer right away with Arlot, one of the picks that can actually answer the Sora relatively well. But then, that's why, again, we go back to a point we were making yesterday, the beauty of the Valentina getting picked early. If you have the idea of that you're going up against an Arlot, you have a Sora for yourself, you're giving a final slash to the team with the Valentina. So with the high loss and Kalea taken out, Falcons now has an option to still put the Baksha in the jungle, but then now they're going to be backing Hilda in the roam.
Hilda, Valentina in the mid. We don't really know what the matchup is going to be. Liquid hasn't revealed their mid laner yet.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think you're just going to ban a Farsa or
ลาปูมาเล่นก็ได้นะ
โค้ชโบเดอะสตาร์โค้ชของดักกี้กลับมา
ดี
But
ลูกดี
I mean, up to them also. Okay, still
สิ่งที่กูคิดนี่คือมึงแบนเลย
for Sanford. They do go for the Farsa instead.
เฮ้ย
Yeah. So I'd be surprised if they
ฟา
also
ซ่า
go
อ
for
อฟเลนจริงๆตอนนี้พี่ว่า อร่อย
So let's see what they could be potentially considering here, because I do feel like the against this would work really well, but you're also playing into the possibility of going up against Sanford and his Sora.
Yeah.
ถ้ามันจะเอามาเล่นนะหมายถึงฝั่งฟาลคอนถ้ามันจะเอามาเล่นเอาอารอนมาเล่นเนี่ยได้เลย
พี่จงไม่เหมาะเหรอ
พี่จงก็ได้ครับเพราะว่ามันไม่มีตัวก๊อปเลยแต่มันจะโดนคารีละลายพี่ว่าอารอนดีกว่าจังหวะเซอร์ไพรส์กว่าครับ
Again, considering the keys to victory that we had earlier, river control, EXP laners, importance being part of that map, being part of that part of the map,
part of the map.
Words, my goodness. That's why they leave it to the second phase. They want the best matchup possible. So they go for the Phoveus, and they still go for the Hilda.
แต่ตัวเก่งเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้นะคือโฟเวียส
Free pickings for TLPH.
คือ
But
โฟเวียส
again, it's the Valentina that's making
เมตา
them
เขา
think
คือ
twice about
โฟ
going
เวีย
for
ส
Sora, going for Arlot. They might just end up going CC, honestly.
Oh, because if you do pick up the Sora, we know that can work really great with this lineup, but then you're ultimately also giving two great options in terms of, actually no, there's like 3 great options for the Valentina to get an ultimate. Not only that, but also we've seen the Fredrin also be taken by Valentina with great timing on using the energy eruption for, of course. So there's a whole lot here that can take. There it is, Sora's picked in.
Okay. So they go ahead and still play the Sora into the Valentina. Again, not impossible, but then now that also makes Team Liquid Philippines be a little bit more careful with their engagements. Hey, do you want 1,000 MLBB diamonds?
You can get a chance to do that right now, Super fans. You can scan that QR right there. Let us know. Predict the match winner correctly, and then you get a chance to get 1,000 diamonds. You have chances today, as again, this is a triple header. Super fan Sunday. It's Saturday.
ว้าวว้าววันนี้ที่ฉันหล่อเหลา
You know what I mean?
I also want to feel like it's a super fan Saturday, but the way we just started off with the Clash of Titans, I feel very grand finals-ish.
What a way to start the
แต่รอดูว่ะเท็ดดี้คนเนี้ย
Take a look at the lineups here. This is what we've got for our game 1 is best of 3. Team Falcons versus TLPH.
นั่ง
You
ยิง
guys can let us know what you think in the comments too.
คน
Who's
ใหม่
got this one? Who's got the better draft? I have to say
มา
that
มึง
on
เล่นไม่ดี
both
มึงโดน
sides, I think depending on that early game goes, we've seen it with Valentina where they're able to
ไม่
secure
คือ
themselves in early
ดับ
game
ตัว
and
สุด
make
ท้าย
things
ออฟเลน
happen.
ดับสุดท้าย
We'll see
อ่ะ
if that
มันควร
happens
เป็น
for
ตัว
Team
ที่แบบ
Falcons here or
ชนะเลน
TLPH
ง่าย
takes this one quickly.
Yeah, we're looking at the Rome mid trio
มีเท็ดดี้บอก
trades
คนใหม่
early on. If anyone's gonna be forced
ว่า
to
ไม่
use
ได้
a
ตัว
flicker,
ท็อประ
battle
ดับตำบล
spell, very early, forced to go back, losing minion waves and levels for themselves, or add to that also, again, who gets to flank EXP lane first?
ซันจิแม่งก็เอาฝาสามา
This is what I'm talking about, man. And it's funny because they're
ลูกน็อกมึงก็เล่น
the
ได้
typical combo, the
ลูก
Valentina
น็อก
Khalid
มึงก็เล่นได้
are across from each other, but they do poke each other quite down. But at least for the Khalid for JP, you can go ahead and just
แล้ว
kind
มั
of
นเป็น
heal
อะไร
yourself
วะ วา
back
เลน
up.
ติน่ามึง
He's
ก็ไม่
gotta
แบ
go
น
ahead and
เขาก็เล่นกันอยู่
secure
เมื่อวาน
this
เขา
side
ก็
of the
เล่น
jungle
เม
too
ตา
for Faltese
วาเลนติน่า
as Ogwen's trying to get that information over here.
Yeah, good man marking
ตัว
onto
เป็น
Carl.
เป็นตัว
So
เมด
Falcons
แม่ง
have
เทรด
the,
โคตรไวอ่ะ
laning red right now. Teddy going up
เออ
against
ตัว
his
ก๊อปเขาเรียกอี
signature
ก๊อป
pick and handling the laning well so far against Super Marco.
Yeah, that was the Purify.
Yeah.
Already forced out.
By the way, Kyle didn't go straight for his orange. What he did
ตึง
was
นะครับ
a
คู่แรกครับ
purple
คู่แรก
route,
ตึงแน่นอนครับ
believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones that got litho. Then he went into the jungle of TLPH, got a green camp, did not get the gold crab, and now is gonna get a late orange buff.
And that's just because he had the information he needed from that Ogwen provided on this hill right here. So decides to go that route, sets himself up to go ahead and get a good
เชอ
early
รี่ก็
rotation. We'll see if
ของ
they
คู่
actually
กัน
try
เนี่ย
to make a play
ค
before
น
the
หนึ่ง
turtle
คอร์ส
comes
คนหนึ่ง
up.
คาลี
With these kind of lineups, I'm not sure if that's going to be
ช่วงนี้
something
วาเล
they
นหน้า
want
หยิบ
to
ทั้ง
do
ใน
here.
คลาสสิก
Takes a visit
ทั้ง
to
ใน
mid
แรงค์
lane,
เลย
but
เอาไปก๊อปส
they just
กิน
ultimately
นารู
wanna
โตะ
set up for the objective.
5,555
Okay, there's just so much mobility.
ก๊อปได้แค่ลูคัส
Mid duos going up against
คาริอา
each other. But they're both setting up for this first turtle.
Yeah, Flap now level 4.
อิทาจิ
Sanford
อิทา
not
จิ
yet. He
ไม่
just
ได้
needs to
ซู
get that
โย
EXP
ก็
grab
ไม่
and
ได้
TLPH are helping him get that.
Yeah, Sanji, gotta be careful.
อะไรอีกวะ
There's multiple
มิ
members
นาโตะ
waiting for him there.
ก็ไม่ได้
He's, oh, Haji took his feathered
เออ
airstrike too. So
คุ้ม
the
สุด
fight
คือ
for
ลู
the
คัส
first turtle.
Okay, JP, they're trying to take him down already. That's the
Sanford.
energy eruption already committed. JP falls first. Sanford trying to look for Haji. The flicker's forced out. But
กูแล้ว
Sanford
แซนฟอร์ด
uses his
กูเอา
flicker
ให้
just the same.
แซนฟอร์ด กูเอาให้
Cancelled, but the turtle goes over to Falcons. And Flap is still chasing after Sanji.
Oh, even with the... I mean, they secured the turtle. They're still going to be fighting it out in the jungle, though.
ดูดิ
JB going back. Carl Teasy though gets caught. It's a double flap. Takes him down. And JP's next.
That's a hot start for the Falcons.
What?
They get the turtle. They're gonna get the orange buff. Despite the great impact of
คาริตัว
Sanford on
เก่ง
that
ของ
Sora
เจพี่เหรอ
canceling
เหมือนเห็นเขาเล่น
out
อี
the
กแล้
feathered
ว
airstrike really quickly. Sanji with his own FAS.
Okay, that's
Oh.
another cancel.
ไม่ครับ ตัวเก่งมันคือ
Fortunately,
ชู
they got
ครับ
the orange buff though.
ตัวแบบ
Okay,
โห
he
ด
got, yeah, he got it. At
Hold
least
to the-
Sanji got it.
At least Sanji
มัน
got
คือชูครับ
I gotta say too, going back to that fight, great job by Sanford to stick on Haji to kind of lock him down, but they lost that fight, man. Even with that, Team Falcons just showcasing that, you know, they've been around these turtle dances, these lord dances so many times, especially with this kind of lineup that they know that target acquisition they have to go for and ultimately get the upper hand. Now with this, it's 1,000+ lead for them, but they're going to continue to press on the wound.
ที่พี่คิดว่าซันฟอร์ดมันไม่เอาอลิสมาหรือแบบพวกตัวแบบดูดเลือดแรงๆมาเพราะมันมีปลาเซียไง
Yeah.
มันก็เลยไม่อยากเอามาเล่นนะ
Both junglers have their retributions.
เรียวโซล่ามาเล่น
Oh, Ogwen doing such a great job here. Still, Carl gets to secure his purple buff.
So we saw from the earlier trade the difference of the impacts between the Sora and the Phoveus. Because of the damage profile, let's look at Team Liquid Philippines. They don't necessarily have something that will mess up this Phoveus early on because we know how Phoveus excels with longer team fights, how long he can drag a team fight out, jump in on you, the spell vamp that he'll be able to get as well, the damage that he's constantly dealing, that you're not really going to feel damage onto Flap Phoveus up until Teddy Cutie joins in the fight. So Liquid is going to be now looking to slow things down a little bit, try to stop Falcons from getting into a massive 5k, 6k gold lead, and then once Teddy Cutie starts joining in, they can be a little bit more comfortable trying to take the EXP laner down.
Yeah, just look at Flap. He's starting things up all by himself. Raging Sandstorm though, and there goes the ultimate coming in from Sanford as well. They finally find the kill on Ogwen, but can they still last? That's Haji, Flap, and Kyle.
เอาฟาซ่าไม่ให้เขาก๊อป
Somehow still gets to survive, but not for long. Sanji now joining in. There's another Infernal Pursuit. JP might just get away with this, but Flap says no.
5 5-0-1 for Flap right
ชี่ย
now.
ออฟเลน
And
เอา
he
ให้
just
อะ
goes and slams down on TLPH.
That's what I'm talking about. And he
Off lane
first
high,
built the
yeah.
Dreadnought armor as his item, meaning that even the damage being dealt to him by the Sora has decreased. The damage being dealt to him by JP and Carl TZ has decreased. So yeah, this is the unfortunate reality of the Team Liquid Philippines lineup early on. Again, you're just waiting. You're looking at Team Liquid
ปูยัด
for
เก่งเกิน
Steady to come online.
Yeah, this is why we put so much emphasis on the EXP lane matchup in the keys to victory yet again, or probably almost every single time these two teams go up against each other. Well, let's see how this goes. The turtle already below half HP. JP using the quick sand guard. Ogun also from behind. Sanji using the feathered airstrike from far away. Flap, there's just no one able to deal with this guy.
This is just a fun time for Ophovius at this point. Turtle secured now for Team Falcons, and there is not an answer for Flap currently, as he just has free reign on whoever he decides to go on.
First big box shot too, working really well for Falcons. Kyle has not gone down yet.
โดน
The
ว่ะ
value of
โค้ช
the
ก็
Tortoise
ทำงานบ้านมาโคตรดี
very good.
โค้ชบอกก่อน
build
อันนี้ชมเลยนะ
any
ตอนแบน
dominant
อะ
size,
แบบ
but they did get glowing one priority for Haji, so you still get the stacking of the healing reduction.
Okay, a little 1v1 here. Heaven's Wrath used by Sanford.
Oh, they want
คือ
Three-man
ถ้า
rotation
เทรดเลน
down bottom, though.
หนึ่งๆกันอ่ะไอ้ซันฟอร์ดมัน
At least he gets to keep
เก๋าเกมไปแล้ว
himself safe, but they lose that
Yeah.
turret.
Well-timed rotation by Falcons to finally get Super Marco out of
แต่
lane.
มัง
At
กร
the
ทำไม
same
ไม่เล่น
time,
วะ
well-timed
เพราะมีวาเลน
defense
เนี่ย
by Liquid to make sure that Teddy will not get taken out by a surprise gank by Falcons. So again, still very even. Both teams clearly understand their own conditions. They're just playing for it. Still a very close game. There's a chance Liquid can turn this around, but you do really need Teddy involved. But the question is, how will it go when Super Marco is involved? Will you actually have enough to deal with both the Claude and the Phobius on the side of Falcons?
Take a look right now. Both gold laners are basically having the time in their life farming up. You know, they haven't had to be in too much of this just because the rest of the members on
แล้ว
both
แบบปล่อย
sides
คอร์ส
are doing everything they need to do. So that is a great
ไม่ดี
question to
นะ
see just exactly how it's going to change once you lead into that first big objective.
ปล่อย
Once
คอร์ส
this
แยก
even
เล่น
Turtle is
ไม่ดี
taken again
นะ
by Team Falcons, then we get to the Lord, because by that time, definitely both gold laners will have that trinity of items they're looking for and be
เนี่ย
a big
สัง
part
เกตป่ะ
of
ฟอลคอน
winning
แม่ง
the
แบบ
team
ไป
fight for the
ไป
team
เทร
here.
ด
Yeah, speaking of journey,
Sanford
Super
อะ
Marco decided to go for the Claude
จน
path
Sanford
of
เล่นไม่ได้
the crossbow, not full building that into Corrosion Scythe, but then going DHS right after that, because now that he's out of the lane and he has DHS and a Swift crossbow, it's a soft, almost there trinity that he also actually has the life steal to be able to sustain
อยากเห็นมัน
himself
เจอกับ
during
โรล่า
the
พรุ่ง
fight.
นี้เว้ย
That's why they get Falcons, they get Marco out of lane, make him join up so that he'll be more difficult to take down.
Okay, so this third turtle of the game is up. We'll see if they get control of it or not. But they're going to actually force Sanford quite low. Oh, Ogwin!
Okay, now speaking of Teddy joining, they actually find Ogwin there. Bracer's Wrath already used. Flap though, still. Somehow look at the damage already coming in from Sanji. Forces out the flicker. And now Sanford going in. There's a taunt onto Kyle. But they have one member down.
Ogwin's taken out, but you still have two very strong frontliners for Falcons. They overloaded their front line to set things up now for Super Marco. And it's also a tanky front line that can win the early to mid. But as we see, TLPH have got Teddy involved. They're trading out towers in the sides. Teddy was able to get a kill on the board. It's very even, very tight ends. It's just going to blow up into one big fight.
Yeah, and that's going to happen around this Lord here. So as they fight for control, we'll see exactly how they manage Super Marco at the same time, because he's just sitting down on the spawn side. Sanford will push him off. But still, it's TLPH knowing that it's kind of great if they can get a pick off. If not, they go full-on fight Team Falcons. But so far, it's maintaining distance from Flap. Now, Flap doesn't have his flicker, which they might even wait for and just try to delay the Lord take till all this is available for them. But that's one thing to take note of, too. Even that small lead that Team Falcons has right now, if Flap goes down and he gets shut down, and let's say it goes to Teddy, oh, that's a whole lot of gold.
Oh, that's massive.
มันออกไม่ได้แล้วเพราะโดนโวเวสงัดสกิล
Cancelled
2
by Kyle and his entry. Now that's a crucial pick-off, but it's Falcons this time.
Because even Sanji used the flicker there, so that's a big win for Falcons. Team Liquid are trying to contest.
Okay, they might want to try, but Kyle has his backshot shield unity once again. Ulti already committed by Teddy here, but Carl TZ gets isolated all alone. Gets picked up by Super Marco. JP looking like the next target. So Sanford and Teddy have no choice but to run away.
That was such a good decision from Team Falcons. They knew they had a numbers advantage, but then Kyle's like, well, I'm a boxer. I'm just going to take a trip around to the back line, finds Carl TZ right there, and then they go ahead and get themselves a kill plus a secure on the Lord.
Falcons really do not give a damn about the box of Team Liquid Philippines right now. They know how it's how easily they can just penetrate the formation, break down the Team Liquid Philippines strategy, dive Sanji without Sanji. It's too much to ask from the carry. JP also has suffered 6 deaths in this game as well. 3 for Carl TZ. Falcons might be on the way here, but again, with these two, they do have that weird tendency. Lord 1 trying to march into the base. They end up taking a lot. Look at how many belts that Baksha has, man. I know he's going for Sky Guardian helmet, but that's crazy. No wonder he's so beefy.
Hey, you know what? If only you could wear 3 belts in real life.
I've tried it. It's not fun.
Okay, well, he's got the Guardian helm now. And so that's locked in. They still have the Lord down bot. It's going to take out this tier 2 turret in the bottom side. They're trying to make a play up here, though. So but they're really just trying to staunch this bleeding that's happening across the map. You can see in a matter of minutes, the lead ballooning now for Team Falcons.
Didn't even get to force the Purify out for Super Marco. So a lot of their key members have remained deathless up to this point, but at least they get to work and defend their holy shield.
Oh,
wait.
Oh, they almost kept it up.
Oh, JP will get punished here though. That's a knockup. Another dark wave.
ก็คือไปนั่ง ฮิวเลือดอยู่ต่อหน้าโฟเวียต
Classic Claude move, man. Make it seem like you're gonna get taken out, but then you're fine, and then your team jumps, and whoever decided to jump on you, seventh death for JP.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for JP this game from start to this point right now. And
มึงดับเลยวันนี้
you've all seen the roamers feel like that, and it's a frustrating place to be in because even though you're supposed to be one of those frontliners or setters for the team, you're kind of just getting blown up, and you gotta almost rely on someone else to help you set things up or at least be there. But even then, you're looking at the itemization difference. Gold lane, Teddy has had quite a bit of time to farm up. He's got a Trinity, but he's just the problem is, and this is what we see with a lot of carries when they're locked into a composition. If they don't have the space to work with, they're almost non-existent. Like we've seen that before. Yes, he got a solo kill earlier on, or he got a kill on Ogwen, sorry, but he's not able to actually utilize these items that he has on the carry just yet.
It's a very TNC week 1 type of situation that we're seeing. Although he did, get a kill earlier, but that was when the team fight was sort of split up, when it favored them a bit more. But I doubt at this point
มีคนดันโลลิแม่งไล่
vs Evos ไหม The only person who could just really go and split
ลีกอินโดเหรอครับ
Marco, who could just easily catch
อินโดพี่ไม่ได้ดูนะ
3-level gap between Marco and Teddy right
พี่
now.
ดู
15
ของฟิลิปปินส์นะครับ
for Teddy. And consider the fact that Falcons doesn't even have, well, based on the last item check that we saw, any direct counter items for this carry, and they're still doing fine. No Dommy, no Chastise, no Blade Armor. It's just raw brute force defense that's messing up the Roamid trio. And even then at this point, with Teddy being there, now there's finally a Chastise Pauldron that Teddy has to watch out for on Ogwen that will slow down his attack
อินโดพี่
speed.
ไม่ได้ขออนุญาตไม่ได้ขอลิขสิทธิ์เข้ามาขอแต่ฟิลิปปินส์ครับ
Yeah, Flap's start in this game and just how dominant he's been throughout this is exactly why he was
มีคนดัน
highlighted
โล
in
ลิ
the keys
ตาม
to victory
ไล่
here
กู
for
มา
this
เนี่ย
matchup.
เดี๋ยวกูจะดัน
And
คื
so
น
they'll go ahead and fight
เดี๋ยวจบ
position
คู่แรกกัน
around
เดี๋ยว
this border. Carl TZ does pick up a
จัดไป
Pauldron
จาน
himself, but
ไป
I'm
ครับ
not sure if
เดี๋ยวจบ
depending
คู่แรก
on
เดี๋ยว
what
พี่
JP is able to
พี่
do here
เล่นแรงพี่
alongside
ดันโลลิ
Carl TZ, but Flap
หนี
jumps
แม่ง
in
มีคนดัน
again.
ไล่กูมาเนี่ย
Let's see if there's a response.
เหลืออีก6 ชั่วโมงแม่งจะรีมันจะจัดอันดับ
Gaining
อะ
space here.
Okay, Kyle with the backshot shield unity, but this is
Lolita
enough. This is
กู
enough space to work with.
ในที่สุด
Liquid will not contest.
ตอนนี้อยู่โน1อยู่
So you don't have to fight. You don't have to force anything. If you just
มีคนไล่มา
whittle
ว่ะ
down JP and they have no
กู
entry
จะดัน
point.
หนี
They couldn't. And with the Siege too, yes, there is a Farsa, but it's only a 2-item Farsa. Even with the Divine Glaive Rush, there's already 3 Athena shields. Falcons can, my favorite statement, throw bodies. Team Liquid Philippines, when it comes to the base siege, that will provide all the ample space for Super Marco. There are still 2 base turrets. No, excuse me, I believe 3 base turrets that Falcons needs to bleed through. They have to manage the
จ
top
ริง
and
ๆเขา
bottom
ก็
lane
น่าจะ
minion
ดู
wave, but this could
ดู
be
ออก
an
นะเว้ยว่า
Echo
บาเลน
already.
ติน่ากับโฟเวียตนี่คือแบบ
So tough for Teddy to actually
มึงเมตาตอนเนี้ย
though he does have the flicker, so they could
ทำไมไม่แบนบาเลนวะ
probably take
โฟเวียต
advantage
ยังพอ
of
ทน
that
เว้ย
positioning and finding the right targets. These are 3 waves synced up, near perfect by Falcons.
ไลน์อัพนี้
So they're
ชิล
bound
อยู่
to
แล้ว
lose.
ฟาลคอน
hopefully
ฟอลคอนมันเป็นไลน์อัพเดิมนี่แหละแต่ว่ามันได้โค้ดมาใหม่แล้วแบบเปลี่ยนเลยอ่ะต้องชมโค้ดเลยนะชมโค้ดเลยแบบดาบดีมาก
One base turret from that. Now make it 2. Okay, they still have a minion wave in bottom, but I think, yeah, Team Liquid Philippines will now push out and stop Falcons to
แต่พี่ไม่ค่อยเห็น
see if they can get a win
ป่า
here.
ของ
If they can get
ลิควิด
the
เนี่ย
purple buff
ป่าของม้าเนี่ย
plus a kill,
เล่น
Falcons
ป่า
are not gonna
ที่
show
เป็นแท้ง
themselves,
อย่างเงี้ย
to
แล้วชนะ
allow that.
ไม่ค่อยเห็น
There's still one base turret for
ไม่ค่อย
Liquid.
เห็นเลย
Not over yet.
2 turrets down off that Lord push. A healthy lead here for Team Falcons. And they know they don't have to force it. That's one of the situations. It was also... It's one of these compositions for TLPH where they should have a decent defense when it comes to the base defense and clear things out.
ตอนแรกคิดว่าเขาจะเล่นรั่วยี่
overzealous
แต่
here.
โค้ดฟอลคอนนั้นแบนรั่วยี่โอ้ตายเห็นไหม
but that's a raging sandstorm setup. Teddy getting to land his
ก็ดู
basic attack.
โอเวียส
though getting shredded as well. A setup from Sanford shutting down Flab. Now
มันไม่ไหว
traded out as well. Sanji somehow finds another kill, but now it's Kyle and Super Marco
โอ้ตายเลย
fighting Teddy.
Sanji and JP have to run back. Marco, the difference maker was the Valentina. Sanji with the flicker, the stun.
Okay, Curse of Crow. Marco does not force it.
They have minions. Top, mid. Feathered airstrike back for Sanji. JP has good wave clear as well.
They're gonna clear as much as they can. Super Marco though will definitely still give it a try. There are minions that are still gonna march in. A terrify on JP, but he still gets the last rage disaster, not for long. Will this be enough? The wave clear. The entry from Carl still defends the base.
They bought enough time to stay in the game.
หนัก
They have to continue to defend, let themselves get back into the game. But man, TLPH
หนัก
somehow
อย่าเพิ่งเคลียร์คลิป
didn't lose there. Team Falcons. They went for a fight in the mid lane. Super Marco was able to join. It was a shutdown though on Flap. So we do have some of that gold going over to TLPH, but nonetheless, Team Falcons still in full control. They do have control around this Lord here. And now it's going to be interesting. Does TLPH take what just happened and try to do something about this? But without JP, there's nothing they can do.
It's a blitz for Falcons. And Liquid will need
JP
to pull
ตาย
out
แบบ
another
ตายเยอะชิบหาย
miracle with this defense. The minions are going to look great for Falcons through the siege.
เล่นไม่ดีเลย
8,000 gold lead. That was the best looking fight for Liquid since the early portions of this game. Yet it still took way too much to get what looked like a measly win. Falcons, it's endable. But will Liquid pull off another miracle?
I think with this, Team Falcons has this win in sight, depending on how they approach the space, because now you only have that one base turret down on bot that TLPH can play against, and at the same time, this is going to be crucial in how they decide to defend using that for their airstrike.
The 3 chastised pauldrons for the side of Falcons, Winter Crowns there, Steady Teddy, just waiting for the last item. I believe it's a Malefic gun, but he already has a Wind of Nature. Ogun with a Conceal, they're pushing back Liquid.
Yeah, they get to reveal the conceal play though. Kyle showing up. Back to Shield Unity. They have to defend the Lord first, but it's already inside the base. And now Falcons will literally just keep throwing bodies. And they're working on the base as much as Liquid wants to defend. Falcons will take game number 1.
มันจบแล้วครับนาย
The gym together as a team. They just bodied a Liquid from the very beginning. Phobius, Baksha, Hilda,
มึงแบนนี่เด้อแบนเด้อว่าเล่นเด้อ
setting up Super Marco in the late game.
And as we said with that Lord push, there was only so much that TLPH
หรือว่านี่คือจุดอ่อนของ Sanji
but that Lord was beefy himself alongside this lineup. These boys from Team Falcons, man, and
these boys.
With that pose, that's
yeah.
the Phobius you're going against right there. By the way, that flap pose you just saw.
No, I can't imagine Phobius doing that. No.
Well, if it's a flaps hands, he's probably doing that.
Okay.
As he's got airtime.
Okay.
Because I mean, look at this. This is
เล่น
where it all
Valentina คือจบเลย
started, right? It started with Flap just decimating whoever he wanted to with TLPH. And every single time, especially a Phobius, it's so hard to deal with because it's almost tough to deal with the stability that he has, the fact that he can keep Infernal pursuing, especially with all these movements that TLPH has. And when he finally did get shut down, it was almost just a little bit too late at that point for TLPH. There was a very small window where it looked like, all right, maybe something can
100
happen
เหรียญ
here.
ที่ลงไป
But even then, we talked about how Super Marco
55,555
eventually would be able to go ahead and pop off. Well, he dies here in the last push.
เราควรไปกดแรงค์เนาะเราแบบไปกดแรงค์ดีกว่าเราไม่ได้ไปลงเลย
He was able to capitalize off of Flap dying
เรา
and
เซ็งว่ะ
able to keep a fight in their favor. But our MVP for game 1 is none other than Kyle.
พี่บอกเลยเคทีมัน
Yeah, man, kept
ป่า
rolling and rolling and
ลิควิดแม่งแบบ
really stop his flow.
เล่นจังเกิลแทงแบบ
The man suffered no deaths here. It was a
ไม่โอเคอ่ะโคตรไม่โอเคเลย
100% kill participation. They were continuous with it, and they hate him. I forgot the next part of the song. Anyways, so again, we'll revisit his first rotation because of the man marking Ogren was doing onto Carl Teasy, Kyle, with how he went purple, delayed orange, long delay on the orange. He got litho, went and got a green cap, I believe it was the lizard. Thought he was going to get the gold grab, didn't. Continued his rotation from beetle to orange, and then once turtle is up, they just continued on from there.
Yeah.
And it's also a good read by Falcons, knowing that they can be aggressive. If they were a little bit too hesitant, a little bit too cautious early on, then Flap wouldn't have had the game that he had. And Kyle, the angles that he was coming from was messing up the formation of Liquid. It forced Sanji to reposition, delay his feathered airstrikes at moments when Liquid needed them the most. Sanji knew that he couldn't because he was waiting around and seeing where Kyle will be coming from.
Yeah, this is probably one of the biggest reasons why they were really okay with just letting the Farsa through.
Yeah.
That moment wherein Flap bought his
จบคู่แรกกูจะไปเล่นแรง
first, also I think
พี่จะไปดัน
spelled a
โร
lot
ลี่หนี
because
เขา
of
ก่อน
how this game really turned
น้อง
out.
เขาอะไรมาจะแซง
But
พี่
it's
เรา
not
เนี่ย
just like him getting a better head start compared to Stanford, it's also that moment showing how they handled the mid-river and build rotations much better than Liquid.
หมาโดน
And
พรุ่งนี้โรราไม่รอด
I'm thinking how different could have like how Vivi could have handled that or
เฮ้ยแต่
differently
ชมมันนะ
as well.
ดักกี้คือแบบ
What can you do when they're
วางแผนมาดีมาก
constantly jumping?
คือเห็นเลยว่าทำกันบ้านมา
Who has the capacity to show
มัน
up?
ดูแบบ
And it's a lot of
ดูออกเลย
control also for Falcons.
ชัดเจนว่าเขาทำกันบ้านมาแบบ
JP was just doing a job in this
ทำ
game.
กันบ้านมาโคตรดี
Every time they see him, his quicksand guard
เอา
would
แค่แบนฮีโร่
barely
นี่คือ
heal
ตัด
him.
ฝั่งตรง
In
ข้าม
the
นี่
end,
แบ
it
บ
was him getting a kill onto Super Marco that we thought that okay, maybe
แค่
we have the
ได้
gold
บาเล
later.
นมาแล้วก็แบนลูม
Liquid has a chance to completely turn this around, but Falcons already just
รู้
had
เรื่อง
again. They were just throwing bodies. Too much resources already. They had the Lord with them. Too many minions crashed into the base. One thing that could have gone differently for Liquid is if
มาไหว
ever
ไหมเนาะ
Flap
ไม่มี
misstepped
OHIP
in
แล้ว
the
นะ
laning phase,
OHIP
they could have
ไปอยู่
gotten
SOK
dive for
แล้ว
him. Remember, it was both Flap and Sanford who hit level 4 at the same time. Falcons just controlled the river, meaning that Liquid really couldn't find any angle to maybe try to get on
OHIP
Flap
อยู่
before the turtle came up.
SOK
That's
แล้ว
why, again, we put a lot of importance into the EXP lane matchup. Who gets what here? Not to bash on the Sora pick. It was a great pick. They know that there is still a lot of value of the Sora
เนี่ยพี่
despite
พี่
the
ไม่ค่อย
presence
ชอบ
of
เลย
the
นะ
Valentina.
ป่าของม้ามันเล่น
At that point, you're willing to
Jungle
take
กั
it,
บ
but you
Fighter
see just how much the
Jungle Tank
changes
เนี่ย
with a Sora cosplay on the other side as well.
Yeah, there was multiple times that we saw Haji utilizing the IMU ultimate of the
มัน
Valentina
ไม่ใช่ตัวของ
in
มันนะ
different scenarios, and there was a lot of good options for him to go ahead and take, and we saw him cycle through that. But not only that, it was just, and it was one of those things where it's like JP almost just didn't have much of a choice, like because he had to deal with so much of that frontal damage, especially early on. He got behind basically as the roamer here in a sense, where then yeah, like Brigitte mentioned, he just wasn't able to really capitalize on the way that he picked the Khalid, and he needed someone else to kind of supplement that for him, and eventually it just kind of falls apart from there. So we'll see how they adjust. I think Team Falcons has just played this kind of lineup so much that it's almost perfection, if not perfect, in this game right here, because they take the first swing in this Clash of Titans, they down TLPH in game 1, and if anything's told us anything about these teams, there's probably a really good chance that we see TLPH adjust from there for Game 2. But before we talk more about Game 2, we got to talk about our Infinix GT30 featuring the GT triggers right here for the lightning fast reactions and MLBB certified 120 FPS for ultra smooth control. Dominate the game with Infinix GT30, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Boom, right there. Infinix.
Madlang gamer.
I wish we had one of these, but I mean, at least we got one of the tabs, right?
Yes.
To dominate the land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you guys down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigabytes of data for MLBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited FB, calls, and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
Connections are important. No matter the distance, Smart has you covered.
That's right. Connections, that's what we're all about here. The clock is ticking though, and the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance, guys, to come out and witness Smart Omega versus TNC Pro Team right after this, or later, actually later today. Grab your tickets while you can. Also keep an eye out because we have a lot of, if you guys want to, you know, and you guys follow the different casters here. I know we have some codes too you guys can check out. I see all your guys' beautiful posters, and definitely if you want a discount to buy your tickets, you can use one of the codes out there and come and join us in the MPL arena.
Yeah, that's 50 pesos.
Yeah, 50 pesos.
off.
So do you also have a code? We all have?
I think we all have a code.
The code is simple. It's MPLPH S17 X the caster name.
The caster name.
So all of that, X Nice, X Brig, X Redmar, just put in any of our codes so you get 50 off if ever you're gonna become here.
Yeah, it's all uppercase.
Is
Or
it?
does that
Is it
matter?
actually case sensitive?
Wait, I don't know.
That's a great question. But before that, we gotta go ahead and throw it over for a little bit of a break to our host to have an interview.
They're gonna yap.
Truly a clash of titans. Mainit ang bawat kubanan after ng dikdikan na labanan on that day 1 Odin. Talaga namang, Thea, ramdam na ramdam ko ang init dito sa MPL Arena. Super fast, mag-ingay! Alam mo, Thea, dahil mainit din ang ating community, why don't we get some muses sa ating mga super fans? For Team Falcons, alam ko merong rarampa dyan no? This is our new segment. And of course, hindi magpapatalo ang TLPH super fans. We have 2 super fans here para sa ating rampalag. Starting, of course, with our super fan, number 1 from Falcon, Dion, irampa mo na yan! For our super fan, number 1 from Falcon, Dion, she's gonna show you how it's done. I love the drip. And of course, saktang-sakto yan pag naglalaro ka, diba? Diba? Naka-boots siya pero napakaganda ng kanyang hoodie. Dion, I love your rampa pero I believe hindi rin naman magpapatalo ang Mima ng lahat. It's Mima Dars for Team
ทำไมเขาเอาหอน้อยจังวะ
And of course, for Mima Dars, she's gonna show you her roar. Oh. Rampa. Grabing fierceness with the gray hair matching with the blue TLPH
นี่มันเป็นแค่รอบแรกเหรอ
1, 2, she's gonna show you her roar. I love the twist and turn of Mima Dars. It's Dion versus Mima Dars. Pero hindi kayo magkakampi. Dito ka, Mima. Side ko. Dito ka, Mima, sa side ko. Ipa-cheer mo naman ang TLPH. Parang nakukulangan kami sa energy. Kailangan yung manalo this time.
Yes, let's go Liquid! Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid!
Wow! And of course, panalo sa Game 1 ng Falcons. Ano masasabi mo doon, Dion?
Wala, tinalo namin yung mga CL nila kagabi, kaya sure ako tatalunin din ng players namin yung players nyo.
Uy! Oh, grabe! Mainit yung bakbakan pero parang mas mainit yung sagutan from this side. Mima, hindi pa ako satisfied sa mga pa-cheer mo lang eh. Ano ba ang palag mo kay Dion?
Wag ka masyadong porque home court nyo to. Antayin mo ang totoong sipa ng kabayo!
Dion! Grabe! Sipa talaga! Ano yung sagot mo sa sipa ng kabayo?
Di nyo kami masasipa, may pakpak kami.
Okay, okay! To wrap this up, Mima, paano ba yung tunog ng kabayo ng TL? Ay, payag ka doon? Ano yung tunog ng pakpak? Okay! It's TLPH versus Team Falcons, ituloy natin ang Clash of Titans!
Oh, yo, bro!
Yo!
I'm not gonna lie.
That bird noise!
That was pretty on point.
I thought he had the best
howl
animal
sounds.
Animal impersonation sound.
So you think my sound effects aren't good enough?
No. I meant. Wear it back.
Okay.
I meant there's someone who is on the same level as you.
No, I'll say this now, she's better.
Oh, really?
But you haven't heard
That
the
bird-
howl yet.
No, but that falcon screech was perfect. And even the horse, what are they? The neigh?
The neigh.
Horse's neigh, right?
Yeah.
Was
the neigh.
really good too.
Well, I don't know if that is gonna attribute to a battle cry for TLPH or not.
Or an emote.
But yeah, or an emote. Yeah, actually, that should be built into the emote. I'm saying, you know. But great to see, of course, the interactions out there. The crowd is intense here in the MPL Arena, man. It is a packed opening match for this triple header. Actually, you know what? Almost every single match has been packed here so far up in the week 2. Let's take a look at the quote here. Bring it on. I'm going to let you go ahead and read this out. I'm not going to take that one from you.
I was looking at you.
Yes, you're
but
taking it.
I think the direct translation is he just really wants to make a name for himself. He made it a motivation because his grandmom passed away, unfortunately, last month. So he's dedicating this new IGN to his grandmom because she's the one who gave this IGN. Or his name. Like, this is his name, right?
Yeah.
Like, Kyle is his name. But he had a different name before.
Yeah, so Kyle's grandma said that she wasn't really a fan of the name Michael.
Yeah.
And then she just said, you know what, I'm going to start calling him Kyle. He's Kyle to me now. So he has the late grandmama buff, which is really wholesome.
Yeah.
You know, that's great to have that because, again, it's his own identity now. You know, it's something that he's continuing to build on here. And, you know, they all have their own reasons. And I like to see that from Team Falcons because, you know, I've always been a fan of the TZ ever since we've been seeing the inception of that. But, yeah, it's great to have your own story. Now for TLPH for Game 2, they're going to the Flying Clouds.
Yeah, and Blue Side as well, which I think really worked for them in week 1. Not sure, because I think we only had week 1. But what am I saying? We're only in week 2.
We're only in week 2.
We're only in week 2.
The season goes by fast enough. I don't want it to go by faster, you know?
I mean, we are going to have... Next week is our Holy Week break, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it will extend just a little bit longer because we will have the week off next week. By the way, as we head into the draft, there's something I have to watch out for here.
Yeah, what's that?
The Valentina trade, man.
Okay.
Valentina is so impactful in drafts. Midnight and I were just talking about this behind the scenes. We both were thinking that really should not have been a Sora because of the presence of Valentina.
What did he say?
We were both posting the same suggestions, Glue and Alice instead.
โลลิต้าถึงไหนแล้วครับ
would have been okay, but then at the same time, you also are cautious about that.
Liquid,
There we go, the comfort for Teddy. So now they're just going to build through that. They take away all the top utility junglers.
ไทยเท่าไหร่แล้วท็อปโลกเท่าไหร่แล้วไปกดดู
Assassins and mobility. With the Leomord gone as well, Freya gone. We might be going back to heroes such as Suyo, YSS. But then Akai is still okay.
Yeah, this is just a joke, but Carl did post yesterday about the new skins, and he was to let him play the new skins.
Which one? Which one specifically?
Those are Gushon and Julian.
So which one? Or he just tagged both?
He bought both, but I don't think we will be.
I know someone has been asking, by the way,
Valentina
especially online, they've said, is there room for a Gushon in the meta right now?
แล้วจูซิน
Is it
เขาเอา
in
จู
the
ซิน
mid
ไป
or
เล่น
is
เนี่ยเอา
it even possible in the jungle?
You know, this is going to be my drafting hot take
ตัว
for
ยี่ดิ
For the whole season.
For the whole season?
All right.
Anything is possible.
Oh!
มึงเปิดมาตัวยี่นั้น พารามิดก็ได้
Doesn't have enough dashes. The kit is kind of meh. Oh, it's too basic attack and item focus. No. Anything is possible if teams just will it to be.
Is that because we saw what they call the Dark Continent picks?
Yeah, man. We've seen Leslie. We've seen Hanabi. We've seen Bauman. Did they all lose? Yes. But at least they tried.
By possible, you didn't mean winning.
Yeah, this means there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance.
Okay, well, let's see. First phase of the draft for TLPH is done.
เชื่อทีมมันบินแฟนีได้นี่ทำไมมันไม่เล่นแฟนีวะ
Hylos So they're going for that box that TLPH likes to play around, but this time, literally, they've got the box.
Without the utility jungler.
Yeah, without the utility jungler. So we'll see what they end up picking later for Karl'Tzy. Maybe it'll be one of those picks. I don't know. But there's the Harith. So comfort nearly all around here on both sides.
Yep.
มึงดับป่าคนสุดท้ายเลย
Harith under the real world manipulation. You need the dive. You have Khalid for Ogwen. So
เอาวีจงมานี่สวยเลย
with long sustained fights, I think it might be an Alice later on as an option, or a Lapu Lapu still open for Falcons, while they also have to consider picking up the Suyo in the second phase of the draft so that it doesn't end up with Liquid. But with the Harith and the Juice in here, Liquid might be a bit turned off with picking up the Suyo, and it might end up in the hands of Falcons instead at Red 4, and then they just round it out with the EXP laner, either the Lapu Lapu or Alice in Red 5.
Yeah, because both teams are looking to go for very dive heavy composition, so I can only imagine how the team fights are gonna turn out later on. Taking out the Phobias even, so things will be much easier, especially for the gold lane.
I think Falcons also take out Liquid needs to take out the Clue here. Falcons will then
ไม่
end
เล่
up
นเหรอวะ
getting
แฟนนี่
either
อะ
the Lapu Lapu or Alice.
Wow.
Oh, Uranus actually being banned out. We don't see that too often right now.
Oh, I think that's more because they're considering a
ดู
Uranus
ฟอลคอน
jungle.
ดับดิโอ้ย
They're really just taking out the utility junglers. Wow.
Yeah, we're just running out. So it's just the Akai that's left at this point.
We might even just see the assassin matchup between these two.
Yeah.
For this one, just because of the hard focus on that. Because even if you look at it, it's like, in a sense, like the Leomord's gone.
มาเล่น
ตัด
ป่า
แต่ตัวยืนหน้าเลยทั้งสองทีม
มาเล่นป่าเป็นแฟนนี่จะโคตรดีนะ
And now we're not even going to see Marcel anymore because both roamers have been picked up.
Yep.
Unless someone says, hey, watch
Al
me
Ruby
play
ma.
Marcel jungle.
เอาลูบี้ไปออฟเลน
Anything's possible, right?
Anything is possible.
that's your draft hot take.
That
So
is
if I
me.
throw anything out there, I'm going to lean towards that.
Okay.
All right, Esmeralda goes out.
Yeah. So the Alice Glue
ตัวไหนที่หยุดแฟนนี่อีกอะ
unless they want to pair it up with
เนี่ย
another.
ถ้าป่าเป็นแฟนนี่เนี่ยโคตรดีเลย
If they pick up Glue, Liquid picks up Lapu. Oh my god, they went. That's a full jungle ban by Liquid.
Although he's mostly been gold.
Yeah, just go like a Kai or Suyo at this point. Is there anyone I'm missing? I might be forgetting a very important jungler.
Okay, Itachi might be coming, you know.
Okay.
Lapu.
Yeah.
ไปพี่จงแฟ
ฝั่
น
ง
นี่
ไหนนมข้นฟอลคอนเหรอที่หยิบ
If
แฟ
he
นนี้ดี
literally does pick it up, I
ไม่คือถ้าเกิด
It's either Alice
ลิ
or
ควิด
Glue
เนี่ย
and then
มาเนี่ย
Falcon.
มา
Oh,
เล่น
wait,
เป็นแฟนนี่
can you
คู่
skip?
พี่จงไปเลย
Julian? No.
ตานี้นะ
We have seen Karl'Tzy
มัน
play
ไม่มี
Julian
ตัวหยุดแฟนนี้แล้ว
There's one jungle that I've been looking
ดู
for.
ฟอลคอนเขาดับมาดิ
Lucas.
มันไม่มีตัวไหนจับแฟน
And
นี่
there's
เลย
no
อะ
Valentine on board right now. It might be
ดูดิจะเล่นไหมเอา
for any of these two.
Lucas alongside this box. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that
คิดว่าไม่เล่น
Of course. How could I forget?
How could I forget that?
I forgot too that he's on 100% win rate for Harley right now.
Oh,
with the Yuzhong, a little throwback.
It's power picks, man.
It's power picks, man.
มาแล้ว
Power picks. It's Liquid.
มาแล้ว
Very, Liquid leaning right now for this draft.
Should we also count the high loss as a power pick for Daddy JP?
มาแล้ว
Yeah.
Everybody basically got a power pick. Karl'Tzy is
this
is Karl'Tzy on the Harley, so we can say it is going to be a power pick.
Bro, Suyo here sad, Lucas here sad, a lot of junglers here sad.
Everyone's sad.
Everyone's sad here, whatever Falcons decide to go for. Man, just pick up the Lucas and let's
โหดรับฝั่งม้าแค่คิดว่าต้องเจอก็สยองแล้ว
Even Alpha I'm not okay with here.
Not even Bauman.
Oh, I think look at Kyle. He's trying to get the confirmation here too.
What's your command?
What is it?
Yo!
The look for confirmation from Kyle. He's like, are you sure? Can I go with this?
I didn't think they'd actually go for it.
Oh yes.
ขอบคุณครับจอยนั่นแฟนนี่
Quick little prayer from Kyle though. I think even he acknowledged
แต่ฟอลคอนนะต้องรอดูว่า JP น่ะเล่นไฮรอส ได้ดีแค่ไหน
Really tough game for a Fanny
ถ้า
too, but hell, if they could
ตัวแม่งโคตรแก้แฟนนี่เอา
keep
ถ้ามึงแพ้ตอนนี้กูก็ไม่รู้จะพูดยังไงละ
is our ratings, but you have to respect the fact that Sanford now has a Yuzhong, undefeated this season, not just in his hands, but overall as a pick, and Harley is undefeated in MPL Philippines Season 17 as well.
Maybe this is the answer Team Falcons will have an answer for this Harley that has just been terrorizing everyone with his magic tricks and deadly magic. Let's find out here. Again, you guys can let us know. You had the QR from earlier on. You can predict this match right now. There's potential sweep for Team Falcons if they can make it happen here, or can TLPH find the adjustment they needed as we jump into the game.
Looking at the trade, I think it might be a little bit more Ogun Haji prioritized.
Yeah, okay. Maybe already using the Revitalize.
Yeah. Part of the early game trade. Want to maximize the time that Sanji will be able to dish out the Void Blast. Fighter Emblem, Rupture, Mage Emblem, Fighter for the Claude, Fighter for the Fanny. Okay, yeah, pretty standard emblems that we have here.
Okay. Standard, but the compositions aren't exactly standard, at least from what we've seen. Maybe for TLPH in a sense. Well, Sanford actually getting poked down quite a bit.
Man, Flap is handling...
Seems like he wanted to take that.
แฟนนี้ขาเริ่มไม่เหมือนแรงหรือผมคิดไปเอง
So Kyle started orange.
No, because Ogwin was...
Yep.
Yeah.
No one protected the purple buff. Oh, that's not the start that Falcons wants with their Fanny. Good read by Liquid to just take it away.
Oh, Kyle, no! That was so close.
Unless they can actually continue to pressure Carl Teasy, but no, I think they just
มึง
call
เป็น
it
กู
off.
กูบินแฟนนี้ได้แล้วแบบตัวหลุดแล้วคือไม่มีตัวไหนจับแฟนนี้เลยกูเล่นนะเว้ย
No.
Something's breaking
กูเล่นนะเว้ยถ้ากูเป็นจังเกิลกูเล่นเป็น
I
อะ
gotta say, he is one of the... He is a Fanny player, so maybe it's that. Maybe the purple buff isn't available. He knows how much that hurts.
โดนเวทบลูแฟนนี้ยากเลยไหมต้นเกม
Have to
วางไหนลูก
give Turtle one. See if they could
เดี๋ยว
just
แป๊บนึง
get
นะ
a
ลูก
fight
แป๊บนึงนะ
elsewhere,
เดี๋ยว
with how
คุย
safely Teddy is
คุย
playing,
คุย
how
กับ
safely
พาร์ทเนอร์
now
ข่อยก่อน
Sanford
แป๊บ
is
นึง
playing. They'll have that
แมน
advantage for Turtle.
ค่อยส
That's
ตรีม
Turtle one for Liquid.
Okay. Already level 4 too. It's not like Falcons are trying to approach this objective though. So there might not be any major team fight just yet.
Yeah. Feels bad for Kyle. Dude was already praying. It's like, oh man, this is going to be a really tough Fanny game. He did not expect that. That's because he loses his buff. Oh, Marco dashing out right in time.
Yeah.
He survives, he's going to grab that gold card too, so it gets to level 4 and he'll survive. Reset. Had to burn the flicker though, so with that being down, that's clear signals for TLPH to go ahead and try to make a play there, especially having a Harley. Oh.
Okay, there was an intent to find that pickoff. I think it was why did it suddenly not? Wait, why did the Petrify not connect?
No, but it's a really quick one, and then he just Bravest Spidered out.
Oh yeah, timings of the Bravest Spider.
Yeah. So a quick little jump out there by Flap. No, and I think they were just slightly hesitant because they saw Kyle, even without the purple buff, just fly through. Let's see if we'll finally get it this time. Teddy
กู
getting
เห็นโคมไฟบ้านพี่ฟ้าเขาแล้วแบบโอ้โหจะบ้าตาย
this exact trade.
นี่ยังโคตรลักชูรี่
When he went up against Severo and Onyx Philippines last week, and Marco won that. Very comfortable with that trading.
Okay, Kyle has a purple buff now. That's gonna be a pickoff on Sanji, unless
Flicker burned, so stays alive, but now Kyle can actually play and try to make some moves here with the purple buff. Poking back and forth in the mid though, and that's one of the things too, is just building into the rotation next to the next turtle. Carl Teasy taking a trip, throws out his deadly magic. No, yeah, they're not going to be able to catch Carl Teasy here.
Yeah. Going to be able to get the Lizard. Good defense by Falcons. It's a slight 400 gold lead for Carl Teasy's Harley, and they need to make sure that Kyle gets all the farm that he can get. Gonna go to this orange buff, but here comes Sanford with a signature peek into the jungle of the opposing team. Not gonna go for a full dive, doesn't want to risk it into the wall, but Liquid are now eyeing the bottom lane as the turtle has spawned.
Okay. Ogwin 2 trying to help Super Marco. Now it'll take Teddy a bit more time to come here, but it's Liquid for pulling this objective. That's the Glorious Pathway already committed. 3 members showing up. Kyle joining in, but it's Carl who secures the turtle. Kyle Teasy gets knocked in by the Petrify, and Carl Teasy picks up first blood.
Petrify in the air, but here's Flap in the back.
Okay, Sanji will not get out of this, but there's the blazing duet coming in from Teddy. Flap gets taken out. Super Marco though looking for the trade, but Sanford still survives, and now it's JP locking them in. He might just actually find the kill, and he does.
JP gets
the
last game. They do get punished under the turret, and Kyle's back.
Okay,
โอ้แล้วแม่งใส่กันยับเลยตาเนี้ยมึงแค้นเหรอ
Can he
มึง
survive
แค้นเหรอ
the magic? The damage is not enough, but the space escape saves him.
ไม่จงใจเย็นลูก
Response Kyle and the sequence has
ไอ้เหี้ยแม่งแค้นอ่ะ
What a fight! And crazy trading by these two was stunned by Flap under 40.
Okay, that's the Sansan duo you're up against, but Flap will most likely get out of this anyway. Ogun though. Oh, can he actually finish the kill on Sanford? He does, but Flap, he might get punished here too. Leads one last hit, and JP once again gets the job done.
Oh, I don't know if that was worth it. Kyle a little bit too late, but man, they lose two off of that play. Potentially Haji.
It's actually a double kill, Kyle. Can he finally end it here? No! The revitalized too! Clutch save from Daddy JP!
Back and forth, but Liquid clearly wins the trades. And the last time we saw Carl play this hero was in Season 7.
Whoa.
Woo! The card trick from the GOAT. I mean, he last played Harley in MPLPH Season 7. That is insanity that we saw Harley in his hands.
10 seasons ago.
That's why I'm like, I was gonna say a decade ago, but yeah, that's 5 years
โคตร
ago.
เดือด
Bro, the Clippers are so happy right now. They have so many clips
โคตรเดือดจริง
to get from this game number 2.
Post all of them.
Liquid has advantage. They have Turtle Sanford in the mid.
Oh, they're trying to take down Haji, forcing out
good
the Crimson Beacon already. Sanji too doesn't get stunned by the Latch Shaker, and Carl secures the objective for Team
แม่งใส่กัน
Liquid.
ยั
Now
บอะ
that's a flicker once again. That's the real world manipulation too.
แม่งแค้นอะ
Doesn't
ดูดิ
actually get away.
I mean, think about it. You're trying to escape.
เห็นไหม
You're trying to
พ
get
อ
away.
มึงเล่นอะไรจง
There's a
คือแบบ
real
มึง
world
โนหนึ่ง
manipulation
เลยนะไอ้
and
เหี้ย
a
ซันฟอร์
glorious
ดอะ
pathway
Yeah.
keeping you from getting away. That is almost impossible to get away from.
JP, we posed this question earlier. Oh wait, Dragon!
Oh,
ดูดิ
that Dragon Force.
ดูวิจงกูดิ
40. Doesn't have to petrify though. But that's gonna be the purple
โดน
buff
เวท
stolen away yet again.
โดนโอ้ยฮารี่
Teddy with a blazing do it together with a deadly magic.
Steady Teddy coming in at the perfect time to take down Kyle. Falcons just cannot find the wins. And we asked earlier at this point, is it a signature high loss for JP? You're damn right it is.
It's a very sad day for Khalid Rome.
Oh, no.
And speaking of Khalid Rome,
He might just go down once
แฟน
again.
มีโดนยับ
Unfortunately,
ยับ
he has
เล
the
ย
quick
Sandguard, but will Flap actually find the turnaround here? That's Haji too, trying to take down Sanji, but Sanji is gonna be okay.
Oh, no purple buff, so no follow through. Team Falcons has no option
Oh
but
my
to
goodness.
get out.
No way, Carl Teasy, I see you, I see you! Flap! He could not handle that damage.
Oh, Sanford, does he want to actually initiate under the turret here? He's
Probably not against him.
Yeah. Okay, he's backing off. Man, TLPH has not let up. And interesting enough, Team Falcons continues to throw themselves at him. I think they forgot they have a different team composition than the one that allowed them to throw bodies in game 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, Liquid has hella slows, man. The high loss and the Eve, I think, it's what's messing up Flap and Ogun a lot. They commit dashes to engage. But then they realize with all of the slows stacking up, they have no way out. They either have to burn the flicker or the rest of the team is forced to join into the fight to try and help them get out, which is a detriment to them because Liquid still has resources to win the fight.
Okay. That's one resource down though, but I don't think it'll matter for Liquid.
All part of the plan.
Because they've been working on this Lord all along.
Yep, clean Lord.
Yeah, I could legit feel how excited the desk is when it comes to these picks that we're seeing, all these signature power picks.
Power picks around and just the way that, again, these two teams historically have played against each other.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason, again, why it's called the Clash of Titans, and this one's well on its way to go into a Game 3, unless somehow, someway, Team Falcons pulls a miracle. And I don't know if that miracle is going to be all Super Marco, because even with this Harith, I don't know if that's enough to go ahead and turn this game around. Kyle himself has to somehow catch up with this. So he's trying to go for Sanji.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Again, tried. There isn't much energy left for him anymore. Carl TZ space escape. Can he find Kyle? There is going to be enough room for him, but look at Sandy and Sandy! Flap's the only one left on Team Falcon's side!
Welcome to the MPL, Steady Teddy! Perfect blazing duet with the petrified, furious dive and the real world manipulation.
Oh goodness, Law and Order did not land on Kyle, but he does get to cut the wave. They still have one Minwon alongside Liquid though. Can this be
แครี่
enough?
คนใหม่เหร
But
อ
they're not
มาอาจ
gonna
เล่น
force
ดีนะ
anything just yet.
Oh no. Yeah, Kyle should be able to
พูด
get
เล่น
out of
ดี
here.
นะเกมเมื่อกี้เกมแรกยังโดนยับ
Okay, he gets out. They lose a base turret off of all of that, man. Team Falcons in this game have had their wings clipped. That last team fight, they just got decimated. Now almost a 10K lead for TLPH.
Glowing wand and Ice Queen wand with a 2-mana regen necklace to boot. And he also has a belt. No wonder why when Kyle TZ is looking for Sanji, there's still a healthy amount of HP left for the Eve. And the Ice Queen wand, really, it's the slows, the layering that when Falcons decide to commit and dive, they have no out, which forces the
เหมื
rest
อน
of
เลือก
Falcons
ตัว
to
ม้า
fight
เพื่อ
when
เสีย
they're
เปรียบ
not ready,
ป่า
when
ไม่
they're
ได้
not
เลยนม
healthy.
ข้นอับ
And they don't have the firepower yet to take down Liquid. Are we really gonna start off the season with Harley undefeated?
It's looking that way, man. There hasn't been a great answer for the Harley just yet.
Yeah, and previously I think the Claude and the Harith matchup have most of the time been Harith favored, but this time looking at the draft for Liquid, it's like multiple members are able to just go in at once. It's not always a free opportunity for the Harley to just lock down on the Claude whenever he does go for the Blazing Duet. He is always constantly pressured by either the Black Dragon form or even the potential deadly magic that can come in from Carl TZ.
Yeah. It's really just the damage, man. How much health Harley can take out, and it's so easy for any Harley. Deadly magic, a few poker tricks here and there, then you're fine. Even if you don't kill your target, you bring them down low enough to force a reaction. You force back. That builds you into a 5 versus 4 advantage, even though you use your ultimate. But it's such a big win for you because you get to recontrol the map. And Liquid and Carl have just been doing that over and over again.
Yeah, it was so interesting when we saw that pick pop up for the first time back in M7, and there was a whole lot of discussion about it, how it worked really well. I believe it was TNT that first debuted it during the tournament, and you know, ever since then, you've seen this kind of evolution build in with the Harley, and you know, surprisingly so, it's been picked up so many times, hasn't lost just yet. And like you said, one of the biggest factors is just how threatening of a pick it is. And even the itemization that he goes through, you know, he's so elusive as a hero that you think, okay, we can kill him, we can blow him up, but he gets out of most situations so easily.
Yeah, and Kyle, by the way, still can't get his hands on his purple buff.
Kyle's just, Kyle, I feel like just hasn't been able to play much this game.
Yep, nope. It's how Team Liquid handled their initial rotation. How Falcons completely failed in communicating to protect the purple. Oh, hell nah.
Oh, actually, Fortis.
Whoa,
Fortis! He will get traded out though. Flap 2 with 3-man setup with the Lat Shaker and the Raging Sandstorm as well. But the damage is just lacking. Teddy going for Marco, but he finally actually escapes. But they cannot escape a Game 3 handed over by Liquid.
Stay steady, you've got Teddy. Liquid now and Falcons have traded one-sided dominating wins. And we will get a game number 3 for Clash of the Titans.
แม่งเล่นนี้แต่แรกก็จบแล้ว
by the cavalry.
And there we go. We're going to a game 3 for the Clash of
เล่นอย่าง
Titans.
นี้แต่แรกก็จบแล้ว
Expected here. And there's the red carpet walk from. Is this now? No, that was earlier. That was earlier.
Okay,
so they got the buff.
The Nay.
They got the Nay buff.
The Nay buff.
Dude, this was a non-stop action game for game 2 right here. I don't think anybody got to breathe.
No, because it was fun. It was a Harley, Fanny jungle matchup.
Back and forth. You have a juice in too, but I think there's one play I'm looking for. It was the interplay between Flap and Ogren that actually led to Liquid just winning over and over again. I think it was right after this. Flap would come back, and then you see him trying to chase and take down someone, and then you see the hesitation a little bit from Ogre. Like, should we? Can we? Do we try this? They do get the trade, but then it ended up becoming unfavorable for them. So we won't see we'll see the Teddy highlights now. Too many slows, too many dashes. They messed up the initial purple buff take for Kyle. Ever since then, Kyle was just uncomfortable. They completely lost their flow, and Liquid just rode with it and coasted to victory.
I was surprised the Black Dragon form actually went back at that moment, but it was probably a sacrifice that they were able to calculate nonetheless. Still, Falcons look like they were trying to go for the defense, but okay. That's the go right there. Ban all junglers. I'm gonna be okay.
There's just way too much things that Harley forces out of every composition. I have been saying this since yesterday because after seeing the drafts and the games, there's 2 heroes now that every team has to watch out for in the meta. I know everyone has to respect the Leomord and Freya, but with those getting taken away, it now falls to Valentina and Harley to determine the flow of drafts and determine the early trades.
And it's funny because Harley usually does pop up later towards the second phase of the draft because it's one of those options that's kind of like always there. And because there are quality picks to pick up in those first phases, Valentina being definitely one of them. But even this, it was interesting because TLPH decided to go with a very comfort pick starting off the bat with Teddy's Claude. And you saw how well he was able to play the Claude based off the setup potential. I mean, even JP on the Hylos, one of the few players to play it like the way that JP does. And again, imagine how game 1 went for JP. He did not get to play. Well, this time he was setting things up with Sandy around that death box. The Glorious Pathway was such a nuisance for Team Falcons to get away from. It's like they couldn't get any disengage if they wanted to, because look at that. That is so hard to play against and get away from, even when you're behind. And again, Kyle struggling from the get-go to even get his buff, get control, and make this Fanny work. And you know, it makes you wonder too on the comms when they were in the draft and you saw him look up a couple times for the confirmation, like I wonder what the conversation was like. Should we pick this or should we pick something else? Because even the way that the draft went and all those targeted bans towards Kyle, it was like, what left could they go with that would match against a Harley?
They should have picked up the Lucas, man. No, I'm kidding. I understand why they picked up the Fanny. It's just really how Falcons messed up the handling of the first rotation.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah, so revisiting the early portions of the game, what happened was Carl TZ was already starting off his Golem and he was on the way to going to the orange buff. But then JP confirmed that literally no one was in the purple buff. They already saw Ogun up top. They had an idea, I think through Sanford. No, actually, no, they didn't even. They just saw that the Khalid wasn't there. And I think at the same time, Sanji checked the bush with a Void Blast. They knew it was just the juice in. The Kali could be far, and Team Liquid just easily stole the purple buff away.
Yeah, just so unfortunate because the Khalid is one of like the fastest heroes in the early game, but he used his mobility elsewhere in the less crucial areas of the map, and it's just been overall a very sad series for the Khalid so far. I did mention this earlier. The way they're just able to constantly deal with and burst him down or force out the quick sand guard, and those raging sandstorms we saw from Ogwen have almost always been desperate, similar to what JP went through in game number 1.
Khalid
finds himself in
ก็ถ้า
a little precarious
จะบอกไงดี
position,
วะ
I'd say, in the current meta.
คือเวลาเล่นวีจง
Maybe
ในแข่งกับใน
so,
แรง
just the
มัน
Clash
คนละอย่างกัน
But I think, you know, he almost needs either that really good early advantage paired with a Valentina, like we've seen, or he needs some more of that support to be able to go ahead and set things up and utilize the Raging Sandstorm. And that's usually where we see that in the XP lane being a factor there, and why we said it's so crucial, especially in this kind of matchup. So this is our headline right here after game 2. Too easy for Carl TZ. TLPH answers with a dominant game 2. I can't wait to see what our Clash of Titans for game 3 has in store for us. Before that, we're going to throw it over to an interview to see what's happening out there.
The cavalry is still fighting at Clash of Titans. To kaya naman hindi basta-basta magpapatalo ang ating mga teams. And right here with us is Team Liquid Academy from MDL. Guys, introduce yourselves, your IGN, and your role.
Ako si Starboy, post-4 ng Team Liquid Academy.
Ako po si Wilbert Salinda, gold laner ng TLAC. Team Liquid Academy. Ay, Cal po, Cal.
Hi, I'm Lex, jungler of TLAC.
Hello, I'm Damien, tank ng TLAC.
Hello everyone, my name is Cram, explainer ng TLAC.
Wow, Thea, meron tayong mga kasama dito ngayon. Alam mo, hindi sila bago sa MDL. Ilang seasons na rin natin sila nakasama. At nakakausap ko kayo sa live. Pero ngayon nandito kayo live sa MPL arena.
Natin kung
Ano
gumong.
masasabi niyo sa experience
กด
niyo?
รอได้ไหม
Sobrang saya. Yung supportahan namin yung dati namin ka-team.
Oy.
Nakaka-proud.
And speaking of dating ka-team, first game ni Teddy ngayon sa TLPH. Kamusta naman siya nung siya yung teammate niyo? Kamusta siya nung siya pa yung teammate niyo?
Solid ka-team yan. Maboses and solid ka-banding din.
So,
Masaya.
ano naman ngayon yung message niyo sa kanya habang naglalaro na siya?
Good luck sa'yo, Teddy. Proud kami sa'yo. Galingan mo lang palagi. We love you.
Wow! Gusto ko yun Sobrang proud moment ng kanya mga kapatid from MDL. Pero syempre, kumustahin naman natin. Kumusta ba kayo sa MDL? Kumusta yung run nyo doon? Ikaw, Kram.
Okay lang po.
Okay lang. Sakto lang. Babawi pa.
Opo, siyempre.
May ipapalag pa.
Meron.
Oh, meron. And then, speaking of may ipapalag pa, kailan ba yung next game nyo sa MDL, guys?
April 7 po.
April 7. So we're inviting you guys to watch the next games of the Team Liquid Academy.
Oh, invite nyo naman sila na manood sa inyo. Sino ba sunod yung mga kalaban? Carl, sino sunod yung mga kalaban?
Team RWE po.
Okay.
Yan, last season.
Champion.
Former champion po.
So pag ganun yung mga kaharap nyo, ano yung mga paghahandang ginagawa nyo?
Ano po, pinasolid po namin yung banding namin tapos yung pinaghandaan din po namin sila na sobra.
Speaking of bonding, nakaka-bonding nyo ba itong MPL team nyo?
Opo.
So paano ba yung bonding nyo sa bootcamp?
Kumakain ba?
Kumakain po sa paresan.
Ay, gusto ko yan. I love that.
And you know what? We're going to continue this clash of the Titans later here habang nanonood ang MDL teams natin. Meanwhile, we're
ทำ
gonna
ไม
throw it
รัง
back
เกียจ
to the cast.
ข้าขอถามสักข้อ ตอนนี้เจ้าเห็นตัวข้าเป็นแบบไหนกันแน่
Thank you so much, Odin and Thea, and of course, TL Academy there, the MPL team. And they're here to support not just TLPH, but also Teddy, their former teammate there. Lots of encouraging words for him and about his time as their teammate. And now I'm sure for a lot of them, eventually they would love to go ahead and get to this point where Steady Teddy. Is that where we're?
Steady Teddy.
Is that what we're going with? Who started Steady Teddy?
ทำไงวะ
It was during the Wolf and Burrito.
จอ
Yeah, Steady Teddy. I like it.
It's funny because they just like it's one of those very natural monikers that like comes up.
Stay steady.
And it's really his Claude, man.
Yeah, that's true. There's something about the Claude.
MPL was with that Claude.
Wasn't that his most impressive hero too in the qualifiers?
Yeah, again, the joke that they dished out was he was climbing top global ladder with that Claude. With how many times he won and played that hero.
Which is surprising.
น่าจะครึ่งชั่วโมงอยู่เฮ้ยไม่ใช่ ไม่นี่ มันเสมอกันนี่แม่งเอ้ยมันเสมอกันนี่หว่ากูเล่นไม่ได้
That was the Leslie game when Aurora overcommitted
จบ
into
แล้วกู
protecting the
จบ
gold
แล้
side
ว
of the map, which
กูนึกว่าจบแล้ว กูนึกว่า
eventual game
2-0
MVP
เสย
Sanji
เด้
of
อ
the Team Sin and Carl Teasy to take complete control. Because JP was happy to just help match the rotation of light at
จบ
that
แล้วครับ
time.
นาย
And that just left, well, crazy gold for Carl Teasy.
And you see Domikite there twice. I think there's been a lot of conversations online, and we've seen different types of content out there. The best gold laners right now, and I think a lot of people do kind of say that it is Domikite right now currently in the league that is the best gold laner. I'm sure a lot of people can want to argue their own biases out there, but you see that he's there twice, second and third for the highest
4-8 กับ 4-3-30
It's an intense clipboard
อยู่อันดับที่ 74 ของโลกแล้วนะ
Haji and Coach Friend again.
It's a landscape clipboard.
It is.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a landscape. Whoa, yo, we're gonna get one of those. I want one.
I was gonna say that is I've never seen a clipboard like that.
To be fair, when was the last time any of us went to an office hardware store? No, that's a question.
The last time I did?
Yeah, the last time you did.
I think when we were building up the Manila podcast studio.
Oh,
so that was like
so
last
nice.
month.
What is the Manila podcast studio?
Oh man, you know what? One day you'll find out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, match one, game 3.
Yeah.
This is what we're jumping into here. Team Falcons on the blue. TLPH over here on the red this time. Why are you laughing, Breda?
No, no, no.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering.
What's so funny?
What are you seeing that's making you giggle over here?
No, no, no. I thought you were gonna say Team
What?
Falcons on the blue and Team Liquid on the red.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it's just my brain, you know. Sometimes my brain just goes.
I don't get it. I'm so lost right now, dude.
I think we're
เขา
gonna
แบน
lost
จูซิน
right
แบน
now,
เฟีย
man.
แบนวาลินติน่า
We gotta reset. It's like another game 3. It's a Clash
See,
of Titans.
Now she's talking to
Let's
herself,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. That's inner dialogue
Ben
right there,
Valin.
a la Brigada.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
แบน
Why
วาลิน
don't you take us through the bans here, Brigada?
Okay. So we're not gonna see another all jungler ban from the blue side just yet.
Yeah. Good respect on the Juicin. I think Falcons can go for a
Valentina, yeah.
Valentina rush. Even if the Sora's open, just go for the Valen rush.
Did I see that right? Is Team Falcons 100% on the blue? Were they 100% winning? I don't know if I saw that on the monitor correctly, but
just double check.
That's pretty confident there. All right. Whoa, got a Contra ban.
Oh.
That's
wait, was that wait? Am I thinking the wrong thing? Did I see? Oh no, okay. They're taking.
No,
it's got to be something with the.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's double check, cause no way in hell you.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way.
That was definitely Gatotkacha though.
Yeah, that was his voice.
Muscles of iron.
Bones of steel. There's no other muscles of iron in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, they're all blue side wins. Oh.
They're all blue side wins, right?
Oh no, they have one loss.
All right.
Did I mess up?
Let's see.
Oh no, yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so it was. Oh, it was.
It starts with a G.
It was a Gatotkacha on the Team Falcons banded out. Yeah, and then a Guinevere and then a Eve.
Why?
Ben
What
Eve, Ben
are they
Guinevere.
planning
here?
Oh, are they gonna make sure that the Joy is open for later? Because that's only one of the reasons why he banned it. Besides,
It's not the Valen pick. Okay.
They take it away from Teddy.
They take it away from Steady Teddy.
That's nuts.
Oh.
I mean, you might as well. It's a Super Marco pick too. At the same time, like it's a bulletproof Marco pick. Gets in that comfort zone here with the Claude. Claude just seems to be rising in the sense of one of the best gold laners too right now.
Yeah.
Obviously he's been in the meta, but like this current season, I feel like he's one of the best picks in that gold lane. And then over here you've got the carry. Seems to be the answers. And then the Baksha for TLPH.
That leaves the Valentina still open for Falcons too.
Yeah. Which, again, you don't need to rush it, but they just might.
Yeah.
Because you turn off a lot of picks. I think the adjustment later now for Liquid for the EXP lane is instead of picking up Sora, they'll pick up something like a Glue or an Alice as their change. Or if he's really feeling it, he goes back to the Yuzhong if the trade looks good. But I really think Falcons just lean towards the Valentina. If they want fast rotation and to match it, I don't think they should really go far enough. Because we only saw how much that could
ถ้า
do
ไม่
in
เล่น
the
วาลินนี่
last
คือ
game. Eve's gone.
โดนลุยแน่นอน
Eve's gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, they don't. Okay.
Okay.
Even Marcel too, you know, like I mean, he does tend to just pop up in the second phase, but
เอากลูมาก่อนเว้ย
Marcel
เฮ้ย
still completely snubbed this entire game.
อลิสดิ
No bans whatsoever.
Oh, so tough.
Either they get the strong lockdown, get the high loss back for JP, but they do sometimes bring the Baksha for JP roam.
เราดับก่อนนี่เราก็เอาพารามิดไปดิ เอาพารามิดมา
The Alice or match it.
แล้วก็พอแบนก็แบนวาลินไง
Sora can also get picked up here and they just ban out Valen or pick up Valentina
พารามิ
for
ด
themselves. So they have the Sora priority here for them and it's the Valentina instead.
Okay. I was wondering if Sanji was like open to picking it up.
The Valentina?
Yeah. So now they do finally. So are they still
ทำไมไม่หยิบพารามิด
is it
มา
still
วะ
a carry either way? So
เพราะว่า
might
พิ
as
กต่อไป
well
ก็
pick
แบน
up
อยู่แล้วไง
Barca. But you do have the Baksha.
แล้วก็แบนวาลินไปเลยจบ จะได้ไม่ต้องมาก๊อป
I still think that is going to be a Baksha jungle.
Yeah.
Rome JP might not have seen it yet.
Oh, it's a Luli again.
With the Loli getting taken out.
I'd love to see like a unique pick from Haji, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Up against a Valentina anyway too.
We know he can, but
yeah.
I still think, even though I know
for the teams they really don't like picking up Zetian against the Valentina, the Zetian would be really good for them. Because of the Valentina pickup on Red 3, this actually forces a ban. There's an instant forced ban on the Sora, because if you gave that just would have been too much to give, way too much value. I think I'm gonna take out another mid laner. Because the thing is, if you show your Roamer Red 4 and it's still open, you can Valir for Haji.
Valir.
Yeah, and Valir, Fredrin, Glue. It's gonna be tough for Carl Tese and whatever roam pick JP ends up with, if ever.
Or the Lilia too, I think.
Oh yes, of course, the Lilia.
Yeah, if we're after that same idea.
We might also end up seeing a sudden swerve roam Baksha and then a Harley jungle yet again for Carl Tese. They take out the CC, which could mean they are looking for strong, beefier, EXP frontliners that would get countered by a curtain call by CC.
The Hylos is still there.
Yeah. We
want to use it again.
Hylos Baksha.
ไม่แบนมึงก็โดนอ่ะ
So much aggro.
Yeah. But then, what can be the pick to just really
ถ้า
answer and deny?
ลิควิดเล่นวีจงนี่สบายเลยแบนดิฟาคอนวีจง
Carries there. It might be a. So in consideration for Falcons is also the Kimi. If they don't want to give any of the really good ultimates from the Farsa or Zetian.
Okay, so they go ahead and ban out the Kalea. So that's going to be taking control of. So a lot of the roams were the focus here from Team Falcons, obviously towards JP now for TLPH.
So
what do they pick up here?
They're okay with the high loss getting through. There you go.
Full aggro. I think just go Valir or Lilia. I know the Kimi looks so enticing, but Valir and Lilia are so good against the Hylos and the Baksha.
คากุระไง
At least for Liquid, they don't
คากุระ
reveal
ฟาคอน
the
คากุระ
so they might have other angles to work with.
And
But
if ever it's Valir or Lilia, Liquid are then forced to pick up a EXP laner like the Lapu Lapu to burst out and take away either the Black Shoes of the Lilia and the Vengeance Flame of the Valir, which would actually put Team Liquid Philippines in a more dangerous scenario, because if they get outplayed, then they're gonna commit too much and then they lose their front line. Valir or Lilia for Falcons, just I know King sounds enticing for them probably.
Yeah, especially with the Fred glue. I'd like to see the Valir.
They got the Lapu
Valir. Good call, Mr. Renmar. This was banned yesterday. It hasn't won yet though.
โอ้วีจงมึงเอาวีจงมาจบเลย
It does get picked up, but it
เอาวีจงมาเพื่อน
serves immediate purpose against this kind of composition that TLPH
มึง
is
เอาวีจง
And
มา
it's a roam glue though. The last time we saw this, it didn't go so well for Brusco.
It's the exact
เอา
same
วีจงมา
pairing too. It was the blue roam and the Valir mid.
And the Valir mid, that's what Brusco and Super Friends brought out for Onyx last week. And it didn't go well for them because they couldn't get the early game that they want. So roam glue is good if you get the good early game.
เอาวีจงมา
Early deaths.
คิดเหี้ยอะไรเยอะเหรอ
If not, then you're gonna feel how bad it is. Oh, Sanford brings back a Benedetta.
I know someone over on the other side of me is very, very happy.
Yeah, someone
Earlier,
on the other side.
it was midnight. Now
ไป
it's
เรื่อย
1
แล้ว
Just look
เซน
at
ฟอร์ด
him.
กู
Sorry, you guys can see him, but this was a pick that Flap also brought out.
มันก็เล่นได้อยู่เว้ย
Last time
แต่
they
มัน
went up against each
มัน
other
ไม่เฉียบ
during
อ่ะ
the qualifiers.
เซนฟอร์ดมันเล่นได้อยู่แต่มันไม่เฉียบ
Sanford was using it against Team Falcons.
เจอกลัว
both
เอาตัวเองแบบ
have great
ไปล่อให้กูไม่ขี่หัวมึงก็แปลงร่างแม่งก็หลุดละ
But you could clearly see the ideas where they could both mess up and excel in the
มึง
early.
จะล้วงอะไรอ่ะเอาจะเอาไปล้วงอะไร
One difference is it's a
ไม่มึงจะเอาเบเนียไปล้วงอะไร
versus a roamer without. We look at Rome and mid. Ogwin and Haji versus JP and Saji.
เข้าใจอยู่มันเคลียร์เว็บเร็วเวลากูเข้าใจ
Majority of this
อันนี้
game.
เข้าใจได้เลย
Here we go. MPL
แต่มึงเอาไปล้วงอะไร
right now for our star match here for this week. And we're jumping into a game 3 of the Clash of Titans. Team Falcons or Team Liquid Philippines, which one will win the series? Let's jump into the land of
เขา
Dawn
เอา
here.
กูมาเขาเปิดมาก่อนแม่งหยิบวาเลนมาหยิบวาเลนมาทำไมวะมึงก็เอาพารามิดมาแล้วมึงก็ต้องแบนแม่งแบนโรยี
Stop with this pressure in the mid
มึง
lane.
หยิบพารามิดมาปุ๊บแล้วมึงก็แบนวาเลนจบ เล่นโคตรง่ายเลยทีเนี้ย
Still holds on to it. He'll be fine.
แล้วเป็นวี่จงนะมึงเป็นวี่จงอ่ะ
Sanford comfortable right now. He did
อิน
get
ดี้
him
จงเปิดพารามิด
magic
ใส่
worship.
อันติ
Whoa.
อมตะกูไม่อยากนึกภาพ
Wow, Super Marco.
Whoa, Teddy, okay. Yeah, Liquid definitely has to deny that early start.
Well, Sanford here too.
And it might be easier for them to pull off this time because there's this kind of the XP laner.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
He's quite low. He does have Petrify.
Okay.
Shield. Oh, I for oh, no more I for
he waited for the Petrify. Oh my goodness, these two EXP laners are going at it.
That was actually really smart by Sanford. Instead of going back to where the rest
ใคร
of his
แม่ง
minion
กรีด
was,
วะ
if ever he went there, Flap would have regained so much health through Spell Vamp with the Blade Toss.
Wow.
But instead,
ใครวะ
he went to the other side, meaning Flap
เฮ้ย
could
ไปเอา
get
ลู
the
กเนี่ย
most out of the Spell Vamp that he could have gotten, and he also didn't deal damage
ลู
on
ก
the
กรีดอะ
Sanford.
เมื่อกี้อะ
Great trading by the two EXP laners.
That's what I'm saying, man. Sometimes with certain games, I wish we had cameras on every lane.
Yeah.
Because you get to see them go ahead and duke it out like that. But now, since no one went down in the early portion of this game, you have the turtle
เราเล
coming
นก็
up
กดได้นะ
in just a second here. A trip
เราเลน
from
ก็กด
Carl
ได้เหมือนกัน
Teasy.
เพราะว่า
Kyle is here as well,
สกิล
so
หนึ่ง
he's
กับส
going to
กิล
be
สอง
fine.
อ่ะ
But they will ultimately want to set up for this
แต่
turtle.
ว่าต้องออกไอเทมแบบ
No clear advantages. Oh, they're both playing it so well. But
แบบ
Sanford
เดียว
will
กัน
be hitting level
กระบอง
4
สาย
first.
ฟ้า
Flap has
ยังไง
gotten
ก็ต้องมี
frozen out.
แต่ไม่รู้มันจะเล่นไหมนะ
They
เซน
tried
จิ
to
อ่ะ
find an angle to help Flap, but JP is also here to mess them up.
Okay, an eye for an eye. Oh, Flap still survives with the
รี
flicker,
เฟกวัย
but
รุ่น
there goes
รีเฟกวัยรุ่น
Owen though. Can they actually find a target here? Still doesn't have the ultimate, but both Sanford
เอา
and
ให้
JP
รอด
are
มา
already
ให้
pretty low, but they're just gonna go and burst the turtle.
Okay.
Fight
Turtle
still
secure.
going on. Okay, that's
Oh.
Owen all alone. Flap goes down first
ถ้าพี่
though.
เป็นกู
Vegas Fire
นะ
already committed. JP gets
ถ้า
traded
แบบ
out, but
พี่เลว
Sanford
สี่ปุ๊บ
finds Kyle, and now
กูจะ
Sanford
ขี่
with the
กูจะ
stolen
ขี่ให้
Vegas
รอด
Fire gets to take down Haji as well.
The read by Sanji
Vaya
to steal
cura.
the ultimate of the Lapu Lapu to be able to deal more damage in that fight. What's the turning point? 2 kills right away for the Lone Stallion.
Ooh, and Sanford's going to get a whole lot of that extra gold right now, too.
สองคนเนี้ย
Off
แม่ง
of that
เก่า
fight.
เกมเลยเนี่ย
A very decisive early turtle already for TLPH to go ahead and give them this bit of a lead.
Yeah, I guess this is one
Ferb-
of the things I was really
Ferb แม่ง
looking out
มาเกม
for.
แรก
Like how
มา
does
แค่ฟูลเวียนเกม
Sanford
แรกอะ
utilize the eye for an eye to take advantage of the crowd controls that are coming in
Ow.
the Falcons, but Teddy, he will be taken down by Ogwin there. No way out for him, unfortunately. Oh, the land shaker still lands. Flop, can he actually find the kill on Sanford? The Region 2 makes it. These two XP laners, oh my goodness.
Flop and 40, what a show. Carl Teasy gets spotted by Oakland. Grab.
Okay, grab brings him closer to Super Marco, but they don't have enough damage to work with Carl just yet.
Yeah, there's even with a Valir, it's not like you have a bunch of bursts yet just to be able to use. It's more of a bit of a dot damage, and then the stun, of course, that comes with it. So even if you get a good grab, it's a little difficult to capitalize on a kill, at least for now. We'll see what itemization Haji decides to go with here.
First utility item for the board for anyone is a Dreadnought armor for Kyle. Thinking about Sanford and, not even Sanji, because he'll still be dealing magic and a little bit of physical when he steals the Bravest Fighter away. It's Flap with the War Axe first. Ogren, I think, is forced to build. Trying to see what's he goes for the Molten Essence. Oh, is he going to turn that into a full-on Cursed Helmet? That might be too much if he does.
Sanji picks up the Lightning Pension already too. Has no idea there are actually 2 members there. At least he got the check though. Okay, can Teddy follow up? No.
Good check. Super Marco's going to be fine. So they'll rotate for this turtle. Carltesi was holding it there to see if they could make a play, but he'll wait for the team to kind of rotate for the turtle. Flap jumps in.
That was the Blade of the Heptases in for Sanford. Glorious Pathway already committed as well. 4 members being zoned out. 2 Messon from the Land Shaker, but Teddy is here to join the fight. He's actually throwing out all those shurikens and a flicker from Sanji yet again with another stolen Bravest Fighter. Kyle and Ogwen have to run away, but Sanji's going for the chase, and he finds another double.
Sanji just saying, I am you and better. And he's looking for it. But JP will secure the kill.
คนละเรื่องกับเกมแรกเลยอะ
Trade here. Grab brings him closer to JP.
He's committing it.
Get him, Ogwen.
Okay.
We're
just watching this unfold.
What?
He's still alive. Ogwen, Sanford on the skilling spree as well. Finds Haji too. Now it's Flap. Tries to look for the trades, but it's the Electro final blow.
เราไปเล่นกับเบเน่
Liquid
เนี่ย
finally
เบเน่สกินเนี้ย
Oh,
สวยสุดละ
built-in regen for Valentina. If I'm not mistaken, that's through her second skill.
ไม่เอาสกินมาด้วยนะวาเลน
Maneuvers. That was a maneuver. Pure rage. Oh no, yeah, she has mana, so she doesn't regain health. I love this battle between these two, man. These two always put on a show.
We need cameras everywhere, as nicely said.
That was just really good. I've gone fan mode. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just, I'm just appreciating now.
You just see these kind of team fights, and you know exactly why this is a clash of Titans here. Now, Team Falcons find themselves in a very tough situation. You're talking about 6 minutes in. Taking a look at the Infinix hand cam here, specifically for Sanford on this Benedetta, who's been doing work, man. 4-0.
Sansan has been doing work. They're both 4-0-3, mirrored KDA.
This is the Sansan game.
This is the Sand game for sure.
Yeah, if Liquid does win this game, can we like have 2 MVPs?
But it's just Sansan.
Sansan, and you count them as one.
They are one.
Or you do some weird amalgamation of their faces melded together.
Wait, I think I saw something similar to that like a couple seasons ago.
I think there's tools out there in the world that can actually do that pretty quickly. But going back to this one.
Let's get a human to do it.
No, Redmar, there's not enough time.
Okay.
Last turtle of the game is up. It's started up by Carl Teasy. Team Falcons might be looking to scrape something up if they can, but they have so much room to cover here. They can't even get space into the objective, and I think even the First Lord might look like that.
Yeah, now they have to find a way to get a bit more farm for Super Marco, because River Control and he's gone!
Unstoppable for
อะไรคือไปรำใส่เบเน่วะ
happening here in the purple buff. Glorious pathway already used.
อะไรคือไปรำใส่เบเน่วะ
JP is the trade for Team Falcons.
Oh, JP goes down, but a trade, and Super Marco falls further behind in the gold lane right now. He might have been able to farm up the best he can, but every death sets him back further. Sanford still knows that he's confident enough on this Benedetta to get out of these sticky situations.
No way! Oh my god!
โอ้โหแล้วเอาสุดด้วย
Kill for 40! Kyle tried to chase him. There goes
เฮ้ยมันไปฝึกวิชามาเหรอวะ
Will he
โอ้
still
ดูดิ
try and go
ดู
for
ดิ
another outplay? A Razor
Oh,
Trap
wait.
already lands, but it's not enough. Carl Teasy joining
เพื่อน
in.
มาแล้ว
Flash Shield Unity. Oh, the taunt actually catches him in time. But then, can they do this?
Under the turret.
Kyle under the turret. Finds an outplay on Carl Teasy.
Okay, Doctors are finding turnarounds. So the reason why Kyle could not get help for the longest time is because the members of Liquid decided to commit into the mid lane to delay the help for Kyle. But now Carl and Sanji got a little
Sanford
bit too
MVP
greedy.
เลยตอนเนี้ย
Sanji
ดูดิ
died in the mid lane
ยั
with
ง
the
รวยอะ
diversion that Liquid was doing, while Carl Teasy just took too much damage from the turrets. Still, it's Liquid in the lead. This Sanford Benedetta is dealing way too much damage. It's full
โดนมึง
item,
เว็บไทย
full
มึงโด
damage
น
item that he's going for. Heptasis and then the
โอ้ย
Sea
มึงทำไม่ดีเหรอ
That's why you hurt so much.
อุ้ยแล้วดูแม่งเล่นคนเดียวเลยอะ
So final blow cancelled, but he still gets to use it to
Whoa.
get to safety.
Somebody stop this guy. I mean, Sanford is just out of control. 7-0-3.
เอาแล้วซันฟอร์ดเอาใหญ่เล
And even
ย
earlier, that play under the turret, Carl Teasy smiled after he died because I think they were just going for a style point at that point. And now they continue to put the pressure on the turret.
Oh, Liquid are all over the place. Haji falling down first is not looking good for Falcons.
Oh no.
All 5 members approaching mid.
โอ้โหพังหมดเลย
The
9 นาที
stampede has been on, and Falcons with their wings continue to get trampled through Sansan, through the IMU of the Valentina, through the individual play of Sanford.
I don't know how many eyes he's collecting, man. I know it's called eye for an eye, but Sanford's got nearly the whole team and the wings from Team Falcons right now as Lord is secured. I'm wondering, I'm curious how Team Falcons defends this push. Their wave clear, it's not the best.
Yeah.
You know, they might have to utilize their ultimates, especially the Claude, and then you have the Valier. I mean, he's just now getting the golden staff. Super Marco doesn't even have the Trinity. He's still working on the Cross Scythe. Yes, he's got the bow there, but man, they have so much ground to cover at this point.
Yeah.
And they got control. TLPH looking to punch it into the base here.
When things are way too even in the draft, it takes individual greatness to make it go in favor of the opposing team, and Sanford is feeling it. He knows that Liquid are on the way to completing the reverse sweep of Falcons.
We should get the Infinix hand cam for that.
Yeah, we should have used it here.
Yeah, here we go. Base being pressured. Glorious Pathway drop down as they wait for the Lord to go ahead and charge in.
Okay, that's a flicker used by Ogwen. I think in an attempt to find someone or at least deny Liquid from pushing forward.
Sucks here for Falcons as now Blade Armor is also up for Carl Teasy. Chastise there for Kyle, but at this point it's really Sanford, Benedetta, that's your biggest problem. That's the majority of the damage coming out of him.
Okay, the grab finally lands.
JP ข้างหลัง
But JP
is
so free to walk back towards his teammates, and now even the ultimates are getting used. He no longer has his. Team Liquid are going at Falcons. Teddy finds the kill on Flat Kyle, even with the energy eruption. Barely finds a play for his team.
Yeah, that was a desperate move by Ogwen. He already committed his flicker in the last defense up top. Him committing that grab was not the right move.
Oh my goodness, the damage from Sanji. It's insane. Now there is another taunt coming in from Kyle, but they somehow still defend the base turret. At least for Falcons. They're able to do that much more. Sanji! Oh my goodness, amazing good from Super Marco. Liquid are going to be okay with this. Teddy.
They gotta get out.
นำเขาอย่างดี
They had to disengage.
โด
That
น
was
แล้ว
a little bit too messy and chaotic, but TLPH just kind of seeing just how much they can get away with.
Bro, the Sansan game.
พอคนหูเงียบเลย
This is the Sansan game.
Can we somehow get both of them as MVPs?
โอ้มึงเอา MVP ไปเลยแซนฟอร์ด
He stole the blazing duet to survive that, bro.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because even if you want to look at Haji to be the guy to stop these engages from Team Liquid, it seems as if he's just always forced to use his skills way too early. Just because.
Yeah.
It's literally just because. And now they find Kyle all alone once again. Even if Open is there, there's not much he can do. Sanford too, trying to take care of the back lines. The grab actually lands on Teddy. Might be massive for Falcons right here. But then Open is left all alone. And now Sanford up against Far! Still finds the kill on Kyle!
Oh, and they're gonna deal with Open too. He's split off from the team.
Oh my goodness, another stolen Bravest Fighter. That's 2 members of Falcons down. And Open isolated up.
ไปแล้วไปแล้ว
To Liquid
All
in their
right.
territory. It seems like they don't care anymore. They're gonna try and go for the end. That's gonna be Sanford once again. Legendary on this Benedetta. Open 2's gonna fall, but Flap finds a shutdown.
Flap's still fighting. He might be able to keep them into this game if he can buy enough time and clear out this waves, but now JP makes his way to the base.
Okay, JP's here.
Kyle's back. Marco in 4. Marco in 3.
They're good. They bought enough time. That was a split team fight, but ultimately it all leads to TLPH to take this Lord here.
Okay.
They're going. Oh, Liquid decided to slow it down because they know Falcons will be desperate enough to try and go forward. They leave Marco to clear up minion waves. Valir is back. Will be able to clear the one up top. And Falcons still position, but they're not going to be able to go for the full one yet.
Okay.
Haji with the Divine Glaive still not going to be enough. It's way too easy for Liquid to access. The Valir would have been good if it was a different, slower EXP laner, but again, this Benedetta has been massive. Malefic Roar already, full damage item build is there for Sanford.
Oh, of course, Pathway dropped down. They're looking to cut off Team Falcons.
Literally cutting them off here. It's only Teddy and Carl working on this objective, and that's all it took for Liquid to push Falcons back. The glorious Pathway and the threat of, I guess you could count them as 2 XP laners now, because Sanji just keeps getting the bravest fighter.
This has been the Liquid show. Channeling back to the House of Highlights. Only up to the Queen's Wings, 4 Flaps, Lapu Lapu. Oh, almost completely taken down Sanford, but of course, the Rose Gold Meteor is there to provide the shields that he needs. Liquid have too many items. They can end it here. They just need to make sure it's steady for Teddy, and Sanji and Sanford deal the damage to help set up for the carry.
Okay, JP tries to go in first. Oh, he's stunned under the turret, though.
JP.
Might not be good for Team Liquid. Still survives, already using the Revitalize. Sanford waiting for the right timing to just go in. The minions are already inside! Open already forced to flicker out, he's very low! Sanford still finishes off the job! The Lord gets working off by Team Falcons. Sanford going for the bravest fighter, but Falcons
Falcons are just gonna clear the wave.
Liquid is still standing there waiting for the next minion waves to come in.
ใครเฟส
There's
ลิน
no
แพ้
more
หม
glue.
ด
It's 5 versus 4. Liquid's still in this.
Okay.
But Falcons will try to hold on.
Another glorious pathway available. There you go. JP already using it to try and go in. Multiple attempts from Falcons to defend. But in the end of the day, it's Flap who's miraculously trying to go to defense. It's a triple kill for Teddy and a win for Team Liquid.
โดนนำก่อน 1-0 ครับจบเกม 2-1
Gold laner of the season. And they
2-1
win
ว่ะ
through a reverse sweep. Welcome to the MPL.
ขอ
Liquid
คอน
steady with Teddy.
ขอคอน
And
จ๋า
then to the front, the San duo that just
พี่มาแล้วน้อง
dominated together in this game of 3. Led up with Sanford again. The clash of the Titans concludes once more with TLPH getting the win. An epic series to start off our day here.
The Benedetta pick changed the game.
เงียบ
And
เลย
how Sanji early on, man, using and taking the bravest fighter. Falcons were taken to their limit. They started off the series completely bodying Liquid.
Yeah. Oh man, I bet the highlight team back there is like, all right, what do we put for the highlights here later on? Because
this was such a good play. Sanford held on to the Petrify. He used it mid-fight, and then Sanji with the bravest fighter to make sure that Haji gets taken out. Again, if this was any other EXP laner, that Valir would have had a better experience, but it's a
ออฟโซนไปซันฟอร์ดตั้งแต่อาวุธเองแล้ว
I'm not even sure if Falcons expected that. Falcons were expecting a slower front to back. That's why they ended up with the full damage assassin Benedetta. What a game changer.
you forget how deadly it can be.
อ๋อ
So
look at this.
it's the glue Valir not winning.
It's not winning.
ระหว่างรอ
Not winning, yeah.
And maybe it can. Like, maybe at some point it can, but going against a Benedetta like that in the hands of the Apex Predator, man, it's kind of tough to deal with. And smiles across her face for TLPH, but what an amazing series. This is just one of those ones with a lot of highlights. We've got to throw it on stage, though, to hear with our winning interview with TLPH.
MPL super fans, this is
Oh,
it.
kita kami ya.
Clash of Titans for nothing. Give it up for Team Liquid Philippines.
อ้าวต้องร้องอินก่อนเหรอ
Wow! Reverse sweep para sa inyo guys. At syempre, hindi natin pwedeng palagpasin ang isang legendary gamit ang Benedetta na yon, Sanford!
อ้าวหมดแล้วกูล็อกแล้วนี่
Sanford! Anong meron sa Benedetta mo? Ba't ngayon lang namin nakita yung ganon?
รอ
Ano ba ang motivation?
นู่นแหละมันน่าจะประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงอยู่คิดว่านะหวานเจี๊ยบหวานเจี๊ยบไปเล่นโรลิเก็บแต้มโรลิต่อนี่จ้ะเดี๋ยวเก็บแต้มโรลิต่อโอ้โหตังค์ให้กูไปไหนเยอะเนี่ยโอ้ยมันมีเบิดแล้วมันมีเบิดแล้วอันนี้อะไรเนี่ยเล่น3 แมตช์เล่น3 แมตช์อันดับ77เหนื่อยยังคงเป็นโน1ไทยอยู่นะแต่คนนี้เขาไล่พี่มาแล้วพี่ยังไม่ได้เล่นเลยเนี่ยอยู่อันดับ77เอาเอ็มอาร์ขึ้นสัก 5,000 ถ้าเอาเอ็มอาร์ขึ้น 5,000 ถ้าทันนะ4 ชั่วโมงเนี่ยก็น่าจะอยู่ประมาณเนี่ยประมาณเนี้ยอันดับที่34 33 34ถ้าเอาขึ้น 5,000 นะจาก 4,485ถ้าทันนะลองดูพักเบรก
ว้าว
ถึงตาทีมคุณแบ
ร
นแล้ว
อแข่งเริ่มไหมรอแข่งเริ่ม
โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่จะแบน
โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่จะแบนขอบคุณครับยูฟอรินเหรอ
ตาฝ่ายศัต
ลื
รู
มกิน
เลือก
เบียร์ได้ไง
แล้ว
วะเนี่ย
The clouds are ever shifting, but this heart remains steadfast.
S2ไม่เบียร์เลยนะโอ้โหทั้งตีกูมีแต่พม่าออร์เจนตินาไงเพื่อน
is in sight soldier เลือกแล้ว
อยากมีเรื่องเหรอถามหมัดข้าก่อนเถอะ
Alright got him lined up in my sight โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่ต้องการเล่น
กูจะเล่นได้ไหมน้องกูไม่ไว้ใจเลยตาเนี่ยไม่เล่นดีกว่ากูไม่เล่นไอ้ตัวนี้ดีกว่า
This land is our homeland and it will soon be your burial ground
ไม่เล่นโรลีดีกว่าไม่ชัวร์ว่ะ
คอลเลกเตอร์เดือนหน้าตัวไรพอรู้มะ
ไม่รู้เลยคอลเลกเตอร์เดือนหน้าตัวอะไรไม่รู้เลยให้เกียวฉันยังไม่มีปัญญาจะเอาดูดิ
ถึงตาทีมที่เลือกแล้ว
ขนาดไทยเกียวฉันยังไม่มีปัญญาจะเอาเลย
ไม่มีอะไรผูกมัดข้าได้ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นครอบครัวหรือโชคชะตา
ไม่มีอะไร
คริสตันฉันพร้อมมากรอแต่ตัวที่อยากได้เข้า
อ๋อคือดองไว้เลยใช่ไหมฮันดาบิซานโจเนลเคิร์ดคิมมี่โอ้ยก็เล่นตัวนี้ก็ไม่เอาขึ้นมาก่อนนี่ถ้าเกิด
จาก 5,000 แล้ว
ถ้าเกิดกูรัดพิกเนี่ยกูเล่นโรลิต้าเนี่ยน่าจะสบายอ่ะดูดิฮันดาบิเขาไม่แบนคนหนึ่งอ่ะอ๋อจะ 5,000 แล้วจัดไปดีจัดไปของมันต้องมี
ยินดีต้อนรับสู่โมบายเลเจนส์อีก 5 วินาทีศัตรูจะเข้าสู่สนามรบเตรียมถล่มให้ราบกองกำลังทั้งหมดเคลื่อนพลแล้ว
Rock like this place. Maybe put Castle down.
ไม่เคยได้เล่นนะลืม
ขอก
กำลังเสริม
มึงรีบมาเคลียร์กลางนี่โอ้ย
ขอกำลังเสริม
Let Grok go first.
โจมตีเลย
เห็นไหมน่ะ
Don't go. Help fix castle.
Invading jungle
มอนเขาไม่เห็นเหรอวะ
Grok put in castle.
ว่าทีมเขามาแกงไม่เห็นเหรอเพื่อน
Don't go.
2 นาทีแล้วโกเซนกูยังไม่4อยู่เห็นไหม
Ancient ones may don't go.
โอ้โหลิง
Enemy reach level 4 ขอโทษนะ
นี่ก็ขอโทษนะตายตาย
Invading jungle
เขาเห็นมึงอ่ะเพื่อน
Don't go.
ขึ้นมาน้องสวย
If rain come, rain can hide in Grok's castle. Don't go.
คือไข่ไม่เสถียร
คือขาย
Stones have age. Grok only have runaway castle.
โอ้พระเจ้าจอร์จกูเสียอ่อน
Ancient
กู
ones make Grok, teach Grok, but now Grok alone.
กูเสียอ่อนกูมือ2ไอ้สัส
Don't go.
มึง
Let Grok go first.
บ่ได้เอาเด้อไม่ได้อยู่เด้อเพื่อน
ถอยทับ
3 ตัวแล้วจ้าคุณยอนจ้า
Grok almost stepped on tiny friend.
3 ตัวแล้วนะจ๊ะ
Don't go. Grok likes sleeping. Castle building. If ring don't go.
What the fuck
เ
Stones have age. Runaway castle. Uh-oh.
ป้อมของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว ขอกำลังเสริม
เฮียมอดโคบกู
ของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
Every stone don't roll.
โอ้มอดโคบมึงแพ้เลนฮานาบิเหรอ เอาดีเพื่อน
ศัตรูสังหารเต่าเทพเราถูกทำลายปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
โอ้พระเจ้าจอร์ด
Don't roll.
ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูก
โอ้พระเจ้าจอร์ด
เป็นเกมที่สุดยอด
โอ้โห03
ของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
ดีแหละที่กูไม่เล่นโลลิต้า เสีย
ป้อมของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว
The land heals all.
ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
Don't roll. If rain come, friend can hide in Grok's castle.
เป็นตัวแกเขาไม่เป็นนะ
ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจม
มัน
ตี
ปาไปไหนวะนั่น
Don't crawl on
ป้อม
Grok,
ของเรา
little
ถูก
bug.
ทำลายแล้ว
Don't roll. Every stone knows Grok is strongest.
ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
Don't roll.
เชี่ยพี่ออน โอ้แล้วกูเปิดให้ใครวะน่ะกูเปิดให้ใครวะน่ะ
ของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว
เจ๊เจ๊
ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
Grok had good nap.
ของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี ศัตรูสังหารหลอก
Stones have age. Grok only have stories to tell.
อย่าพลาดนะ
Grok, don't go. Go first.
ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี Brilliant destroy. Slain. Enemy rampage. ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
ลูซิออนกู
ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีป้อมของเราถูกทำลายป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีแล้ว
มันเล่นเอาแอคนิ้วหว่า
Whoops. Grok almost stepped on Tony's friend. Don't go. Out of Grok's way.
กันเวทอีกทีหนึ่งขึ้น
Ancient
โบราณ
ones
ก็น่าจะ
made
ไหวแล้ว
Grok. Siege Grok. But now, Grok alone.
เฮ้ยมึงแบ่งคิวให้มอสโคบมาดิ
Every stone knows Grok is
ยา
strongest.
ยาเพื่อนยายา
ถอยทัพฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีแล้ว
Fist of stones, brittle bones.
มีคนอยู่ไกลอ่ะ
Very old. Runaway castle. If rain come, friend can hide in Grok's castle.
ฮันเดอร์บียิงระวังเพื่อนเลี้ยงดีมึงชนะได้กูก็งึดอ่ะมึงชนะได้กูงึดอ่ะเอา
The land heals all. If rain come, friend can hide in Grok's castle. Don't go. Out of
รู้สึกของแท้ว่ะนี่กูแบ่งให้มอสครบกูชนะได้นี่กูงึดเลยนะ
Let Grok go first. Ancient Siege
ทีมของคุณทำลายป้อมได้สำเร็จ
เชี่ย นี่กูชนะได้ไงวะ กูชนะได้ไงวะเนี่ยอาจจะอีพิกคัมแบ็กอีพิกคัมแบ็กต้องเลี้ยงมอสครบให้มอสครบซอยฟรีอะ
การแยกดวงจิตไม่ใช่
ฮะอะไรวะน่ะโอ้โหกูไม่น่าจะสู้วาเลนหรอกมั้งเนี่ย
สองมุมมองสองจิตวิญญาณ
น้องยังไม่ได้ดันต่อเลยว่ะ16 นาที โอ้โหตำนานทำไมมันเล่นดีจังวะ มันอยู่ตำนานทำไมมันเล่นดีจังวะ ไม่มีใครกดอยู่นะ
Anong masabi ko sa laban namin, ang tinaguriang Clash of Titans? Masaya. Bigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban, tsaka babawi kami sa kanila kasi tinalo nila kami simple. Sa pasabi ko pala kay Teddy Cutie, good luck sa amin.
Masabi mo sa mga nanonood, Pops?
Ha?
Sa mga nanonood?
Sa mga nanonood, enjoy lang nila ang MPL.
Daddy D o Daddy J? Adje o Sanje? Pili.
Birds ako, birds.
Birds, nice one, Pops. Nice pili, Pops.
Ikaw pa rin.
Ikaw pa rin, mahal, Cho.
Baby ko.
Uy, sama ako dyan! Nilalaro nyo. Ay, hindi mo pala yun. Hello guys, debut game ko sa TLPH. First match kalaban namin Falcons. Sobrang saya lang guys kasi nandito na ako sa big stage ng MPL. Kaya solid. Masasabi ko sa sa fans ng Team Liquid. Patuloy nyo supportahan yung Team Liquid. Patuloy nyo ako supportahan, guys. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. Yung preparation ko sa gold lane, guys, nag-prepare ako para sa sa laning na kasi malakas din ka-laning si Super Marco tsaka veteran na rin, kaya pinag-practice ko talaga yung laning ko. Yun ang feel ko po na makakalaro po sa MPL stage kasi sobrang saya po kasi big stage, pinakamalaking stage sa MLBB, kaya sobrang saya at sobrang exciting.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now! Wow!
70
You know
game.
your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
ไม่ได้เล่นแล้วครับ
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharge with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharge with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations?
We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello class, so matanong ko lang, sa Scream, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag.
จงกูเยอะขนาดนี้เลยเหรอจะติดท็อปแล้วมั้งเนี่ยทำไมไม่เข้าไปข้างในวะล่ะ เอาขวานดูดเลือดว่ะ จะเล่นโหลด
Magandang hapon sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Narito na tayo sa pangalawang laban sa ating Super Fan Saturday. Para sa hapon na ito at kami ang inyong makakasama. Uwumi pa rin kasama dito si Hans Galeria at pati na rin si Midnight. At para naman sa ating English Desk Naisu, kumusta kayo dyan?
And over here, it's still us. It's me. And over here, it's still us. It's me, Naisu, Brigida, and Redmar will be joining you for the English broadcast in just a bit.
At itong second matchup natin ay laban ng TNC kontra Omega. Pero ang pinakaunang laban natin kanina na Clash of the Titans ay umabot ng 3 games. Tuloy ang curse ni Brigida.
And iba ka iba ka talaga.
Akala ko naman na, ay hindi yun ang sasabihin niya. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin na nag-disclaimer ako na it does not apply to the Clash of Titans.
Abot mo nga dun. Abot mo dun. Alam mo, sa
Yung
totoo lang.
ano yung New Year New Me ha. So malakas talaga yung kanilang pagpapag. Ayan,
Okay lang naman mag Game 3.
Okay lang naman.
Basta Clash of Titans, okay lang.
Ang ganda kasi ng laban natin kanina at maganda din ang laban natin ngayon sa Omega kontra TNC dahil magna-number 2 na ang signal ng ating bagyo sa laban na ito. The signal number 2 intensifies Storm and Benny QD.
And I have to say, Storm's arrival dito sa TNC felt like it was just right. You know, parang tamang-tama yung pieces na pagkaalagay kay Storm. We saw it in the mic check yesterday, yung shot calls niya, full sentence pare. You don't see that very often, pero to think na makikinig yung 4 na members na nandun says a lot about this team.
Oh, usually yung mga parang bagong salang, I think even earlier sa mic check ng Team Liquid, nakita natin si Teddy na hindi naman siya masyadong kumikibo. Pero that time, si Storm ay very vocal siya. And even in interviews, nakakatuwa na hindi niya talaga pinaparamdam or pinapakita na he feels even the smallest lang na amount ng kaba. Diba?
Yeah, and think about it. Storm hasn't played with Jacqueline for how many years? Not seasons. It's been years since they last played together, but their connection was instant. Jacqueline and Storm have this free flow that we haven't seen from TNC just yet, that we haven't seen since the playoffs when it was them popping up last season. So it has to be a good sign for TNC heading into this, and a little bit of a warning for Omega that now there's a team on the other side that just when you thought it would take a long time for them to find their footing, they found their footing and they're running away with it.
Oo, at nararamdaman talaga natin yung improvement ng TNC Pro Team with Storm coming in. Of course, kasama na rin si Benny Cutie dito. Our signal number 2 na mukhang masaya na magkasama ngayon sa ating camera ngayon.
Yung una na balita, low pressure area lang eh. Ngayon yung barangay kailangan mag-ready para sa paparting na bagyo. And I feel like
this is a big challenge, honestly, for Smart Omega. Kasi even these two, they know each other. They've been performing really well on the past game na nakita natin. May connection din talaga. And ngayon, mukhang maganda rin yung bonding. And this is what I really like. It's not just about the stats. It's not just about yung capacity ng ating mga players. But for TNC, it's all about synergy. Kasi because of this change, I do feel like it has changed the way that TNC plays the game.
I mean, you see it from the stats there too. And I know you said it's not all about the stats, Midnight, but definitely something that really stood out was the way that Stone played. And I think, you know, some people, when they see him for the first time playing back in the MPL Philippines after being in Malaysia for how many seasons, you can see that experience, that even the play style that is known for over there, right? And then he applies it, and it just fits so well with the play style, I think, of TNC in general.
At nakakatuwang makita, no, na kahit pa sabihin natin nanggaling sa international scene, naka-farm ng ibang experience, ay para bang Pinoy pa rin talaga ang flavor ng TNC Pro Team. Now with signal number 2, locking in for this game. Kalaban nila ang Omega. Na for the longest time, ay hinahanap na rin natin yung spark na hanggang ngayon ata ay kailangan pa nilang hanapin.
From the looks of it, I feel like yung nabanggit mo sa Omega is exactly what is missing from them. These are players that have had ton of experience from the start. Overseas, probably dito rin sa Pilipinas. Pero yung pagsama nila, that's what we're looking for.
Well, aalamin natin, insider mismo kasama ang ating mga players doon. Pumunta muna tayo sa interview na to kasama si Ryzen.
May tingin po dyan
a few minutes, magsisimula na yung match 2 natin. But meanwhile, I'm here with the longest standing member of Smart Omega, Ryzen. Kahapon, umabot kayo sa 3 games against Twisted Minds. And of course, hindi nakuha. But kamusta yung
ไม่แข่งยาวจัด
yung
wow.
After that match po yung team namin parang masaya pa rin kasi kahit paano nakaisa naman eh. Parang yung ginagol po kasi talaga namin parang kahit parang yung tingin namin parang marathon to. Hindi naman parang kahit slow start okay lang.
And speaking of slow start, Ryzen, merong nabubuong idea na ang Smart Omega para sila yung mga bida sa pelikula. Una, mabubugbog, tapos biglang lalakas. Tama ba yung idea nila na gano'n yung Smart Omega na slow adjustments but with a bang at the end?
Siguro lang, di lang talaga nagbabago every season kasi every season parang gano'n pa rin nangyari sa Smart Omega eh. Siguro parang di naman namin sinasadya na mabugbog talaga sa simula. Talagang natututo lang kami sa mga namin, mga laban namin.
Kumbaga bawat bugbog may lesson.
And
of course, later, kalaban nyo ang TNC. Ano sa tingin mo yung mga issues na dapat i-address? Anong mga adjustments yung ine-expect na makita ng audience from you?
Expect ng audience parang hindi na kami yung kahapon na Omega. Mas magaling kami ngayon.
Mas magaling. Buo pa yung confidence. Buo pa yung puso at syempre yung tiwala. And of course, we will throw it back to the casters to proceed with our match.
มันเพิ่งแข่งสัปดาห์ที่2เนี่ย สัปดาห์ที่
Maraming salamat, Thea and Ryzen, and I'm loving the confidence from Ryzen. I didn't expect na may ganong kapangyarihang sumagot si Ryzen early on in this series.
คนที่บอกว่ามาแบบ
You don't expect it from someone that has been at the bottom. Pero sabi nga nila, nowhere to go but up, right?
คนที่บอกว่ามาแบบ
I think it's one of those things that their fans, the Barangay, they're waiting to see happen.
Well, ito na nga rin, inabangan na natin kung ano nga ba ang kailangan gawin ng parehas na kupunan. Ito ang the how ng ating Infinix Keys to Victory analyst. Kayo na muna. Maraming salamat, Renmar, para sa
คนที่เหมือนมาดีนะล่วงอ่ะ
pag-present ng kailangan nilang gawin for this match. Now, let's start with Omega. Kailangan nila maging ready sa early and fast 5-man setups. Nakita natin yung signal number 2 na bagyo ay napakabilis gumalaw mula dito sa TNC. So, kailangan nilang abangan yung mga early rotations and movements coming up from the trio mid of TNC. And also, when it comes to objective, you have to stand firm na para bang puno na hindi papahangin at papatumba sa mga bagyo. They have to play for the setups for TNC not to be able to take these big objectives in the early game. Now, for TNC, what about Renmar?
Well, it links up with the very first key to victory for Omega. Break down Omega's flaky early game. We saw the TNC, they've greatly improved their early to mid game with how smarter, sharper the rotations are between Stone and Jacknu. As long as they keep that up, honestly, they're going to be fine. But they have to deny as much meta heroes from Omega in the draft. Now, this is a bit of a double-edged sword because we've already seen from Omega, Perkziva can suddenly show up with a chip. Funnily enough, a lot of the meta heroes that we have right now can mess up the strategy that the chip wants to bring. So, well, if you can deny a lot of the meta heroes from Omega, if you can plant yourself with unique picks, maybe steal the chip away, bring out something that will make Omega really get tested so that there isn't a lot of comfort through the specific positions, looking at EXP lane again.
Yung mga ganitong klaseng drafting decisions ay pwede din nating makita talaga maya-maya lamang. And of course, yung mga early game moves na mapapansin na rin natin mula sa ating roamers. So far, sa laban na ito, ay para bang ito yung magiging pahinga natin sa nakita natin kanina? Sure. Dapat, pero parang sa mga sagutan ni Ryzen at pati na rin yung signal number 2, para bang gusto nilang damangan yung palabas kanina.
Alam mo, parang ano nga eh, ito yung pwede kang, alam mo, shutdown mo yung utak mo and then enjoy the show. Kasi hindi natin alam kung ano yung mga i-expect. Maybe Ryzen becomes explosive in this match. Maybe we see a resurgence of like different fighters. Kasi nakita na natin, sinimulan na ni Sanford kanina, nilabas niya yung Benedetta. We have James on the side of Smart Omega na kung ano-ano rin yung fighters na nilalaro on the EXP.
Well, parang ang sarap pagbida ng mga EXP laners ngayon, no?
Actually. James and Trimar kasi to eh, yung magiging matchup pala natin. So I think in line dun sa mga kinds of EXP laners na na-bring up natin kanina, parang sila yung medyo nakasabayan din kasi. Diba?
I see where you guys are going at, but I think I'm gonna look at one guy here. Where's the... Come on. Best gold laner in the world? Netsky? Hello?
Yeah.
What's happening, Netsky?
Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, come on, man. Acknowledge Netsky. Netsky is the one who says, I'm the best here. I'm number one. I want to see Omega draft for Netsky. Allow Nets to shine. Allow him to play the superstar that he is.
I have to agree. I have to agree because I'm waiting for more.
Let me pose a question though.
All right, what's the question?
How do you deal with signal number 2 with flying clouds?
Oy! Oy!
The
Cloud Prince. Si Netsky ang Cloud Prince. Isa sa mga naging, I would say, one of the funnier monikers na nakita natin dati.
And he owned it.
He owned it.
He did it again. Yesterday.
He did it again.
Tol, na-excite tuloy ako. Paano kaya kung yung first map na naman, flying clouds na naman? Kasi laging ganun yung nangyayari pag kalaban yung Omega, flying clouds. Tapos ngayon,
yeah, again, if we're going to be looking at the side lanes, I know we put a lot of pressure on the EXP lane here in the MPL Philippines, rightfully so. But I'm going to look at it a little bit differently, man. I want to see the gold lane. I want to see both teams see what they can do to really allow and empower their gold lane to be more of an impact. The gold lane has turned into... Wait, farm ka lang dyan.
That's true.
Farm up, don't die. Join us by Turtle 3, Lord 1. You're doing your job. I want to see gold laners get out of the lane again and go back to Turtle 2. Get out of lane early. Get farm. Double lane. Join up.
Hellcat Netsky.
Speaking of joy.
Not just that, but also early game marksman na para bang hindi na natin nakikita.
Yeah.
I think one of the few heroes na naalala ko rin kay Netsky would be Bruno. Pati na rin yun. Parang ang tagal na natin hindi nakikita yung pick na yun.
Rapid Boots, no? Rapid Boots Bruno, naalala ko. Season 10.
Yeah,
hindi pa sikat si Bruno ay para bang gamit na ito ni Nets. But other than the risky picks na nakikita natin mula sa Omega, for TNC naman, vintage Binuya ang nakita natin last series. Ngayon naman ba may vintage Chakno ba tayo pwede ma-expect?
Classic Chakno, no?
The Marcel yesterday, I think that was he was able to go ahead and perform the way that people are used to seeing Chaknu play. And the thing is he can do that with the majority of heroes. So if he's, channeling that inner alpha mentality, that's something that he can definitely do.
Yeah, which is great, and specifically for Stone, kung isa siya sa mga pinaka nakapagpa-activate nun ulit. Kasi parang ang makita ulit natin yung ganung klase of super aggressive gameplay from Chaknu. And Stone is capable of pairing up with Chaknu really well, even on heroes like the Marcel. So what more kapag ka, diba?
I have more wish this year, since we're talking about Chaknu, we talked about gold laners. I want to see any of these two teams pull a page out of the book of Navi Indonesia and put a Bellerican Rome. I know that's something that we don't see a lot here. We've seen it once or twice here in the Philippines in previous seasons. I think it was 14 the last time we saw him.
Yeah.
It was Chapman that played it. It was the Belleric. So that's my crazy wish list for this one. I want to see one Belleric game.
I second the motion.
What about What about Masha?
What about Masha Rome?
I second the motion too.
Ang dami nating pwedeng makita dito, no? Especially from Chuck, no? As far as I remember, yung Belleric game na yun ay Louis ang kanilang mid laner kung saan pinapadala nila yung Belleric sa mga purple buff ng mga junglers kanina. In which case ay naging malupit din ang mga laban sa loob ng jungle. Tandaan natin, first series natin was Kyle versus Carl. This time, our jungle matchup will be Zyda versus Ryzen. Dalawa din na grabe yung microhan.
You know, I wonder, since yun yung nakita natin in the first match, kasi meron tayong bits of utility, meron din tayong nakita bits of assassin. Where are the two teams gonna go? Are they gonna share a piece of both those books, or will they stick to just one specific role, which is the assassin na kilala natin? Si Ryzen for most of the time being one of the best funny users for quite some moment, and si Zyda na nag-showcase ng kanyang skills during Season 16.
That's true. At kung naaalala natin, no, si Zyda at si Ryzen ay sikat na funny players sa mga oras na yon. Napakaganda ng kanilang performance. At napakaganda din ang mga diskusyon natin dito. Maraming salamat sa ating English panel. At ngayon magsisimula na ang ating laban. I-welcome na natin ang ating players.
To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals, Luis, Miko, Dojin, and JD. They have felt the sting, but the heart of the barangay never stops beating. Let's hear it for Smart Omega! Coming off of a dominant win, the rise continues. Phoenix Army, it is your TNC Pro Team!
มาเชียร์แข่งจนติดแฟนตัวยงฮะแต่ TNC เมื่อวานคือแบบเล่นเขายับเลยอ่ะ
And our head referee
เล่นเขายับอ่ะเล่นเขายับแบบยับเลย
Please welcome our head coaches, Coach RORA and Coach Itmax. Welcome to another super fan Saturday match. MPL Arena makes some noise!
เล่นเขายับอ่ะ
All right, ready to kick off our second match here for the day. Let's take us through Smart Omega.
Okay, still sticking with their 5-man lineup. I do agree with how we definitely want to see a bit more of Netsky. I'm looking at just how Smart Omega is supposed to balance all that in line with their keys to victory, because TNC, again, they're up against this team who they have to prepare against in terms of the early and fast 5-man setup. So how will they actually enable Netsky in that kind of scenario?
Yeah, because if you're going up against like Chapto Stone and then Zyda also finding their flow, that activates 3 more Benny QT. So pretty much TNC, based on the last match that we saw, they are fully activated. If you want to help Netsky, ironically enough, you also got to help Mingwin if you're Omega. Because TNC, they are going to be eyeing the captain of Omega in every fight and looking to mess him up.
Remember, that was our discussion when we were talking about Mingwin fitting into this lineup of Smart Omega, that he was the rookie coming in and being a captain, stepping into the position. We shared some quotes and some thoughts from the members of Smart Omega and how they felt to exactly, you know, how he does as a captain for the team. And you know, I feel like when we got to finally see Mingwin step in, it was just unfortunate that he didn't have the best game that he wanted, that the team wanted. And I think that's why Ryzen in the interview with Thea was basically saying that, you know what, we're going to reset basically. Like, forget the matchup that you guys might have seen yesterday. Let's go ahead, recalibrate, reset. And I think that's really what these teams have to do. If they don't start off the way they want to early in the season, now that it's week 2 and they are falling behind in terms of standing, it's like they just have to reset, go in with a better mindset, and make things work. But before that, let's take a look at this Smart 5G ping test for our players.
What up? What up, mic check? Yun guys, starot nga pala sa mga pumunta dyan guys. May fan pala ako na galing sa Mindanao. Yun, charot sa'yo. And Sana mag-enjoy ka sa una mong punta rito. Ingat ka sa pag-uwi mo. Kung sino ka man. Ayan guys, yo, shout nga pala sa
โอ้โหแล้ว
Omega.
นี่กูโดดเข้าไปทำไม
Balikan natin pareho, bigyan sila ng magandang laban. Jack, 6-7. Wait lang ha, may ka 1v1 ako guys, si Bunak. Yung duro ko, binabati pag gusto 1v1 eh. Uy, nakangalay ka ata, boss ha.
แม่งเวทโคตรแรง
Bata ka ba boy ha, nak? Bata ka
เห
pa
งื่อ
nak?
แตก
Legit nak. Okay, 1v1 guys, 2-1 standing namin ngayon. O, di ba?
ผมเชียร์
Ano?
OMG ส่วนตัวเลย
Yun, guys,
โอ้
1v1 pala kami, ito yung Proeba.
คิดไงวะ
Ayan guys, kita nyo naman kanina.
ตอนนี้
pinakita
จะบ้าน
ko.
แดงบ้าน
Tatanong pa
ดำ
lang,
ก็
si
เห็น
Bunak
แต่
sa
คน
1v1.
ไลฟ์โมบายเลย
Sa Copra lang siya magaling. Pinakakaya sa Leo.
Sana naman manalo na kami. Kasi
วันนี้ผมลง OMG
pangit naman magiging Holy Week kung ano. Maganda naman ang preparation natin, di ba?
แม่งชอบคอนเทนต์
Kasi di
พี่
mo nakita
ไม่เชียร์แล้ว
na manalo ka.
OMG อ่ะชอบคอนเทน
Kung
ต์
kasi tali nakikita mo
พี่
kami.
เชียร์ทีมแบบ
Hintayin mo,
ทีมนี้ดีก
mananalo
ว่า
din tayo. Kung talagang
จะ
para
บ้าน
sa akin kasi
แดง
para.
บ้าน
Alam
ดำ
mo
ก็
yun,
เห็น
pare-pareho
แต่
sa
คน
tayo
ไล
ng
ฟ์
mga
โมบาย
kinakain.
เลย
Di ba kinakain ng mga yan? Nag-gym ba
ธรรม
sila?
ดา
Nag-gym
เกม
naman
ดัง
ni Kurt.
น้อง
Thank you guys sa mga nanonood pa rin sa amin kahit talong-talong kami sa stream.
เกมมันดี
Makabawi din
ไม่งั้น
kami.
พี่
Malay mo sa ano, pagtapos
ไม่เอา
Holy
เกมนี้
Week,
มาสตรีม
bigla kaming ano. Siyempre ngayon
ตั้งแต่
panalo
แรกๆ
tayo. Pero lalabas yung last natin pagtapos ng Holy Week.
ข้อดีไหมที่ตอนนี้คนเล่นเยอะขึ้นแทบจะเท่าตัว
Mga kalaban namin eh. Sa Bible na yun na David
ดี
Goliath
สิลูก
na.
ทำไมจะไม่ดี
Dating ko talaga naka-momentum yung TNC. Malapit
ด
yun
อก
talaga.
จันดีใจ
Pero wala kaming pakialam doon. Momentum din kami
ยั
ngayon.
งดีใจไม่เท่าพี่หรอก
All right, we got to get rid of the 6-7 here. But no, jokes aside,
Hindiไม่เท่า
love to
พี่
see
หรอก
that. It's very contrasting between
พี่
3
บอก
and
เล
of
ย
course Netsky there, but you know, I think that is a positive thinking from Netsky. You know, they might have started roughly. Well, hell, they can get a win here. They get a little bit of a break after this weekend, and then they can go into the
แล้วผม
next
ก็
week
ติด
after
ทีมคอนเทนต์ด้วยดิ
break here
จ
for
บแล้ว
Holy Week.
Yeah, it's
นี่แหละ
like
มึง
he's
เล่นกับกู
basically
ไม่ได้
saying,
ทีนี้มึงชอบคอนเทน
not
ต์หลาย
now, it will eventually happen
นี่แหละ
sometime
โอ
soon.
ลีฟมึง
Maybe
ติด
after
คอนเทน
Holy
ต์หลาย
Week.
นี่มึง
That's
มา
what
เล่นกับ
they
กู
say.
เล่นไม่ได้
Like, how do you guys
เมื่อ
feel
กี้
about
ใคร
this
ช
still?
นะ
Because,
ครับ
you know,
นมข้น
even
ปอ
our
ข้น
graphic
กลับ
had
หมา
them as
ก้าน
the
กล้วย
late game kings, and we used to always talk about Smart Omega and their timers and everything else. Do you think that identity is changing for Smart Omega at all?
มา
I think it's Omega
It's
still
not
trying to
only-
find who they
It's gonna
are.
happen.
It's again with the inclusion of Mingun and Perkziva now.
มึง
It's
มึง
a
คอนเทนต์ใส่กูไง
different
โอลีฟ
team.
มึง
You
เล่นกับ
change
กู
your
ไม่ได้หรอก
role in mid. I know Coach Wura, Coach Lembot are both
เล่น
still there.
เล่นบ่อย
But
ไง
the
เอง
thing
เล่น
is,
บ่อยเกินจน
when
ติด
you
อ่ะ
change
ทีเนี้ย
your mid,
พอเองจะเล่นจริงจังทีเนี้ยมันเล่นไม่ได้
mid duo, then it changes the whole identity of the team. How aggressive
Timing-
they are,
timing
their
ติด
pacing,
ติดแบบ
their
ติดเล่นไง
rotations. It's different. So I think it's just them trying to discover
ก็บอก
who
อยู่
they are. And
ถ้าเผื่อจะเล่นก็ต้องเล่น
we've
คลาสสิ
been
ก
talking about this behind
เออ
the
ถ้าแบบ
scenes.
จะให้พี่เล่น
Omega is lacking
พี่
that
ก็เล่น
one
คลาสสิก
X
ไง
factor to really put the
คลาสสิก
team on their
อยากเล่นอะไรก็เล่น
shoulders. In other
อัด
words,
คลิปอยู่
not
แล้ว
gonna sugarcoat it. That one
แต่ถ้ามากดแรงเมื่อไหร่
big
คือ
star.
คอนเทนต์ไม่ได้
That guy
คอน
that
เทน
that
ต์ไม่
has
ได้
that dog in him. Because if you look at the they got that dog. Because if you look at the members of Omega, I mean, they're vets. They got fundamentals. They have knowledge. It's all there. But we need someone who's going to be able to consistently show up day in, day out, and say, "I'm carrying this team today."
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if we're going to actually see that kind of unfold here over the weeks. Maybe we do, but hopefully Omega can get it together. They are going to actually ban out the Harley, by the way. So
โอเมก้าเหร
still
อ
sitting at
ทำไม
100%
ผม
for the
อ่าน
Harley.
ได้
They
โอ้
go ahead and
my
ban it
god
out, plus the Fanny because
5,555
that is honestly between Ryzen and Zyda, they both can play that Fanny
OMG
pick. But
Omega
so this
ชื่อ
will
เขาก็เขียน
be
อยู่
an
ตัว
interesting
ดำๆ
thing
เห็
in
นไหม
the sense of
เนี่ยอยู่
even
ตร
the
งเนี้ย
panel when we were all the six
Omega
of us joined here. It was one of the questions of what will we end up in the jungle with that matchup? Will it just kind of default to utility for game one here?
I agree. Because even earlier in the panel, we were talking about
Ben
what if
Fanny,
Ryzen suddenly
Ben
wakes up and chooses to be a more
Harley.
explosive jungler today.
You know, if you want explosive,
Valentina,
I mean,
I need to
might as well. Might as well. It's Valentina
I
and
need to
Harley. It
chat,
seems like it's
Valentina.
the moment to shine, and Harley as a later pick, Valentina as a priority steal pick. It's really just because you turn off a lot of really strong
แล้วคอนเทน
EXP
ต์แต่ชนะ
laners.
แบบงงอันนี้
You
ไม่
turn
เอา
off
นะ
the Sora, which most likely Omega will get. I
ไม่
would
ตัด
highly recommend TNC just to forget about the Sora and not pick it up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Still pretty,
อะไรวะ
still pretty
ไม่
standard
ตัด
for TNC here. So,
สกินแรงค์
I
เหมือน
guess
จะเป็นวาเลนไหมนะ
the whole late
ที่เขา
pickups
โหวตกัน
แล้วคอนเทนต์แต่ชนะแบบ
a question for me because it's always
งง
been
อันนี้ไม่เอานะ
just the Claude
ไม่
as
ตัด
a carry pickup for Benny.
อะไรวะ
Now
ซอ
Omega takes away one of it.
Yeah, I think we're
Saw
still going to be
put
leaning
lung na-
towards a
อะไรวะ
carry Claude matchup.
If not
Cool,
that,
diba?
then they're gonna get the Harith here at red 3. Maybe later for Red 4 if ever they have a way
กิน
to
แรง
get
เหมื
it.
อน
The Kalea getting
จะ
picked up.
เป็น
They're
วาเลน
going.
ไหม
They
ค
have
รับ
a strong duo
ที่
in
เขา
the
บว
mid.
กกันไม่รู้ครับเขายังไม่สรุปครับแต่ว่าแต้มที่นำอยู่ตอนนี้ก็คือ
out.
วาเลน
TNC might want to consider picking up someone with a revitalize maybe in the roam. They can go steady with a high
คน
loss.
บวกวาเลนปีหน้าอย่างเยอะ
I think Omega might actually eye to ban it out.
That
So
top.
either TNC picks up their
Top na
EXP
yan.
laner or the roamer now because there's enough gold laners to play around the priorities with.
I wonder if he'll end up picking a, because we saw this band out earlier, the Gatakacha, one of the roams that can go with a Revitalize, especially since the Grok is banned out. Right now we're going to see the Phoveus pick up, so, you know, and again, a hero that has just been doing so well in terms of the way that it plays the front line for the XP, because we've talked about how much of a factor those XP laners are currently.
Yeah, and the Marcel too is still available for like Chaknu, if ever they do want to go for like a more direct answer towards this very pick-off reliant setup so far in the Kalea.
ที่ผมเล่นโง่ๆเดินเข้าไปตุย
Well, as based on what we saw from previous games of the Phoveus though, it seems like Phoveus is capable of just so much, even all by himself. So, yeah. Wondering if TNC will be considering that eventually later on. But also, because also I'm just, I guess I'm looking at their ability to get information, considering that this is going to be a Kalea lineup. Omega were so decisive with picking this up.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's really the kind of playstyle that they're looking to
ถ้าเป็น
execute.
แบบแบบแมตช์นั้นแบบเตรียมกันไว้หรืออะไรเงี้ยพี่จะ
That's
อั
why
น
I
นี้
thought
อยู่
you
เว้ย
pick it Red 3, but yeah, it was either an option between the roam or the EXP, and it should still be okay. Like they're gonna be looking for dives, so they'd be okay with either with an Alice or Lapu Lapu. They just want to match the explosive for James. Maybe they'll go for the Lapu Lapu. The Alice does really well, especially considering there's a Suyo, extra layers of magic damage, plus you're gonna be easily able to penetrate the back line going after that Eve. You cannot build front to back too much. You need someone with a good easy dive to make it to Stome in the back line. Chaktu's probably still going to be looking for someone who can just help heal for the back, as it is going to be 3-Mar most of the time getting information for the team. So this is actually a good read that they could have gone for a Guinevere jungle for Omega, one of those heroes that has also a very easy time of making it to the back. Plus Suyo would not be happy going up against that in the jungle.
No. So there's the counter you mentioned, yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering what is
ถ้าเผื่อจะเล่นจริงจังนี่มันจะติดเป็นนิสัยดิ
โฟเวียสจะไม่โดนคาริละลายบอ
I've seen very successful Khalids so far, and thinking if he does want to
ไม่รู้
revitalize,
ต้องรอดูออฟเลนว่ะ
what else is there? You know, these are the marquee heroes
ถ้า
that
เกิดสมมติ
run the
ออฟเลน
revitalize
เป็น
in
มิน
the
ชิ
roam.
ตานะสมมตินะออฟเลนเป็นมินชิตาชิบหายโฟเวียสทำอะไรไม่ได้เลย
Out of options.
Because is Marcel's getting snubbed again really for
คาริอายกมาปุ๊บมินชิตากลางอันติคารีซอย
Some
หรือ
teams
ไม่
might just not be
มิ
able
นชิ
to
ตา
play right
กระโดด
now.
ชิก
So
เกอ
there
ร์
we go. They choose not
เข้า
to.
ไปอันติ
They go with a choke.
คารีซอย
So Cho.
ดูว่าเขาจะเล่นหรือเปล่า
All right. Bit old school with the Kalea Cho.
ถ้าทีมโอเมก้าชนะพี่ว่าไงแล้วแต่สองคู่นี้พี่ไม่ได้เชียร์ใคร
Drop the real world manipulation after
พี่เจอแต่คู่แรก
to stop the members of Omega from diving. Now that it is the Cho,
พี่เจอแต่คู่แรกเลย
it's either still going to be the Lapu Lapu or Alice most likely. Blue still would be okay, a little bit slower up against the Phoveus, but provides that annoying presence. Well, for Benny, it's not going to be the Harith, and
พอกูไม่ขึ้นบ้านนำถามกู
either
ไม่ขึ้นบ้านนำเหรอ
Obsidia as the next alternative.
Yeah, and what does
นี่ขึ้นบ้านนำเหรอ
Ryzen? Okay, there you go. So the glue Leomord will be
แต่ละคนแม่ง
Okay, you call on the glue. There it comes through.
Yeah, and the Leomord was one of the picks that I thought they'd go for first. For first pick, but they still ended up picking up anyway. So yeah, either Harith, Obsidia, or Claude, but they might settle for the Claude. But I feel like they're lacking damage if they go for that. They need something a little bit faster.
Might just go with Harith. To be honest.
I might lean towards the Harith.
If he goes with the Harith, then you know we.
Because you already have the Eve.
You've got the Eve, yeah. You can play with.
ไม่มึงก็ประมาณให้หาย
Suyo is gonna have.
ก็ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรถ้าไม่ได้อยากดูพี่ก็จะไม่ขอ
And it also works pretty well with the Cho there.
ถ้าไม่ได้อยากดูพี่ก็จะไม่ขอลิขสิทธิ์มา
Right.
ทีนี้ก็อย่าถามกูแล้วกันแบบว่าเฮ้ยพี่ดูแข่งไหมพี่ดูแข่งไหม
has that knockback, which is much needed here.
Yeah. Well, if you guys would need 1,000 diamonds, you can get a chance right now.
กูเลยงงกูไม่เข้าใจจริงๆนะเวลากูเล่นแรงพี่จะดูแข่งปะพี่ดูแข่ง MPL ปะ
But if you want a chance
พอเวลากูดูแข่งปุ๊บถามพี่เล่นแรงปะถามกูเล่นเมจิกปะพอกูไปเล่นเมจิกปุ๊บถามกูเล่นแรงไหม ที่อะไรเนี่ย
Which makes a lot of sense.
พอกูไม่ขึ้นบ้านดำแม่งถามกูถามอยากจะแม่งดู
I will go back to one of my comfort.
พอกูไปขึ้นบ้านแดงถามกูบ้านดำขึ้นปะพอกูไปขึ้นบ้านฟ้าถามกูบ้านดำขึ้นปะ
คนดูเอาใจยาก 55,555
Then this could easily shift towards Omega.
นู่นพอวันที่กูแจกสกินแม่งโผล่มาสนั่น
In terms of the lineup rating, so yeah, both down to Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 and how that will be managed by both teams.
มึงเชื่อไหมล่ะบอสถ้าเกิดกูแบบกูแจกสกินนะกูแจกสกินเนี่ยนะโผล่มาสนั่นเลยแหละคอมเมนต์เลขไอดีน่ะรันน่ะ
Yep, loving the energy from the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, the drums are like right by us.
I just saw Remar got
จำได้วันนั้นใครมาบ้างก็ไม่รู้ 55,555
ไม่ต้องห่วง
I'm glad that I didn't accidentally say it out loud. That would have lost my job.
พี่ไม่ให้แล้ว
It's alright, you know.
Really loud, guys.
Yeah.
The drums are battling here.
The
crowd here was so intently listening to the analysis of the in-house cast. And then once the draft and the analysis was over, it was drums, noise. I was like, where did that come from? Okay, so James goes for the full tanky emblem set as the glue, as expected. When you're playing a pick-off roam, and then you pick up something like a glue, that is your roamer for most of the time, because it's going to be the one getting information from Perkziva if it's not Perkziva staying forward. Plus, he's going to be that guy extending the team fights as much as possible. Netsky handling the laning well up against Beniguti, being very aggressive with it. So it's a good sign right now for Omega at the start, but TNC are not far behind.
Yeah.
ก็บางคนไม่มาขอฟรีๆเอา
I think Chaknu is going to have a bit of a difficult time on this
กูให้ได้อยู่
unless he's able to go ahead and match. Because my biggest thing, anytime you're against a Kalea, is are you able to somehow figure out a way to match or at least stay in touch with the balance between sustainability with the Kalea provides to the team, and that's why we were so.
แล้วแบบกูอย่างชอบเวลากูออนเกมมันชอบชวนกูยังไม่เล่นบางทีกูจะสตรีมอยู่ไม่ชอบมาชวน
This was the best option. He is going to go ahead and poke down Ryzen, but he'll just regen that back up in the fight for the turtle.
Flicker coming in from James as well as Perkziva trying to work on 3mar. That's the real world manipulation already committed 2 though, but they bring the fight outside the box, and now it's 3mar who gets picked off instead.
Great play there by Omega. That's why we put a lot of idea on this glue with that tank. That's not going to be going down. Perkziva took a lot of damage, but still made his way out of there. TNC were just forced back. Great positioning by Mingwin. He decided to dash forward once their RWM went down. And then once James got to lash onto someone, that readjusted the fight to outside the box of Stone. Right before that, Mingwin picked up the RWM of the Eve, so that just helped cap off the kill. Great start and great fight for Omega.
So they have their own box to play with if they want to. If he continues to go and take the real manipulation, which is most likely what he's going to take. I'm also wondering if there will be at some point where we see Mingwin decide to take the way of the dragon, because we have seen Valentinos do that before. And so far, even though Valentino's probably one of the most picks right now, there's a great amount of players that are good at just juggling the options in terms of ultimates to be able to go ahead and take for the certain situation.
Probably especially when Netsky's already online or part of the fight, that's when you could be a bit more decisive on using or picking up the way of the dragon, so you get access. Because even earlier we saw what Chakno really intended to do. It's that he's the guy capable of just going in, probably poking Ryzen a little bit, but Omega just the same. They were so quick to make a call that they will not mind this guy.
TNC need to build an advantage before Turtle to pick off. Get
5 versus
4 going or
ใครมาบ้าง
4 versus
ใคร
3 going for the next turtle because
มาให้พี่
โค
เห็น
เด้
บ้าง
ช่อง
นะ
อื่นเมื่อวานกะว่าจะดูจนได้โคเด้สรุปคนดูเป็นพันพอเลยหมดหวัง
on the
5,555
lane of the Phobias so that they can just match and
พี่ก็ไม่มีอะไรนอกจากฝาก
full
พวก
5v5
เอง
for
แล้ว
this
กันลูก
next turtle
พี่
both
ก็
junglers in their respective purple buffs.
Yeah, I think
พี่
that's
ก็
why
มีทุกวันนี้เลย
they
เพราะ
just
คนดู
kind
นี่
of
แหละ
be a little passive at least until this
คน
objective
ดูมา
comes
ดู
up, especially because
มา
earlier
สนับ
Jack
สนุน
didn't have a flicker. He might
ช่องมันก็โต
have
ลูก
to be the one to go and start things up, but no.
It's Omega still starting every single fight, and now it's gonna be 3 more
โตด้วยตัวเองมัน
unfortunately
เป็นไปไม่ได้ครับ
falling.
มันโตด้วยคนดูครับผม
-1 for TNC,
มาดู
and they
มาก
have
ดไล
all
ค์มา
the space in the turtle pit to
ทำพันด้วย
themselves.
มัน
All
ก็โต
they
ครับ
needed was a
มันก็ดัง
tsunami
ครับผม
slam to set things off, and they even got a flicker out of 3MR, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, great start there by Omega and
Yeah.
Perxiva.
คือหนึ่ง
Chaplin
คนที่
actually saved his kick for the eventual entry of
ไม่
Ryzen,
ใช่
but
วัวลื
even
มตีน
that being used as a defensive tool, it could not lead to much.
โอ้
Again, the
งั้น
difference in the EXP
แล้วพี่
lane
ก็เป็น
picks
คนที่ไม่ชอบ
3MR here is a sitting duck.
ทำคลิป
Every
อะไร
time
ที่
he
แบบ
shows up in front,
ไป
gets
ดู
a
ด
vision
คลิ
and
ปคนอื่น
entries
มา
for
นะ
TNC. That's going to be the easiest tsunami slam pickoff for Perxiva.
Look at the difference in the
หรือแบบ
gold lane
ทำ
because
เป็
of
น
the
ค
way
ลิป
things have
ดรา
been
ม่า
going.
เรื่อง
I
อะไร
mean,
พี่
Benny
ไม่
Q's
ชอบ
been trying
พี่
to farm up, but he
ไม่ใช่
finds
สไตล์
himself
พี่ลูกช่องพี่
falling
ไม่ใช่ส
even
ไตล์
further
นะ
behind now.
เป็นสไตล์ที่แบบว่า
And
พี่
this is one of the things about the Moskov.
พี่
You
คิด
really
คอน
need
เท
to
นต์
be
ของ
able
พี่เอง
to
พี่ทำของพี่เอง
allow that Moskov to
เป็น
come
มีมของ
online,
พี่เอ
but
ง
Netsky might get
พี่
focused
ไม่ชอบ
down
ไม่ใช่
here.
สไตล์พี่
He's
นะ
getting ganked by 3, still has the Purify, finally uses it, and the Tsunami Slap just to save him right
พี่สังเกตดิ
there!
ในช่อง
They
พี่ไม่
actually
มี
go
เล
for
ย
the outplay, but the SOD will land! And Benny Cutie finds the final blow! They finally get that pick off towards Netsky in exchange of 3 more!
Signal number 2 doing it for the flicker.
Penguin! The captain with the way of the dragon! And now the Phantom Steed from Ryzen, but they're not gonna pursue Storm! Side is left all
ก่อนมึงมา
alone!
น่ะ
The clapback from Omega!
มันก็มี
That's
อยู่
the star-making play you're looking for,
โอ
and
ลิฟ
Omega steal the purple. Oh
ก่อน
no!
มึงมาน่ะก็
Sider
ประมาณ
still got his
ประ
own
มาณ
purple
ประมาณ
buff.
10 อยู่
So it's a small win for TNC, but at the end, it's
ประมาณ
massive
10 อยู่
gains for Omega.
Gets his purple buff, but I mean, Zaida, we got to see something here, man. It's unfortunate because he's on a Suyo, but there's no
Moskov
opportunity
หิว
for
เกิ
him
น
to make
กลาย
a
เป็น
move
เสีย
because
2 แท
every
นเล
single
ย
time it's TNC
พี่จะบอก
responding to Omega,
แข่
the
งเนี่ย
setups, and that's why that Kalea was
พี่
such
ขอ
a
ลิข
good
สิท
pick.
ธิ์
And
มา
imagine,
เพ
you
ราะ
only
เห็นบอก
got
ว่าอยา
the
กดู
Purify for
พี่ก็
Benny
ขอมา
Cutie
แต่ที
to
นี้
work
พอ
against
ราง
that.
วัล
So
มัน
I'm
ได้
saying,
นะ
well, that's why they're
ห
going
นึ่ง
for
ยอด
3-Mar.
วิ
They're
ว
blowing 3-Mar.
ยอดวิวยอด
Yeah,
คน
that's
ดู
the
เนี่ย
thing.
มัน
You
มี
wouldn't
ผล
prove that even if
กับ
they go
จำนวน
after
เพชร
3R,
ที่
3R
พี่
as
จะ
a
ได้
whole is
พอพี่ได้เพชร
capable
เยอะ
of
มา
holding
มึงคิด
out.
ดูพี่ได้มา
But
เป็นห
we're
มื่น
not
อย่างเงี้ย
seeing that happen exactly.
ว่ามาแจก
Chaplin
แน่นอน
is
ครับ
terrified, now brought in with
ถึง
the
กูไปสุ่ม
Tsunami
สกิน
Slam
สักครั้งไหมล่ะ
survive. It's Netsky who Zaida
ไม่
wants to go
แต่ครั้ง
for.
นี้พอยอดมันไม่ถึงทุกทีนี้พี่ก็ไม่ได้แต่กลับมาขอสกินกู กูเลยปวดหัวกูจะเอาที่ไหนเปย์วะ
And all this time, Ryzen just took the
ถ้าสู
turtle, and Omega are still going for more.
It is still on their time right now that
That's
TNC is
like
trying to
Peso.
play to. Great layering and man marking by Omega, maximizing their crowd
กิจ
control
กรรม
and
ต
the
อน
sheer
วัน
amount of
พี่แจก
damage that they
วัน
have.
พี่แจกอะมึงก็เห็
Netsky
น
is going up against a lineup that could be hypothetically very difficult for a carry, but Omega
แล้วพอ
are
แบบ
playing
กู
around their
ลง
gold
สตรีม
laner
ไม่ชวนกูเล่นจัด
incredibly
อะ
well.
แต่ละคนหลังใหม่
Mingguin and Perxiva, the roam mid of Omega, are putting this team on
บาง
their
ทีพี่อ่อน
shoulders.
แบบ
This is what we
ไม่
wanted to
ไม่
see
ต้อง
from
เปย์
Mingguin,
เก็บ
and this
ไว้
is
ส่วน
what we
ตัวที่
wanted
พ่อ
to
อยาก
see
ได้
from
เถอะ
Smart
ไม่ได้อยากได้ไง
Omega
900 ส
yesterday.
กินแล้วครับ มัน
And I'll
มัน
say
อิ่มแล้วครับ
Ryzen
พี่ต้องการ
was right. This is
ให้กับ
a
น้อง
different
ๆ คนที่เขายังไม่มีเขาไม่
and
มี
they
โอกาส
are
อะ
giving it to
เข้า
TNC
ใจ
right
บอก
now in game 1.
Yeah,
เราได้
just
ซัพ
as
พอ
we
ร์ตจาก
thought
ค่ายเกม
TNC
เขาอยู่
was
แล้วไง
slowly getting
เอ
their
อเราก็เอามา
momentum
แบ่งปันคนดู
too. They're slowly figuring things
คือบาง
out.
ทีแบบกูออนเนี่ยกูจะอัดคลิปกูนะ
Slowly getting
ช
denied
วน
by
กู
the
เล่นเนี่ย
barangay. Just look at how Netsky's already that much ahead. I'm also specifically looking at Mingguin if it's in terms of being ahead, because he's already almost 2K ahead of Storm, who just made such a great debut yesterday.
And look, when it comes to those little skirmishes and team fights, without the glue, TNC look like they have a chance. With the glue, it's complete recalibration of how they're going to be taking the fights. They're repositioning, they're waiting for key abilities, they're much more cautious. But
ถ้า
without
แพ้เหรอ
James
ถ้า
around,
ที
that's
ซี
where
แพ้
TNC
พลา
are
ด
a
เอ
little
ง
bit more gung-ho. All right, I think we can get a trade. Maybe
เมื่อวาน
then
เมื่อวาน
we
ตัวบอลอีก
back
2-0
off
มึงคิด
after
ดูดิ
this.
ทีนซีอ่ะ
So still they do not
มึง
have
คิด
an
ดู
answer for what is
แล้วพอมาวันนี้จะมาแพ้โอเมก้า
excuse me, it was a second phase pickup by Omega. TNC are still waiting for Benny Cutie to catch up on the farm. Looking at it, it's almost a 2,000 gap. He's only one item locked in so far in this game.
Yeah, but it's this waiting that Omega just constantly takes advantage of. Even in the past few turtle fights, you want to look at Chaknu, you want to wait for whatever setup he is gonna do, but it's always Omega who catches them by surprise. So now they're forced to play more defensive and yeah, it looks very funny.
He's hustling, man. You can't, you know?
He's just...
You got a full-on hustle. That's exactly what James is doing. This is definitely a game I would go with James.
Okay, yeah, come back here first.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy Lord. Picked up Smart Omega massively. 7,000 gold.
All he did was run.
Yeah. You know what's funny, though? Glue is able to do that. He just kind of zones out the opposing team.
เมื่อวานตบออนิกเขาแหละ
Oh, possible jump in.
ตบออนิกกูเหรอเจ้าไม่กล้ากูไปสร้างทีมติดคอนเทนต์
But they do have the Lord to go ahead and march towards with for TNC. This is going to be such a dire defense.
Did he do that just to go away?
ตอนนี้แรก
It's a clear shot.
ให้นบี
just to tell them, even if I use my ultimate way too early,
เอามาเล่นในแข่ง
you guys
เอา
gotta fight. That's how far
เละตุ้ม
behind
เป๊ะ
TNC is right now.
ดีแม่งไม่ทองแดง
You gotta credit Perk Ziva. He's also one of the biggest reasons that's why he's here. 100%
ไม่
kill
กล้ามึงเนี่ย
participation.
เอาฮานาบิมาฮานาบิ
Very
กับเร
sure
นลี่
with
มา
every
มันเล่น
pick off that he's getting,
โอ้โห
Omega
ดู
are
ร้องลั่นเลย
maximizing the tsunami slams that most of the time it's 3-mar. If it's not 3-mar, it's Chaknu, and they know without one of the main frontliners, TNC will crumble, especially with the lead that they got early. Here's Omega top side.
Holy shields are already down. The Lord and now jumping in. Another tsunami slam brings in Chaknu, but at least it's Chaknu for TNC. They can still deal with this Lord.
Yeah, both Holy Shields will get popped though. And RWM spent by Stone just so that they can send Omega back.
Yeah, that's okay. That's still a successful defense right now for TNC. Because all they really have the option to do is buy enough time to be able to get back in this game. And, you know, across the board, just how much behind they are, they need plenty of time to do that. Now, their composition will allow them to go ahead and defend at a decent pace, but the same thing, once Omega decides to go ahead and push it in like that, like we saw with the Tsunami Slam, it was just, they didn't get Chaknu down, so they couldn't continue punch through, and also just getting rid of the shield and keeping it disciplined, taking those down, setting up. A Flask of the Oasis now for Perk Ziva. On this Kalea, they'll continue to take down the tier 2 turrets and get ready to potentially force something, because that's what the Kalea allows you to do. Just like the Cho would, supposedly, you can actually force an initiation before an objective fight comes up, but again, TNC is just left to trying to find scraps on the map.
Yeah. So clean, so very Filipino is
คู่นี้
the
จบพอดีอะมั้ง
performance of Omega right now. And I think
ไรซิงมันน่าจะ
TNC
เปิ
might
ด
have forgotten something that you gotta do if you have something
เอง
like
พร้อมแล้ว
Cho
เอง
pick off
มา
style and
มา
you
เรียก
don't
หน้า
really have
หน้า
early
ไลฟ์เลย
answers for the glue.
What's that?
Something that hasn't
เดี๋ยวพี่
happened in a
ออนเกม
while
ไม่เล่นด้วย
because of what happened in the meta in M7, which
จบ
is
คู่นี้
keeping
มันน่าจะ
Turtle
เล่นได้
1
พอ
and
ดีแล้ว
Turtle
มั้ง
2 to try and build a
วันนี้มี
push
3
on
คู่
the opposite side of wherever the
โอ้โห
turtle
ตอนนั้นมันลง
spawns.
ด้วย
So
มุม
that's
ไม่
the
ไกลเลย
macro trade that you're looking for. You're at least going to get side lane towers, potentially even if the timing
ได้
is
พี่
right. A bit of jungle farm steal.
มาเรียก
While
หน้า
the
ไลฟ์
other
ด้วย
team is
พี่ผม
getting
พร้อม
turtles,
แล้ว
that way you're still catching up in the objectives. So what happened in Turtle 1, again, we
เมื่
have
อวาน
to
อย่างลั่น
revisit it. They couldn't build that
Rising เริ่ม
advantage.
18 นาฬิกา
It was
ใช่ไหม
Perk Ziva who
ใช่ครับ
initiated TNC. Even if their counter, I think they couldn't have handled it any better. Still, it was too easy for
พ่อจะ
Omega
ส
to
ตรีม
win
บอ
that
ก
fight. So I think
ก็
with
สตรีมอยู่นี่
a
ไง
little bit of an adjustment that we have right now with these old
ไม่ถึงอะไร
strategies returning.
สตรีมตอนเล่นไรซิงเหรอ
You have to call back to the old trades. SOD, he just tried to steal it.
Yeah.
But it was too early by Benny.
Yeah, well, you got no information to help you. Might as well just throw it out there, see what can happen. Now, we have to see if
เล่น
TNC,
เล่นแบบมั่นใจ
despite
อะ
being down
ใช่
almost
จะสตรีม
11,000
ตอน
gold,
Rising
one of
บ
the
อก
biggest gaps
ถ้าจะดู
we've
พี่
seen so
พี่ก็จะ
far
เอา
in
ขึ้น
week
ไง
two.
ถ้าจะดูพ่อก็จะเอาขึ้น
If
ให้
they can pull it off, if this lineup is actually going to keep them into this game, at this point,
ถ้า
when
มี
we
คน
put
จะ
it
ดู
in
พ่อก็จะเอาขึ้น
perspective
ให้
in terms of a time, guys, we're looking at they need like 8 minutes or more, maybe 10. To buy into this game and somehow get some massive shutdowns across the
พี่ดู
board.
เม้งเมื่อวาน
Benny finally has the Trinity.
เมื่อวาน
He's got it.
กูจนแบบว่า
But can he stay
กู
alive?
ต้องไปเล่น
if
ออฟเลนให้อะ
Omega decides to go ahead and push it
แม่ง
in.
เล่น
He's
ออฟ
gonna
เลน
clear the waves
ตัว
the best
นี้
he
ก็ไม่
can
เป็น
while they go
เล่น
ahead
ตัวนี้
and
ก็
wait
ไม่
for
เป็
that
น
Lord to make its way up top.
Yeah, no more Holy Shields as well. We're already
เข้าใจ
past the
ว่า
12-minute mark. And
โซล่า
there
หลุด
are so
ก็เลย
many
ไม่เป็น
players from Omega who could potentially try and force
ตัว
out that
โกงๆหลุด
purify
ก็
that
เลย
Benny
ไม่เป็น
has. Because he seems to be the or one of the most viable targets, or even if they don't consider him to be just yet, they can just go for it like that. Another Tsunami Slam committed. It's going to be Chapel. Now they have enough resources to just burst him down. James 2 going in. Will he be the trade this time? There goes the Dark Wave, knocks him up, but he still has the flicker and survives. So now Omega are just working on the turn, but Netsky gets picked off. Okay, the counter real world, and Omega might not want to fight this anymore, but he still decides to go in. Another backup seat from Ryzen! Perksima doesn't land the Tsunami Slap because he's still at his Purify!
Okay, TNC defense! I think they shrunk the clock a little bit. Instead of 8 or 10 minutes,
หน้าโปรไฟล์ก็มี
they
อ
need
ยู่
a little bit more.
ตรง
Maybe
ช่อง
about
ทาง
6.
การติดต่อเห็นไหม
I'm going
หน้า
7.
โปรไฟล์หน้าเพจเลย
I'm not gonna say it.
มัน
I'm
จะ
not
มี
gonna
ทั้ง
say
อ
it.
จทั้งบ้านแดงทั้งบ้านดำ
Netsky should not have died there. I believe he, if I'm not mistaken, did he dash into the wall past it, or was he kicked back by Chaknu? I wasn't really clear on the interaction there, but one, Netsky shouldn't have died. Two, the guy who
มันเล่น
saved that
โซล่าหลุดอ่ะแต่มันไม่ยอมเล่น
if he didn't decide to
มัน
just
เล่นไม่
jump
เป็น
on Benny Cutie to force him
ก็
back,
ต้องสลับ
he
ตำแหน่ง
dashed
ให้
back and then he had
จาก
to force
ตำแหน่ง
his
ลง
sacrifice
ไป
and
เล่น
then
เป็น
he
ออฟ
doesn't
เลน
get
ให้
Tsunami Slam back. He definitely saved that.
Here, you'll get
Oh,
your
he
answer.
dashed in.
He dashed in.
He dashed in. Okay,
พอ
so
เกมสุดท้ายบอกเล่นนักยิงไม่ค่อยเก่ง
Yes.
ก็ต้องสลับไปเล่นนักยิงให้อีก
Brother
rule.
Benny Cutie, great SOD, great follow-up, forcing back, of course, Omega. But then Ryzen also popped off his Phantom Steed just in time. So, on both sides, you actually got to see some great capitalization. TNC capitalizing on Netsky dashing in and just trying to damage, even with the turret still up at bot at that time. While on the other side for Omega, protecting their escape and making sure that they just don't get chased down by Benny and TNC.
Good pickup here defensively, because I was wondering in the last fight like how close it was that Benny Cutie got to death. Well, now he's at least got to win in nature to go ahead and help him a little bit here, because I would expect Netsky not to be that aggressive this time around as he approaches. But let's see here. Oh, they're gonna make a play. Whoa!
Oh, wait, that's Chapnu! Yet again, constantly the recipient of the Tsunami Slam, but this time it's Benny Cutie trying to join, but it seems like his damage is not enough. He's up against 4. Immortality pop for 3 more. Now he goes down 2, and so does Benny. It's a complete wipeout by the Barangay, and 15 minutes is all it took.
โอ้มึงตบอันนี้แต่มึงแพ้โอเมก้า
หมดตี
Well, Ryzen definitely did not BS any of us. What a great way to start that series.
มึงตบอันนี้แต่มึงแพ้โอเมก้า
Why is Glowing Wand your only anti-heal item for all of that? Did the lead of Omega just get that bad that it was only Stone that could afford to build anti-heal? No one else had a dominance eyes or anything like that.
สำหรับข้อดราฟทั้งสองฝั่งถือว่าโหดหรือแค่ระดับใช้ได้
They decided itemization a little bit different here, but you know,
TNC กูเล่นอะไรก่อน
little tiny glimmer of hope in this game that TNC had. They unfortunately dropped the ball there because they get caught out, and it was the same thing. Kalea setting things up. You get caught out with a Tsunami Slam, you lose somebody, and you know there pretty much goes any chance of you having to win a fight, because even nonetheless of that defense that they managed to get, they were still down almost 9,000 gold, like 8,000 gold difference there, and so the immediate economy between the two teams is still so behind for TNC, and you can see this was just a fight that just, I don't know what was going on with the plan here, but you know, they end up trying to make something happen. It doesn't. You got Mingwen holding on to his own Spear of Destruction. But that was a hard-fought victory for Omega, and they dominated TNC for basically the whole game.
Yeah, they won everything. Big win, the MVP. There you go, Captain. MVP performance for him. His Valentina, big time.
OMG เคยเข้ารอบลึกๆไหม
Manipulation of the Evigo 6-0 and 6 no deaths. Playing around Mingwen, playing around Perks. This is a good start for Omega to get their momentum going on, but let's see if TNC can clap back immediately for game number 2. So one thing for Omega is that, as I mentioned, they won everything. Let's look again at the EXP lane. It was a pretty much tie for laning phase, but eventually 3mar lost against James because 3mar was the guy that kept getting taken.
Yeah.
He was frequently falling down during the objective team fights. Credit Netsky, he beat Benecuti in lane. Netsky was rotating more often. Benecuti majority of the time was shoved into underneath his own tower, trying to play catch up to the farm that Netsky was getting. But also at the same time, Netsky was also recipient of the gold that the team was getting from securing the turtles. Netsky dragging this out and surviving was big for Omega. Of course, it was just a really good play individually by Benecuti to land that SOD. But overall, it was TNC just not finding any footing whatsoever. No good angles. And it isn't just as much as TNC not finding it. Omega weren't making it easy for TNC to turn the game around.
Yeah, honestly, the idea of TNC struggling to just overall get information was something I was kind of worried about. Not because... No, you can't say that for Changno because of course he is very familiar with the Cho. He's definitely capable of doing that, just planting himself in certain areas. But I guess the difference maker would be also
กิจกรรมวนแต่กับซูโยจูเลียนมาก555แจกตัวก็มีแต่พวกนี้
For the latter portions of the game was mostly left alone. Unlike Omega, who started this game strong, it was always Mingguin and Perxiva together applying the pressure. Whenever Perxiva does find a target, then you could rely on Mingguin to hold him down a little bit more longer, if not supply the necessary damage so they could eventually take him out. So Storm had to play from a distance. So Changno had to do so much. And when you're that much behind, again, dancing between just 8 to 12k in terms of gold lead, it's so difficult to just find an angle. You constantly rely on the counter plays, but what exactly can you do to set up a counter play? Because the specialty of the Phobius, let's say, is just holding out, staying alive, but not even that is something they're able to do anymore.
มาทิวด้าเก่งไหมในฐานะซับผมกำลังคิดอยู่ว่าจะเอาเอสเปซมาเลยหรือลองเอาตัวอย่างมาทิวด้าดี
Looked like
มาทิวลูกเล่นเยอะกว่า
they could have built the dominance. I feel like they could have. Yeah. But then maybe really just the lead ended up getting that big. For 3-mar, he had to go for the Shash size Pauldron because at that point Netsky, they needed to reduce the attack speed there. But you see here the difference. It's like we're calling back again to a lot of old strategies. When Kaleo was a lot more prevalent in this meta, there was always a discussion between the 3 big roamers that can provide healing. Kaleo, of course, is a natural thing. The Gata Jacker or High Loss with a Revitalize, sometimes even a Baksha with a Revitalize, to help match that healing because that's important for the early takes.
You know, and I think that's why they did such a good job at going through the bans there. And before we move on to game 2, you know, there's a potential chance we might go the distance today. Well, why don't you have a sip, right? Sip purified water is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst. Take a sip. Why don't you actually take a sip?
Yeah.
I feel like, there you go. Good job, Brigida.
That's not just a sip, though.
That is, yes. Stay hydrated. You see the Max 5D over on stage. By the way, if you guys got a look at that, that's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in.
แพ้เกมแรกยังพอเข้าใจถ้าแพ้อีกเกมนี่พอเลย 5,555
Yeah. Right here, we're also
เดี๋ยวรอดูคู่
chairs.
คู่สุดท้ายอ่ะคู่สุดท้ายทวิตกับ
What do you mean?
โลรา
Aren't you selling these?
Oh. No, but I'm familiar with some of their models. So that's the max. This one I think is the...
So how many of these have CT Racing gave you?
Brigida has 10.
No.
I think she gives them out to her most.
Why are they? Why are they turning around? Should we do that too?
They're showing the 5Ds.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
I don't know if I can turn my chair.
We have your back.
We have your back.
I can't. It's my mic cord.
Okay,
I'll mess something up here. Sorry.
If we see them do it, we do it. Yeah. That's basically it. That's basically how that works.
Yes.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wish I could hear them.
It's like we slipped into a liminal space. Just like, whoa, okay.
That's all right. I would like what's the one that Leo mentioned yesterday? Was it the
Aeroflex.
Aeroflex.
It's an ergo chair.
Ergo chair.
But it's named Aeroflex.
You guys like gaming chairs more or ergo chairs?
I like ergo chairs.
Anything that's good for my posture and my back, I appreciate.
Basically ergo chairs.
Well, right now, our super fans are sitting in their own chairs.
Whoa, James has huge
You guys
biceps.
can put your game face on and make a smart power pose. Why is everybody flexing? Is it because James is?
Yes.
Yeah, remember, the rule is you have to follow the pose exactly. So if you don't have biceps, you can't win.
Please don't do a double bicep because he's only doing a solo bicep.
Hey.
Copy the
Oh!
count that. That's counted.
Okay.
Oh, it's a bicep
Sir,
face off.
I think you do it on the other side.
Oh
my God! No!
Oh, congratulations to our winner.
Did he just scream?
Yeah, I could hear it. I could hear it from here. If that's not a power pose, a smart power pose, I don't know what is. Redmar, do you approve?
He has biceps. Yep. He has biceps.
You approve?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. That was a good flex.
You guys are lucky that Briga doesn't bring her biceps out.
Yeah.
Because Steve,
Wait
I
for
think,
it.
I think you'd win that, Brigida.
Yeah, I'm surprised that no one has ever clipped the fact that Brigida is actually insanely shredded.
Yeah. There was a time when Brigida was in her gym arc.
Yeah. She went through
Again.
a gym arc, and then she went through a secret training arc. And then we were just surprised. She showed up. It was like, whoa, you got a six-pack? You actually got like pandesal for arms? Like, dude.
For arms?
Pandesal
for arms?
Pandesal for biceps, sorry. Brigida's crazy, guys. She has a crazy fit, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
she can carry Naisu.
No, we don't say that because then they're gonna need proof, Renmar.
We don't owe it to them. But yeah, ask Brigida to show off carrying Naisu. She can do it.
Yeah.
You know, before we see that, let's go ahead and throw it over to our host interview before we head into game 2.
You're like 400 pounds, right?
Stand up. Yeah.
Oh, see, she's doing it.
Grabing mga biceps naman yan. Pero dito rin. And you know, the vibe of the audience here in the MPL arena can never be beaten because, you know, buhay na buhay, talo, panalo, andito yung suporta. And meanwhile, I'm here with Harley, one of the community managers of TNC Pro Team. And you know, Harley, kamusta kayo? Kamusta ang Phoenix Army after that game 1?
Siyempre malungkot sa una, pero babawi kami, hindi pa tapos yung game.
Andun yung puso at tiwala. And speaking of Phoenix Army, Harley, saan bang mga platforms makaka-connect sa inyo, yung mga future Phoenix Army?
Ayun, punta lang kayo sa social media ng TNC Pro Team ML and join din kayo sa Phoenix Army FB Group, PNX Army FB Group.
And of course, ano ba yung mga aasahan namin? Meron ba tayong mga aabangan na watch parties at activities para sa Phoenix Army?
Regarding activities, you can visit the Phoenix Army FB Group. Meron kami dong jersey giveaway, mga skins, dayas, yan. And then regarding watch parties, you support nyo naman yung official Restreamer namin, which is yung VY's watch party, and si Bipolar and Sakura and Sasuke page.
And of course, para sa mga
อจอเพิ่งขึ้นวันเกิดพรุ่งนี้ 5,555 จำวันเกิดตัวเองไม่ได้สักปี
TNC merch will be here, here in week 5. So, abangan niyo yung mga new merch na ilalabas ni TNC.
ตัวเองไม่ได้สักปี
At aabangan rin ang ating Game 2 of Match 2. And I'll throw it back
มันเป็น
to
คน
our
ปะเนี่ย
casters.
ถามจริงบอส
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you. And of course, the TNC community manager there. I
Yeah.
like
Cool,
that we're
right?
having more of those interactions, of course, with the community because I think that's played a huge part in the MPL arena being full every single match so far. And of course, if you're a fan of the teams, go ahead and join their community channels there. So week 5, I wonder how good TNC's merch is going to be because I feel like they're one of the teams that have the best merch out there.
Their TNC Aqua Flask jug from 2023 is still my daily driver jug. I've been using that since season 11.
It's the beige version, right? Not the black version.
Yeah, the beige one. That kind of looks like
ตอน
kind
นั้น
of
กูเชีย
70s.
ร์
Alright, so
มึงแต่
TNC end up picking priority
กลั
for
บมาหาหลัง
broken
กูไอ้
walls.
TNC ตอนแรกพี่ก็เชียร์นะเว้ยแต่ว่ามัน
Specific broken walls picks. I mean, this is where we usually see like the tanky fighter jungler shit.
มัน
And because of the way
มันเล่นอะไรของมันไม่รู้
and even the lords kind of interact there, I'd say, with the broken walls. Like that's one thing that they definitely want.
พี่บอกผมว่า
แพ้ทีมคอนเทนต์เลิกเชียร์เลยดิ
มาตามจอง
5,555
ล้างกูเลยช่วยคิดเอาแล้วกันอ่ะเมื่อวานอ่ะคุณชนะทีมใหญ่อ่ะแต่วันนี้คุณมาแพ้ทีมแบบเนี้ย
I think that's probably the case. Like this
คุณ
is
คิด
one
ว่า
of the cases
แฟน
where we see utility
ๆคนดู
but also
จะไม่มีคอมเมนต์จะไม่ทัวร์ลงเหรอ
The way that it was drafted in the previous game where they focused so many picks from Chaknu. I'm wondering if they're going to change the course here for Chaknu and try to get something for him specifically early, like the first phase.
Yeah. I think this is why I was leaning towards TNC just picking up the high loss for Red 3 instead of prioritizing the Phobias. Because the high loss got the Gacha bans by Omega, just completely shut down any option for TNC. The last thing that they could have gone for would have been kind of desperate, would have been something like a Baksha Roam. I'm trying to remember if it was banned out. Was it banned out by TNC in Red 3?
Which one, the
Baksha? I can't remember if it was banned out or not.
Baksha was... I believe it was.
38 องศา
So for TNC, I think it'll just be good to settle in a chapter early on. This might be a little bit of a system shock.
ยังร้อนอ่ะตอนเนี้ยบอกตรงแบบร้อนมากเลยนะอากาศร้อนมากเลยใครออกไปข้างนอกก็ระวังด้วยเด้อ
with our picks or maybe even pre M7 picks.
Yeah.
So just think of the prioritized picks being old picks from there.
บ้านผมแตะ40แล้วไม่กล้าเปิดแอร์เลยค่าไฟพุ่ง
ติดโซลาร์เซลล์
And then
ติดโซลาร์เซลล์
when it comes to in-game strategy and rotations, be more willing to try and
ติด
trade
โซลาร์เซลล์เฉพาะ
Turtle 1 and
เฉพาะ
Turtle
แอร์น่ะ
2 for control elsewhere in the map. Whether it
ติด
is
โซลาร์เซลล์
you
เฉพาะแอร์อย่าง
pressuring
เดียว
the
คุ้ม
whichever lane is in the opposite side of the turtle, or you're
ถ้าเราจะ
stealing
เปิด
away
ตลอด
farm from
เรา
the
ต้องติดโซ
opposing
ลาร์เซลล์
jungle
ครับ
jungler.
38 องศากูจะบ้าที่ไหนร้อนสุดวะตอนเนี้ย
Is like we're seeing so much of the focus on. Think about it, the capability of the roams. Like if they're able to get a
มี2น้องรักมาแล้วเพิ่งได้พัก 555
as long as they're not shut down. Because think about the impact that these roams have in the early portion of the game, but even towards the late game. Like we saw that, where Chaknu was pretty much shut down on the Cho.
ปีที่แล้วเมษาค่อนข้างหนาวปีนี้เลยร้อนโคตร
Pick up a roam that allows them to play their game. You can see the bandos. Bands coming out, Baksha. You got the
สนุกดีครัชเจอสาวเยอะดี
ปกไหลสละเอ้ยกูถามหมายถึงเรื่องงานแบบมึงทำงานเป็นไงแบบมึงเจอผู้คนที่ทำงานยากไหมนู่นนี่นั่นมึงโฟกัสแต่เรื่อง
likes of the Khalid would really fit these kinds of scenarios together with the broken walls and stuff like that. But so far, based on what
เหมือนเป็นบุญของพวกมึงนะชอบให้กูด่าแต่เหมือนพี่เพกอะแม่งเป็นอะไรแต่ละคน
based on the previous game have shown a
หากกูมองให้กูเหนื่อยนะให้กูมาด่าเนี่ยปกติกูด่าใครไม่เป็นนะ จะร้องกันเนี่ย
interesting also taking out the Phobius
ก็เจอเพื่อนร่วมงานดีแค่ต้องทำยอดแต่ละวัน 555
ช่วงนี้นะโคตรแดดแล้วพอเดือนหน้าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวฝนตกรอดูเลยเชื่อกูป่ะฝนตกช่วงประมาณสักสงกรานต์แหละไปสงกรานต์ฝนตกแน่นอนให้เบิ้งดูนะว่าพี่จะแม่นไหม
ปรับตัวไม่ทัน
เอาจริงๆเราเลยหนึ่งประมาณพี่ว่าน่าจะประมาณเดือน5เดือน6อะพายุเข้ารอดูเลยครับไอ้พวกน้ำท่วมเห็นไหมที่น้ำท่วมมึงคิดดูว่าบ้านเราแม่งระบบสาธารณะแม่งลอกคลองบ้างไหมเคยลอกคลองบ้างไหม37 องศาเหมือนกันเกินไปแล้วปกติไม่ลอกขนาดนี้ที่ลาวจริงๆเมื่อกี้พี่เดินลงไปข้างล่างนะพี่เดินลงไปข้างล่างไปเอาน้ำแล้วพี่ก็เดินขึ้นไปบนดาดฟ้า
It's going to be a 3-mar pick. So this isn't the flex for TNC unless they got to convince Benny Cutie to play Sora Gold again.
ดีที่พี่ไม่ไปทำห้องอยู่บนดาดฟ้ามันจะมีห้องอีกห้องนึงที่มันแบบก่อน
นั่งอยู่เฉยๆในที่ร่มเหงื่อยังไหลลอกคลองผมไม่เคยลอกแต่ข้อสอบ 555
พี่ไม่เคยลอกข้อสอบเลยนะ
Gives them a bit of a flex, but most likely go to 3-mar. Now for Omega, the answer with
ได้ไม่ได้กูก็ทำไปเลยให้มันรู้ว่าเราทำไม่ได้นะทำไปเลยส่วนมากจะมีแต่วิชาที่พี่ไม่ชอบที่พี่แบบทำไม่ได้ก็คือกูไม่ตั้งใจทำไม่ตั้งใจเรียน
James needs something explosive, so he's either going to be going for a Lapu
ไม่ชอบอันนี้นะไม่ชอบวิชานั้นนะไม่ชอบอาจารย์
if there is a Sora, consider the R lot. It's a great lane matchup. If it doesn't directly win it, it manages it well.
อาจารย์คนไหนที่แบบว่าสอนดีแบบ สอนดีอ่ะ มาแล้วจ้าแฟนนี้ไม่แบนหรอ
ดีจังเลยครับ ผมนี่ลอกคราบอย่างเดียว เหมือนตัวเงินตัวทอง
ถ้าเดินลงไปก็เอาล่มกันแดดไปด้วยเอาใส่เสื้อแขนยาวกันแดดไปด้วย
สมัยผมไม่ชอบอาจารย์คนไหนไม่เข้าเรียนเลย
ไม่ต่างกัน
At least you don't have to worry about like a suppressed hero possibility coming out from Smart Omega anymore.
โอ้ยผมนี่เรียนจบหมู่ 6 ได้ เพราะเพื่อนเลยแทบกราบเพื่อนแทนครู
and take out or even just force
พี่เรียนต่อสายม.ปลายไม่ได้นะพี่เกรดพี่ไม่ถึงพี่ติดศูนย์เยอะเกินเพราะว่าพี่เล่นแต่กีฬาเป็นนักกีฬาทีมโรงเรียนเป็นเยาวชนจังหวัดแต่กูไม่เคยเรียนแต่กูก็แก้ศูนย์จบพร้อมเพื่อนแต่ว่าเกรดกูไม่ดีกูก็เลยต่อม.ปลายไม่ได้เลยต้องไปเรียนสายอาชีพมึนเกินพอไปเรียนสายอาชีพปุ๊บนั่นแหละโตเป็นผู้ใหญ่แบบต้องรับผิดชอบเองครูเขาไม่มาตามว่าเกรดมึงตอนเนี้ยติดเหลือวิชาอะไรนี่มึงต้องตามเองไม่มีนะมานั่งกรุงนั่งแก้ศูนย์แบบม.ต้นแบบโรงเรียน
การบ้านก็ดูเพื่อนงานในคาบก็เพื่อนช่วยแต่ตอนสอบขึ้นตัวเองผมทำข้อสอบได้แต่เพื่อนไม่ได้ 55,555
แต่รวมเขาก็ทำตามพี่แต่ฝนตกเดือน 5 เดือน 6นี้เขาบอกว่ารอดูเลยครับพี่ว่าแรงแน่นอนครับประมาณเดือน 5 เดือน 6อะแรงแน่นอนตั้งแต่สงกรานต์ไปเนี่ยรอดูเลยไม่งั้นเขาจะทำนายกันหรอแต่ละคนเขาจะทำนายกันว่าเขาจะทำนายกันว่าน้ำจะท่วมมันระบายบ่ทันถ้าเบิ่งเด้อบ่เชื่อ
Because if you now pick up a Zetian and hypothetically let's say Omega
น้ำมันแพง
are already eyeing out
ก็ไม่ต้องเติมนี่ไปซื้อรถไฟฟ้าไอ้เหี้ยรวยไม่ไหว
Zetian means that you're forcing
เลือกกันไม่เองนะสูแล้วแต่
you're forcing him to either use eye for an eye so he doesn't get knocked back or he has to use time to dash forward either through his
เศรษฐกิจ
basic
ไม่ดี
attack that he
เลี้ยง
charges
ไก่
up or not. Whoa, that is out of left field. We were thinking Bruno earlier in the panel, but we got Brody instead for Netsky.
มันคือดือแค่ประคำ
Yeah, it is a fanny since the Moscow was banned by TNC.
บ้านนี้ก็พูดเขาก็พูดกัน
Brody's like the next hypothetical best to try to keep your gold laner alive with the presence of a fanny around.
And
what in the
เศรษฐกิจพอเพียงที่ต้องลงทุน
is this lineup for Omega?
It could be a backshot here too.
พอเพียงที่ต้องลงทุน
Okay.
So the last pick to make this all round out well for the XP lane for James.
XP lane
ป
during
ระชาชนเขาจะเอาตังค์ที่ไหนเดี๋ยวไปซื้อรถแบบคุณนะ
XP laners during
คุณ
M5.
ได้เงินเดือนละ100,000 กว่าบาทคุณจะมาขอค่าข้าวอีกเหรอจะมาขอค่าอาหารวันละ 1,000 อีกเหรอ
In the gold lane that we've been seeing lately.
That's a lot of targets for the XP lane, whoever it is.
Even the Benedetta actually disappeared.
100,000 กว่าบาทที่ภาษีประชาชนเขาแบบ
might just end up being a Benny
เขาเกลียดให้น่ะ
I'm considering also Alice
ยังจะมาขอเพิ่มอีกเหรอค่าอาหาร
Like, wouldn't you need
มื้อละพัน
a bit more crowd control?
Yeah.
วันละพันมึงคิดดูเด็กขี้อะไร
Fanny, you're too slow.
Maybe a Lapu?
Yeah, I mean Lapu Bene are the options in my head right now. It's the main ones. Glue is meh. Yeah, it is a Lapu instead. Okay.
Makes sense. Might as well.
ไม่ต้องน่าจะอยู่แถวอีสานบ้านพี่อยู่อีสานลูกพี่อุบลอยู่ข้างกันกับปากเซไง
เห็นข่าวเหมือนมีมาตรการลดค่าจ้างแรงงานกำหมัดเลยทีนี้
เรื่องมาเองแพ้อำนาจมาแพ้ตอนเขาเอาเงินไปให้เขากาเบอร์นี้นะเขาซื้อเสียงมาแพ้ตอนซื้อเสียงเนี่ย จากที่เดานะไม่ต้องเดาลูกพี่ก็บอกคนดูอยู่ว่าพี่อยู่อุบลพี่เป็นสตรีมเมอร์อยู่อุบล
Holy crap, these guys really love listening to the analysis.
อยู่บน
and
เหมือน
like,
กันกับ
oh yeah, we can finally make some noise.
กับ
And I love the button
ลุงเอ
Phoenix Army for
กับลุงเก
setting
ต
the volume all the way up in the arena.
ทำให้แรงงานรำบากเพื่อช่วยเหลือเอกชนประเทศฉัน
So they probably get surprised, but just not the same way that we get surprised.
no comment ถ้าคอมเมนต์มันจะยาว
but like 200%, maybe even 300%. All right, let's jump into Land of Donis game 2 here.
นี่ก็
We'll
ไป
see
หา
if
พี่
we
สบาย
end
ดี
up
มาเล
going
ย
to
ใคร
game 3.
ถ้าพี่อยู่
Or if it's gonna be a
อยู่
sweep.
อุบลอ่ะใคร
After
อยู่
a
ปากเซ
dominant
แบบขึ้น
performance
มา
from Smart Omega in the game 1, it can
ขึ้น
be
มาเซนทง
replicated
เซนทัน
here.
อะไรเงี้ย
I mean, I think for this one I'm gonna keep it simple.
อยากเจอก็บอก
Is he gonna make this Fanny
อยา
work?
กเจอก็
Is
บ
he
อก
gonna show off some
บอ
Fanny
กได้เลย
magic again in the Broken Walls map with
เฮีย
TNC
ผม
similar
มา
to what he did last season?
ผม
That's
มา
my
ถึง
biggest question right now.
เซนทันอุบลแล้วเฮียผมอยากเจอว่ะมากินข้าวกัน
Start with the purple,
ไป
so there will
ถ้า
be
พี่ว่าง
no
ถ้าพี่อยู่อุ
threats
บล
of
นะตอนนั้นอ่ะพี่
I
ไป
guess
ไปอยู่แล้ว
a slight miscalculation in terms of the first or early rotation, which cost a lot when we saw it happen to Kyle in the previous
เหมือน
series.
พวกน้องๆผู้หญิง
Killing
อยู่
spree
เวียงจันทร์อะ
เมจิกเชสแสงดาวหน้าสกิน
อยู่
คา
ปาก
ลี่
เซ
แสงดาวอันเดียวกับเกมหลักเลย
อยู่เวียงจันทร์อยู่เวียงจันทร์
555
มาเที่ยวเซนทันมันมาเซนทันมันมากัน 3-4 คนอ่ะ
Get back into the fight.
พี่
And even
หนู
this,
มาเซนทัน
in this sense, Chaknu is going to be having a better time on this Hilda
มึงมาเซน
than
ทัน
he did
อยาก
on
เจอมาหน่อย
Licho, just because he
กู
can
ก็ไป
go ahead and help
พวกเนี้ยพวกไอ้
alongside
น้ำอะ
Fremar to set things up.
เป็
And
น
like we've
เชฟ
seen
แสง
with
ดาว
the
น่า
YSS
จะ
in
กิน
the
ฮา
gold
รี่
lane, especially in week 1,
เหรอ
this works really well in conjunction with the
เอา
team
ดิ
because not only
แต่ว่าพี่ไม่ได้เอาแสงดา
ไป
ว
ไหนไปด้วย 555
people out,
ไปไหนไป
leaving
ด้วย
that little bit of a stun with the boat there
ไป
actually
ไหน
ends
ก่อน
up
มันทำงานประจ
helping, set things
ำ
up.
ไปได้เหรอ
Really mobile, you know, and he's going to kind of need that in this matchup.
And we don't see any purifies across the board at all too.
มีโรงหนังของ
So they
SF
can
ไหม
keep
มีครับ
going
มีทั้งเม
aggro.
เจอร์มีทั้ง SF
เห็นพูดเซนเท่า
Okay, thanks for hitting that 3-mar. Let me
พี่
just
เป็นแฟน SF
poke it down and
พี่
hopefully
ไม่
they
ดู
end
เม
up
เจอร์เลย
leashing for Ryzen to get that EXP crab.
No, 3-mar's here.
ไม่ใช่ดูไม่ได้นะแต่แค่แบบว่าถ้าเลือกได้พี่ก็ไป SF เลือกไม่ได้พี่ก็ดูเมเจอร์
Ryzen, Saida picks up first blood.
มีหมดครับมีหมดมีสนามบินมีสนาม
Or what happened?
Yeah, was
มี
Ryzen
สนาม
trying to
บิ
make
น
something out of
มี
TNC? Was Omega trying to bait?
ขนส่ง
Oh, James going in,
มี
Bravest Fighter.
สถานีรถไฟ
Saida already here, but it seems like Omega will focus on 3-mar
มี
for
หมด
now. Saida secures the
ดู
turtle
Netflix
in
อยู่บ้าน
exchange
ครัช
for 3-mar.
They
555
pressure the purple. The Ryzen's back. He might get the call since everyone's here, and now TNC's got to respond. Well, Perciva!
Oh, did he even get to use the quick sand guard?
กูเป็นมือนะกูมีโกโปรนะ
มีไทม์แมชชีนไหมครับ
กูทำคลิปละ
Did he just accept his fate?
กูมีอุปกรณ์แบบมึงนะ
Perciva early on here.
ปีสองกูไปเลย
Might be one of those
กู
cases
แบ็ค
where
แพ็ค
it's
ไป
just
เลย
like, they're hitting way
อัน
harder
นี้
than we
ทัวร์แข่ง
expected.
อะไร
What's
นะ
going on?
MPL
I know what it is. Zetian, man.
Zetian.
This is why finally it took her this
เค
long
ยมาเซ็น
to get picked up by someone.
Oh, that's a flicker from Netsky.
จำไม่ได้ว่ะอาจจะเคยไปอยู่ แต่ว่าพี่จำไม่ได้
Yeah, that's a fanny. It's too quick
แต่
to
ว่า
get
อยู่
out
ปาก
of
เซ่
range.
น่ะพี่ชอบไปกิน
He did not press it just in time.
บะหมี่
By the time he already pressed it, it was
บะหมี่อยู่
already
ปาก
out of
เซ่
the
น่ะ
range of
บะหมี่
the
อะไรไม่
Brody,
รู้
so couldn't get any marks utilized by the torn apart memory. And plus,
บะ
that
หมี่
was just,
บะ
I
หมี่
think
เหลื
that
อง
was just
ที่
one
ร้าน
or two
ร้านเขา
marks
ทำเองอ่ะ
that
เขา
he was
เขา
able
ทำ
to
เส้นเอง
put.
อ่ะ
Oh,
พี่ไปเดี๋ยวที่พี่กิน2 ถ้วย
Doing a ton of damage here, but this time actually will survive.
If this Khalid loses again, it's a
bad
very
news.
bad day.
Yeah, it's a bad weekend for Khalid, man. Sad Khalid noises.
ลาปูก็ยังเล่นได้นะ แต่ว่าโซละราศีมันดีกว่าว่ะโซละ
Zaida actually doing pretty good, obviously, on the start, just because of some of the mistakes that Smart Omega has made early on. Picks up the Blade of Pepsis, rushes that. Now the damage is going to be there that he needs, and so this is looking a little
รอดู
spicy,
นะ
I'd say.
จริงๆเฟสลินมันแก้แฟนนีนะแต่ต้องรอดูว่าเขาจะเล่นได้ไหม
I'm wondering where they'll go ahead and recalibrate here. Perciva again.
Oh, if you're at the Phoenix, the quick sand guard makes it in time. But Zaida with his
รู้ทั้ง
cable.
รู้ว่าไรเส้นเขาเล่นแฟนนีแต่ก็ไม่แบนปล่อยให้มันเล่น
Zaida, bro. But yeah, sad Khalid noises. Every time they see the Khalid, they just jump on.
เฮ้ยตานี้ได้เห็นโบดี้ป่ะเฮ้ย
Making the most of the Hilda and Zetian together. You stop the Khalid, and there's a lot of things that
เฟรด
could
ริ
go
น
wrong
เหมือน
for
เป็นม
Omega.
โนทอ
Because
ระ
now
ยะ
that
สั้น
changes the
น่า
pressure
รำคาญ
towards
พอกัน
Ryzen, and James to survive for as long as they could to act as like the substitute roamers. At this point, Perciva is just looking to land raging
ไม่คือ
sandstorms.
ถ้าเจอเฟสลินตึงๆน่ะเขาจะชอบ
เมื่อกี้ที่ถามไรผมปะผมคุยงานยุ่งเมื่อกี้555
And that's what feels bad for 3 more. Man, he tried to make a play, but again, I don't know if that would have even been worth it if he got the kill.
Hey, if I'm 3, oh wait.
คือเวลินเวลาแบบเจอคนเล่นตึงๆอ่ะเขาจะชอบเอาสกิล3มาดูดแล้วเขาก็จะเดินหนีเพื่อให้ตัวเราเนี่ยเด้งกลับไปหาเขาแล้วมันก็จะสกิล1สโลว์ไว้แล้วก็2งัดแล้วก็ดูดอีกแล้วก็เดินถอยออกมาเพื่อให้ตัวเราดูดเข้าไปหาเขาอีก
ดูแข่งกับพ่อมาตั้งแต่ M7 เพิ่งเจอโบรดี้เกมแรกแข่งมีจับฮานาบิผมบ้างไหม555
นี่ไงโอเมก้ามึงไงวันแรกเลยวันแรกวีคแรกเลยโอเมก้าไงฮานาบิเละเท่านั้นยังไม่พอนะเกมแรกเกม2แม่งหยิบเรนลี่เละ
It's so easy to chain kills together. The Sky Piercer, if he got the stacks,
the
thing is at this point your Kali's already to shut down.
เอาเหรอ
I gotta give the credit to Chaklo and Storm. They've been man marking Perksiva really well. They're non-stop with making sure that Perksiva isn't comfortable with getting vision and getting into position. Every time they see him, they just blast away at him, and then they realize wait, he actually can't escape. He has to use his ulti out, or he has to burn his flicker, his raging sandstorm. We don't care about it. So just blast him over and over again. It's clockwork right now for TLC, and Perksiva can't find any footing right now.
Yeah, this Khalid is on the road to another 0. What was that, 7 or?
Yeah, tough one.
6
1 and 7 and whatever it was earlier on. But maybe there's some way somehow.
ถ้าพวกเองเล่น
able to go ahead and
เล่นแบบเล่น
capitalize on just getting to
เล่น
fight
เกม
for
พวก
the
โม
Lord.
บ้าอ
They
ย่างนี้
might
แล้ว
have
เอง
to give
รู้จัก
up another
แบบเทค
turtle
นิคการ
here.
เล่นแบบมาโคน่ะการอ่านเกมอ่านจังหวะเขาว่าเขาจะ
วันนี้พี่ได้อะไรมากิน
อะไรเงี้ยเองจะเล่นเกมได้สนุกขึ้นและเองจะไม่เบื่อเลยเว้ย
You're most likely just going to be catching Chaknu,
จริง
but
รู้จักสามารถแบบอ่านจังหวะการเล่นของฝั่งตรงข้ามว่าเขาจะเล่นอย่างนี้นะเขาจะสกิลมาทางนี้แล้วมึงจะต้องเดินหลบแบบนี้อะไรเงี้ยเนี่ยแหละพวกการเล่นแบบมาโคถ้ามาโคอิงนั่นน่ะโอ้โหเล่นสนุกครับยังไงก็สนุกมันจะเป็นการอัพสกิลเพย์ของเราขึ้นเยอะมากนะ
Positional shifts by Omega because of that broken wall that allowed Fanny to get easy access to Mingwin's
แค่มีสาวในทีมผมก็มีกำลังใจเล่นละ555
ภาพมึงออนกินกี่โมงกูเลยอยากกินนะไปกินแทนกูหน่อยโอลิฟไปกินเบื่อกูหน่อย
Yeah, Ryzen actually got the turtle. Great retro from him.
ถ้าเสียกลางก่อนโอจีก็เล่นยากนะถ้าเสียกลางก่อนน่ะ
Okay, they're going to push Chaknu out. Just giving some vision, poking down the turret. But this is what I was talking about. Look how that team fight went out. It's so hard for Smart Omega to actually catch someone. Oh, Zyda?
เนี่ยดูดิเอ้ยดู
It locked in!
น่ะ
And a shutdown!
Man finally gets a stack on him, finally! And use the Torn Apart memory just
จะบินหนีไปไหนก็ช่างหนีไม่พ้นอันติของบูดี้ถ้ามีสแต็กติดตัวแล้ว
I think he wanted to cable get the cyclone, but the thing is I think he missed through the cyclone. And so his cable, he bumped into the wall, had to walk back a bit to pick up the cyclone.
พี่อยากให้พวกมึงเจอแบบคอมนี่ว่าคอมแบบบาดังโลมปาเซียป่า
I mean, look how much gold Netsky does have. He has been farming up for the majority of this game.
แล้วก็เป็นคิมมี่หรือไม่ก็เป็นเมดแบบโป๊กสกิลเบกก็ได้ซาเวียก็ได้
I think in that case too, Netsky still.
บาดังโลมปาเซียป่า
In terms of the team
จังหวะ
fights
ที่
in the space.
ปาเซียแม่งชนอ่ะ
He's got antique harass, man. He's gonna have to.
แล้วมันสตันโคตรนานแล้วคือบาดังต่อยเป็นกำแพงอีกออกก็ไม่
พี่
ได้
ชายชวนผมไปทำงานประกัน
ชอบไหมล่ะชอบก็ไปทำดิแต่พี่ว่าเองไปได้ดีก็คือกับข้าวทำพวกกับข้าวทำกับอาหารดีกว่า
Great understanding of the limits of his hero. He used the bravest fighter right away.
เคยอยู่วงการนั้นมาก่อนรายได้ไม่มีเพดานครับ
He was able to get a shield.
เอาจริงนะพ่อใหญ่สำหรับผมโซโล่แค่ดราฟไม่แพ้ก็บุญละเป็นวิทยากรแต่ติดที่ผมพูดไม่เก่ง555
เป็นวิทยากรแต่ติดที่พูดไม่เก่งเอาเองไม่ได้ฝึกมาไงอย่างพี่เนี้ยอย่างพี่อย่างเงี้ยพี่เรียนเอกวิศวะงานเชื่อมก็จริงนะเว้ยพี่เรียนวิศวะงานเชื่อมก็จริงแต่ว่าพี่ลงเอกครุศาสตร์อย่างน้อยก็คือพี่ได้มีสกิลครูการพูดการจาพวกเรียนจิตวิทยาการใช้กับผู้คนด้วยนะ
Team spots 3 more again. They're not.
ก็ไม่แปลก
James
เห็น
is
ปะ
held onto the turret well. I mean, to be fair,
ดูดิ
at one point TNC
กู
decided
จ
to
บค
trade
รุ
out
ศาสตร์
the
นะ
top
เว้ย
side so that they get
แต่เอกวิทย์วะ
priority at the
วิทย์วะ
bottom, but
พี่ชอบงานเชื่อมไง
turned into a
ถ้าเกิด
massive
มี
lead
โอ
for
กาส
Ben
นะ
Hughes.
ถ้ามีโอกาสได้ทำงานเกี่ยวกับพวกงานเชื่อมอะพี่เข้าไปนะพี่ชอบ
Okay, looking at this.
ไม่ได้จับนาน
That's one of the things
กลับมาจับ
now,
อีก
too.
รอบนึง
Again,
กูก็ยังเชื่อมสวยอยู่
coming in
เพราะว่าเรา
clutch
ฝึก
here.
เรา
Ryzen
ฝึก
will
มา
get
เยอะ
the
นะ
lead in armor.
เราฝึกมาหนักมาก
They might look to just kind of bait something out here. It looks like. Yeah, Mount Chakra was used.
แต่งานถ้ามีออกนอกประเทศทางบริษัทออกให้หมดพร้อมที่พัก
ก็ไปดิ
3 members
ลองดิ
of TNC around him.
วิทยากร
They were just like, we're locking
ถ้า
on
เป็น
the
วิทยากร
Brody
อ่ะ
right
ดี
now. Ignore this Khalid, but he was right there. That could have been
พี่ชอบ
something.
Yeah, and this is
งาน
like
จับ
the
ไมค์
effect
ขึ้น
of
บน
just
เว
having
ที
already
ชอบ
the antique cuirass and some other defense items. He was able to last a bit more longer.
Item.
There goes the setup coming in from Captain Saida. Secures the Lord and flies towards the other
มัน
members
จะ
of the
ค่อย
Omega, but it seems like Mingwin
คน
got
รอบ
to
ตัว
find
บอก
his
ผมเหมาะกับจะ
positioning.
ไปเป็น
It's
ครู
another
แต่ผม
Tornaport
ว่าผม
memory
ไม่เหมาะ
that
ผมแพ้
doesn't
สถาน
convert to
ที่
a
เสียง
kill
ดัง
just
เช่น
yet,
ห้อง
but at
เรี
least
ยน
Omega find 3 more.
Yeah, perfect RWM there by Mingwin. Good timing. But now TNC immediately goes straight to managing the minion wave in mid. They do have the enhanced minions with the Lord marching out. So Omega will
แปลก
just
ไหม
eye
พี่ชอบ
out
ทำงานกับ
to
คน
burning
กั
down
บ
the slurs, so
คน
TNC
ที่ชอบ
wouldn't be
ทำงาน
able to
กับ
make the
คน
most
นะ
out of it. It's going to be a
แต่
trade for
พี่
top
ไม่
side
ชอบ
as Benecutie
ไม่ชอบ
splits up
ที่คน
top.
เยอะ
Yep, not much off of that Lord, but
แปลก
still
ไหม
great for Zyda to go ahead and swoop on
ชอบ
in
ทำงาน
and
กับ
get
ผู้
the
คน
retry off.
แต่
And
ไม่
then
ชอบ
now for
ที่คน
Omega,
เยอะ
still under control here, trying to control the map, not getting pushed out too much. Yeah, they lose a turret, but
แต่
it's
นี่
just
เกม
kind of
นี้
a
ถ้า
back and
เกม
forth
เย
at
อะ
this point,
แล้ว
you know? And
ล้วง
as
โคตร
you
ยาก
saw,
เนี่ย
Netsky,
แพ้
his
เหมือนกันนะ
biggest threat is
มัน
like
ต้องรอดู
whenever
ไอ้
Zyda
คน
rushes
ที่
in or even
ไอ้คนที่
through
จะ
ผม
เปิด
ชอบ
แฟน
การ
นี้เว้
เข้าย สังคม แต่ไม่ชอบเสียงดัง 5,555
that being the torrent or
ก็ลองดู
Sora, or
มีสอง
even the
ถ้า
Mount Shocker.
แต่ก่อนพี่ทำงานอะไรณ
Netsky has a
ศู
little
น
more
ย์ร
space
ถ
to work
ป่ะ
with.
ใช่
Once he gets his wind
พี่
of
ทำงาน
nature,
แค่
it might be a
แค่นั้น
little
แหละ
bit
ที่เดียว
more, I
มึง
don't
คิด
wanna
ดู
say
ดิ
too
กูเรียน
risky, but
กู
he
เรียน
might be able to
งานเชื่อม
position
อะ
at least better
เกิดกูไปทำงานช่างยนต์
against this lineup. Whoa, James.
Oh my goodness.
กูจะไม่ตรงสาย
Damage
แล้วกู
right
ปรับตัว
there.
ได้ยังไงกูทำอยู่นั่นตั้งเกือบ10 ปีอะ
At least we saw how James
สาขา
constantly
แรก
able
ก็
to keep
6 ปี
himself
สา
safe
ขาที่ 2 อี
in
ก 3 ปี
those kinds of scenarios, but somehow I'm
อ
liking
ยู่
how
ตั้งแต่
Perseus
บริษัท
still
อันนี้
trying to
จ
hold
น
it
บริษัท
together.
เขาปิดตัวแหละ
Like, we
มึงดูดิ
do see him get constantly picked off, but in
เช
the
ฟโรเลต
previous
อะ
instances where TNC tried to lock him down, it seems as if he's able to hold out a bit more longer. We did mention that he already had the antique cuirass available, so probably that has a bit of a role to play alongside the Chastis.
Yeah, that's a hell of a throwback, by the way. Brody has both buffs, purple and orange. This point,
Buffed
Ryzen
up.
is not getting it, and they're feeding everything onto Netsky's Brody.
He's the main component, and there's the wind of nature that I was talking about. So now he is ready to go ahead and fight. I mean, he does only have the one stack on the Sky
ห้า
Piercer.
ปิดตัวเหรอถามจริง
One
ก็ปิด
team
ตัวใน
fight
ไทย
could
ไง
change the
เชฟ
course
โร
of
เลต
things,
เขาไม่ได้
especially
จำหน่ายใน
this
ไทยแล้วไง
Will they be able to mark 3 more? Okay, they get to spot him out, and he has to reset it. Next buff. Oh,
flicker.
เขาไม่ได้จำหน่ายรถ
Ryzen
แบรนด์นี้
already
อยู่ในไทย
used
แล้วไง
the
แต่ว่าต่างประเทศ
ปั๊มน้ำมัน
เขาก็
แถ
ขายว เหมือนกัน
บ้าน ผมหมดทุกที่เลย
And
555
Lord's up in 30, so
Yeah, that's big
อ๋อ
info
นึก
for
ว่าปิด
Omega
ไป
to
หมด
make it
แค่ใน
capitalize
ไทย
on. At
นี่
least
เอง
it's
ถือ
gonna be
ว่า
harder,
ไม่ค่อย
maybe a little
เห็น
bit harder for Chaknu to
เขา
get
ยุ
a
ติ
big
การ
stun
ผ
on
ลิต
someone.
การจำหน่ายแล้ว
But at this
แบร
point,
น
he's
ด์
gonna end up
แบรนด์
becoming
นี้อยู่ในประ
most
เทศไทย
likely the big trade.
ไม่มียังมีแค่
He's
เมือง
gonna
นอก
be
มัน
fresh
ขาด
off
ทุ
the
น
ball
ไง
as he doesn't have a flicker out to engage. Oh,
No,
Netsky!
Netsky. Oh,
does he know?
he uses the Cyclone Eye.
He doesn't know.
Okay,
he puts
Perceiver
it
gives the information. That
รอ
could
ดู
have
ดิ
been
ไม่น่า 2-0 หรอก แต่ก็ไม่แน่นะ ถ้าเกิด ONG แบบตั้งรับได้แล้วแบบพลิกไฟกลับไปได้เนี่ยแบบฟิลิปมันมีของอ่ะแล้วมันยืนได้ล่ะ
Benecutie and Chaknu might have got
ชิบหายเลย
ร
นะ
ถไฟฟ้านี่สบายคิวว่าง 555
อะไรรถไฟฟ้า
Omega starts it up, but
They're blocking Chaknu and Benecutie from making it.
รถไฟฟ้านี่
yeah,
ส
they
บาย
want to
คิว
try
ว่าง
to make a play here potentially,
Yeah, but they don't know where Zyda is
or
too.
at least delay it in a sense. Yeah,
คืออะไรวะ
we've seen him before, man. He
อ๋อ
can sweep
หมายถึง
in
ไอ้ตัวชาร์จอะเหรอ
with this Fanny.
Yeah.
If I'm Netsky, you stand close to Ryzen, even
พี่
though
ก็
it's
เคย
your
พูดอยู่
you're
นะ
gonna get the
ใช่
hit by the
ใช่
Sora.
พี่เคยพูดอยู่นะ
There's
ว่า
a lot of information that
อ
can
นา
come
คต เครื่องยนต์สันดาปจะหมดไป
China coming in. Ryzen still steals away the Lord. James, can he survive this? All members are still alive from
ผมไม่รู้ตอนที่พูดไง
ไม่
555
ต้องนานเลยโอ้ไม่รู้กี่ปีแล้ว
And the
เคยพูด
Toraport
อยู่ว่า
Memory did nothing.
สัก
He
วันหนึ่ง
couldn't get any marks off.
Bro, that was
น้ำมันจะหมด
battle
ไป
spell maximized.
เครื่องยนต์สันดาปก็จะหมดไป
It came out at the
Battle
nick of
spell
time.
maxing.
Yes, battle spell maxing by both
เพราะสง
teams.
ครามโลกมันส่ง
Okay,
ผลก
let's
ระท
see
บ
how this next
Lord push-out can be translated into something by Omega as Ryzen did win the Retribution battle against
มันส่ง
Zyda.
ผลกระทบหมดครับ
It's still a
แล้ว
very
ยิ่ง
close
แบบมี
game,
คนแบบ
honestly. It's a game
แม่ง
of
บริหาร
inches.
นี่กูยิ่งหมด
If
คำ
we
ที่
can
บอก
execute just a little bit better, how about the time
มี
to
ที่ไหน
entry?
เหี้ย
So
นายก
play.
เลยออกมาแบบแถลงการณ์ขอโทษประชาชนที่บริหารไม่ดี
Omega needs to go
สภาพ
Oh, Ryzen!
Ryzen holding off the other members. They finally
ฆ่า
take
ห
down
นู
the
เอง
turret. Okay.
Oh, Bricks.
This is all Zyda's gonna do for now.
Yeah. So you see the backline is actually sticking close to Stone because they know they have the knockback of the Zetin to help them to create space if ever they get dived on. Bottom side is where Zyda's splitting off. He has one siege minion there. That falls and he's going to be clearing down bottom. Omega now is breaching through the top side.
It's going to be a macro play here. The Lord's going to go ahead and charge into this top turret.
วันนี้พี่ไม่เล่นหรอกครับ
a raging sandstorm. Oh, Fury the Phoenix.
ไม่ได้เล่นครับ
Second phase. Oh, this one might not be win. It gets bursted
พี่มี
by Zyda.
นั่ง
Now
วัด
it's
ปาร์ตี้
Chapnu chasing after
MPL
4. But that's all just to push them away.
ต้องรอจบนั่นแหละรอจบสักครู่ถ้ามันแบบถ้ามันรอ20 นาทีครึ่งชั่วโมงอะไรเงี้ยก็ถึงจะเล่นได้
Another concealed play. Benny and Chapnu working together. Chapnu or Benny rather gets stunned though. And it's Netsky finding another stack. But the setup from 3-Mar. Can it be enough? Zyda providing
ก็ไม่รู้รอดู
actually finds a triple.
Oh no, Netsky! He saw one kill and he's like, I'm going to join the fight, but here comes 3-Mar.
Signal number 2, but it's not Storm or it's not the Typhoon Benny. It's 3-Mar with a Sora.
แล้วดูเกมแรกแม่งมึงอ่อมอะไรวะ TNC ฮะให้โอเมก้าเขาไปแบบนำก่อนอะ
Getting those stacks in.
ทำเพื่อ
He gets shut down. The stacks get reduced. Here you have the Phoenix used again, and Zyda gets access to Omega's purple buff.
Oh, that's we got to look at the replay here. Look at this unfold onto the turret. Netsky in the
สง
back.
สัยเกม
has the
3
room
ต้อง
and
หยิบ
gets
ฮานา
tons of
บิ
stacks off. Benny Cutie dies, and look at the positioning here from 3-Mar to set this up, and they all get caught in 3-Mar's setup.
He committed the stun. He didn't need to, and that brought him within range. 3-Mar popped his ultimate. Oh, Netsky.
That's back-to-back games where you're like, man, Netsky.
Unfortunate timing. One way or another, the Cloud Prince gets hit by the clouds. Sorry, Netsky, I love you, man.
Okay.
Oh, Chapnu found Netsky.
Bleeding Netsky. Oh, Mingwin forced to flicker out as well. That's a two-man taunt. James jumping in, trying to keep the other members safe, but it's Zyda flying over everyone. But Netsky, was that the wind of nature? And they somehow find an outplay. The Razor translates down to Zyda. Nowhere in sight. Ryzen and
เป็นอย่างที่กูพูดไว้เลย
อยากเล่
นั่
น
น
เกมฮานาบิอยากเฉิดฉาย 5,555
He's stuck here, but James and Netsky can't get close.
Oh my
มึง
goodness.
กลางเมตาทันไหมล่ะ
From a blunder to a highlight. Oh, Netsky.
มึงชอบโซโล่เพราะมึงชอบโซโล่เวลาพี่เอาไอ้ยอมมาเล่นก็ไม่ยอมมาเล่นด้วย
In my head,
ชอบ
I'm like,
กด
he
โซ
made
โล่
Maui. He made up for what happened earlier. And they got the Lord on top of it. So, man, what a twist. What a turn of tables. Now Omega can go down the mid.
This game is entertaining for both the wrong and right reasons. And I love it so much.
Okay. Now
Working
they
on the
have
base.
นั่นไงนั่นไงเห็นไหมเป็นอย่างที่พี่พูดไหมโอลิฟ
ใช่ว่าผมไม่อยากเล่นนะ แต่ติดงาน
ผมก็ไม่มีเวลาเล่นก็ไม่ต้องเล่นไงแล้วก็เบรกไว้ไง
finding Netsky. There's the stun, but Netsky judges the fury of the Phoenix. Zyda forces out the Winter Crown, but somehow TNC actually take down Mingwin, so it might be a no-go.
อีกกูแบบเข้าไปลึกเกินคุณกู
Defends successfully.
เอาจริงๆถ้าเกิดมันปิดแฟนนี้ได้ปุ๊บนี่จบเลย
Zyda still ended up with a purple buff taken away from the Omega side of the jungle. So for TNC, they were very preoccupied for making sure that the Lord would be marching forward. Ryzen was not playing the role of the roamer, going with the Lord, staying forward, keeping 3-Mar away from the rest of the team. The thing is,
งัดแจมก็เล่นได้ครับ
แกรนนี่เลเจนดารี่อยากเฉิดฉาย
หรือแบบน้องบางคนสกิลเพย์แบบจะมาเล่นกับพี่อย่างนี้เปิดประวัติใช่ปะเปิดประวัติพี่เข้าไปดูปุ๊บโอเคแรงมึงอยู่ตำนานก็จริงแต่ว่าแรงสูงสุดมึงคือแบบ150กว่าดาว200ดาวอย่างเงี้ยอย่างเงี้ยเล่นได้แต่ถ้าแบบแรงสูงสุดมึงแค่แบบ
พี่แท็กมาเล่นกับพี่บ้างนะ
เทพสงครามแกโทร
ได้
หา
ไว้
พี่
ผมจะมาเล่นด้วยแต่พ่อต้องไปท็อปโลกโลลิต้าก่อนนะ
ไปดูดิว่าอันดับไหน
And
แล้ว
so this is going to bring us to once again another fight for a Lord. And even that last fight, the last one that broke out that Omega was able to get, it got a little dicey there. There was almost a chance that Horizon could have potentially have lost that retry battle, but they were able to flip the table, focus on Zyda and get him down. But still, Zyda has been doing work here.
แกว่าแกจะมาเล่นด้วยแล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะมาสุ่มสกิน
the game, 20 plus minutes. You've got
แต่ที่บอกว่า
immortality
พี่
to worry about.
ติดอันนี้ไง
You've got of
ติด
course the winner
MPL
natures and the
3
winner
คู่เลยวันนี้
crowns
นั่งดู
that are
แข่ง
going to be kind of exchanging here on both sides.
Yeah, so now you get to see the idea behind that blade of Heptasis pick up by Chaknu 2. He's
ติ
positioning
ดใจ
himself
สุ่มสกินแหละ
somewhere
555
or where he could just gain a much easier access, I'd say, towards Netsky. But what they don't know is that they're actually trying to do something down bottom here. And Zyda spots them, okay.
Yeah, he's going to get the information they need. This is TNC to play the macro and not let it get out of hand. Even in a sense, Omega has
มา
to
ลีส
control
วยมากพี่เอรู้จักมา
but they go ahead and
รู้
start
จัก
the floor. They've got control.
รู้จัก
Benny
positioning
น้อ
from
ง
Benny.
ตะ
Benny and Chaplin have a crazy duo going on right now. What
Yeah,
are you guys
they do.
cooking?
Is he going to spot that out or
ถ้าเป็น
no?
ยูทูบเบอร์รุ่นแรกๆอ่ะรู้ทำไมจะไม่รู้
They might just reset this.
Yeah, they have to.
Netsky gets the orange. They keep the Lord
ปิดแฟนี
under
เท่ากับ
half.
จ
They
บ
might
ใช่
just
ถ้า
hold
มัน
them
ปิด
in.
แฟนีได้คือจบเลย
They're blitzing it. Oh, 3 more! The stun doesn't land!
Ooh,
Ryzen with
the
the
last.
abrasive draft. Referee still secured the objective, and now 3 more locked down. Will they have enough damage to work with him? Chakno trying to take down Netsky, and still no one again going down for Smart Omega.
Netsky conserved everything at the right time. By the time Zyda swept in after
คาลิด
Chaplin
มัน
tried
จะ
to
กลับ
go
บ้าน
for
ทำไมวะ
after him, it was the wind of nature. Now he decides to sell that item and swaps it out for an immortality with his base push. And also great
คนมาเยอะแน่อริมันเยอะ คนดู 555
Here we go. Lord in the base.
อ๋อสาย
Omega going
สาย
for the
ปั่นอ
play
ยู่
here.
แล้ว
There's no flicker
ธรรม
available
ดา
for
โอ้โห
3
ยูทูบ
more
เบอร์
and Benny Cutie.
กี่ล้านซับอะ
Just
แต่ละคนอะ
flying all over this defense. 3 more going into the setup. Fury of the Phoenix landing on multiple members as well, but they're so tanky. Benny Cutie going in an attempt to take down both Netsky or maybe even James.
พี่ก็ต้องพึ่ง
Zyda might just
ต้อง
find
พึ่ง
him here. Multiple members are
พึ่ง
very
บาร
low
มี
on
น้องๆเขาแหละ
HP. Can
ยูทูบเบอ
Zyda
ร์คน
actually
ดังๆ
go
เนี่ย
for the
ต้อง
cleanup?
พึ่งเขา
Omega
เราต้อง
will not risk it.
It's too much of a
พึ่ง
threat
เขาเป็น
for
กระบอกเสียง
Omega
แทน
when
เรา
they
ไง
have such low health. With a Fanny across from them, they'll respect it. And it's a defense for
อาจจะปรับปรุง
TNC.
อะไรบ้างมีตรงไหนที่แบบอะไรเงี้ยก็ได้เขาเลยแหละเป็นแบบเป็นกระบอกเสียงแทนเรา
Every team fight means that Omega barely has enough time to try and make sure that the members of TNC are low. You also have to credit Zyda's timing on this Fanny. He is making the most out of it.
Oh, we win! That's the immortality already, but my goodness, look at Zyda.
โดน
Hunt him down.
ฮานาบิออฟได้ไหมครับ
ได้แต่มึงเล่นคนเดียวเถอะ
That's
ยิงชินออฟได้ไหมครับสำหรับพี่
immortality at least on
อย่าลูกไม่เอา
there for Mingwit.
ไม่เอาอย่าเลย ไฟเตอร์ขอเป็นตัวที่แบบสามารถค้ำได้ ที่แบบสามารถแบบเป็นตัวแทนแทงเป็นตัวที่แบบไปซับแทงไปแทงแทนแทงด้วยอย่างเงี้ยเป็นตัวแบบตัวเปิดไฟตัวค้ำดีกว่าครับตำแหน่งของออฟเลนเพราะมันเป็นสู้
Storm and Zyda as the game goes on. Their
เอาไปเล่นรูมดีกว่าชูป่วนกว่าเยอะ
Fury of the Phoenix timing from Storm.
มาชามีเลือด3 หลอดพอไหมครับ
Zyda's patience.
ถ้าเล่นเป็นแทงก็พออยู่ครับแต่ส่วนมากเขาไม่เล่นเป็นแทงอยู่ดีเขาเล่นเป็นดา
อ๋
เม
อ
จ
ชูเลนกลาง 555
เขาเล่นเป็นดาเมจกัน
Slugfest.
แต่อย่าลูกมันโดนแก้ง่ายครับมันจะโดนบีบบังคับให้เล่นเป็นดาเมจใช่ปะเลือด3 หลอดก็จริงแต่ตัวมันบางทีนี้พอเลือดหมดปุ๊บคือมันจบเลยตัวมันบางมากตัวมันบางมากโดนเมเนเข้าไปชุดเดียวก็หายแล้วโดนอาร์ลอดเข้าไปชุดเดียวก็หายแล้ว
not want to take too long. Right now, 3 Mars giving the information. Chaknu and Benny Cutie are doing a different.
ต่อให้แบบ
This
มัน
time, different
บาง
angle.
มากแต่ฝืนเล่นจน 60 ดาว
มันบางลูกมันบางแต่เล่นได้นะไม่ใช่ว่าเล่นไม่ได้เล่นได้
Oh, getting bursted down. That's the conceal.
แสดงว่าเองชอบ
Actually catches Netsky. And Benny Cutie might just get the drop done, but he gets stunned by
เองทันแพทนั้นป่ะแพทที่มาชามันเล่นเป็นแทงอ่ะเขาเอามาชามารวมอ่ะแล้วคือแบบออกของแทงอ่ะแล้วเลือดแบบเลือดเป็นบาร์โค้ดอ่ะ
ไม่ทัน
โอ้ยพี่อยากให้เห็นมากเลยตอนนั้นแบบมีเขาแดงกันหมดเลยนะเพราะมันไม่ตายทันทีอ่ะเลือดเป็นบาร์โค้ดอ่ะผมเจอโลลิต้าด้วยเมื่อคืนผมบอกเพื่อนเลยพี่เทนกูฮะติดท็อปโลกกันดิไปดูดิ
แล้วตอนนี้ล่ะพี่เป็นบาร์โค้ดไหม
ไม่รู้อ่ะพี่ยังไม่ได้ลองเลยยังไม่ได้ลองออกเซตแทงให้เลยตอนนั้นคือมาชาเขาเอามาเล่นเป็นแทงกันโอ้โห
Yeah, Omega are not
โคตร
clearing
น่า
any
รำคาญ
minion waves. They're allowing it to naturally
กวน
go
ปลา
up. It's
ไม่ต้องฟาร์ม
20
อ่ะ
seconds. This game is gonna go on longer again. Oh, Chaknu.
Wait, he's in between. Where he's up against 4. Cyclone Eye.
Yeah, I don't think they can kill Chaknu. He's just tanky enough.
ท็อปอันดับ 79 แล้ว
อันนี้คือพี่ยังไม่ได้เล่นต่อนะตอนนั้นขึ้นมาอันดับ 70 มีแต่คนแบนอ่ะ จะเล่นก็ไม่ได้เล่นแล้วโดนแล้วเนี่ยกันไหวไหมน่ะเฮ้ยเพื่อนเกิดดู
This is not over yet. Brilliant move after brilliant move from both TNC and Omega.
Whoa.
What is this game?
Captain Minguin.
Captain Minguin.
Captain Minguin and his calls. No, because imagine just how much of a pressure you're going through as an Eve. There's a Yisun Shin who's not afraid to jump on to 3 members just to take you out. There's a Hilda flickering in, and there's a Fanny flying.
Yeah, so that's crazy. You saw the
ลอง
sequence
รับ
by
พี่เป็น
Chaknu,
อยู่
Benny, and Stoneman was so clean. Benny was behind
โคตร
enemy
เดือดอ่ะ
lines. He decided to stun Mingwin.
แบบโคตรน่ารำคาญเลยแต่เราจะไม่ค่อยมีดาเมจตีไง
He commits the power of wildness. Mingwin brought low. He gets the sidestep. Then RWM pops up the shield.
จะเอามาเล่นได้เวลาเราเจอพวกตัวที่เป็นสกิลอ่ะตัวที่มันต้องใช้สกิลอ่ะเราเอามาเป็นตัวไล่ตัวรับเล่นได้เพราะว่ายิ่งมีไอเทมเกาะไหลลงทันอ่ะไอเทมใหม่ที่มันสโลว์ยิ่งดีแล้วหมวกผู้พิทักษ์มันก็บัฟมาอีกอ่ะดีเด้งเดือดแรง
ฟาซ่าคือ HP คูณ 3 หรือแต่แบ่งเป็น 3 หลอดเฉย
Well, whichever is on cooldown, that's what he swaps out. Man.
จำไม่ได้ว่าต้องถามมีนมาชาเนี่ยพี่จำไม่ได้
Right now, though, Omega, it's easier for them considering that they have the advantage with the minion waves, with only 1 base turret standing for TNC in the bottom lane. But the thing is, whoever wins the fight pretty much wins the game
เลือด
already.
3 หลอด
If Omega lose Netsky and they win a fight, but there are still members of TNC to defend, it can't end. So this has to be some god-tier level micro mechanics and from every member of Omega to make sure Netsky survives long enough so that they can just slowly win the fight with Netsky being able to free hit after.
ไอเทมเกาะอะไรลงทันนะพี่ชอบพี่รู้สึกว่ามันดีกว่าเกาะโบราณด้วยซ้ำต่อให้เกาะโบราณมันกันพวกเจาะเวทเจาะเกาะใช่ปะแต่พี่ว่า
It's a Zayden not dying.
ก็อะไรลงทันดีกว่า
ดีครับผม
สวัสดีครับ
Because this Fanny, when members of Omega are all down to below 50%,
ก็อะไรลงทันเกาะกันตีกันเกาะตีสโลว์
TNC has not died at all, and it's been almost 30 minutes in this game. Now they're the ones who are trying to leash the
ดีกว่า
พี่ชอบแต่สุดท้ายแล้วพี่ชอบอันไหนพี่ชอบเข็มขัดนะพี่ก็ยังชอบไอเทมเข็มขัดเหมือนเดิม
From Chaknu, biggest threat towards that back line where Mingwin and
เป็นบาร์โค้ด
Netsky
เพราะ
have
มัน
to
ล
be
ดไปเลย
careful of.
75%
They're looking to finesse their way.
มันดีกว่าแล้วคือแบบตัวแบบตีไว
ความไวโจมตี
ใช่
Trying to get that upper hand.
มันดีมากๆเลยเอามาต้นเกมนี่โคตรดี
They're gonna bait out something from TNC here. They want TNC to react to the fact that Ryzen and the rest of Omega are starting to go fast with this Lord.
Zaida is clearing minion waves up top.
Yeah, Nesky has so much room here on this
พี่ว่าไอ้
backside
ที่เนี้ยเนี่ย
too.
เหมาะ
We'll
กับ
see.
พวกเหมาะกับ
It
โคตร
does
โคตรเหมาะกับไฮ
reset
รอด
though. They decided to give it a reset.
Yeah, he left it
เหมาะ
though.
กับไฮรอดเหมาะกับตัวแทง
Now
ที่
it's
แบบ
only Storm.
Very good
เป็น
discipline
ตัว
by
ยืน
these
อ่ะ
two. TNC
โคตรเหมาะ
Nova,
เลย
if they overcommitted and overreacted there, Omega, that would have been playing under their condition. It was them trying to force a reaction out, but Ryzen has been taking a lot of damage from this Lord.
Persiva gets an eye on Zaida. We'll see if they actually, again, this is such a beefed up Lord at the 30-minute mark.
ถ้าโรมมันไม่คุ้มเลย
Can't even go for a clear call.
แต่ว่าต้องใช้ได้เป็นบางตัวนะ
I think Omega know that they can
ใช้ได้เป็นบางตัว
สกิลเลือดหายเยอะไป
ใช่ใช่
Waiting for the buff to be up. Jack News there though.
Yeah.
Nesky trying to get the purple.
ต้องใช้ได้เป็นบางกรณีใช้ไม่ได้ทุกเกม
Now they're gonna try and burst the Lord.
แบบว่าแบบฟิกว่าไอเทมนี้ต้องออกกับตัวเนี้ยตลอดเลยอย่างเงี้ยไม่ได้ต้องดูเป็นบางเกม ถ้าเกมไหนมีตัวแบบตัวละลายตัวตี
มา
เรา
ชา
เร็ว
จุดเด่นมันคือล้างสถานะหรือเปล่านะ
ๆทำเมนมาชาด้วยโอ้โหเลื่อนมาโคตรอุ้ยเฟดดินทำของแล้วอ่ะ
Go for the re-engage, but that's all they're after.
The corrosive strike from the
ได้หลอดอีกแล้ว
lands just on time.
เป็นนีตุย
5v4. And minions and Lord for Omega. Jack no desperate.
Oh, it's a desperate move.
มึงจะตุย
Can
กี่โม
Leroy
ง
go for the setup? He goes thunder form. He just wants to take down
ใช่ ล้างสถานะกับเลือด3 หลอด
alive.
He picks up the
แน่ใจนะว่าหลอดเลือดจริง ๆ 5,555 อย่างเยอะ
Oh! The Lord is in the base of TNC.
It's only Storm
ขอบ
and
คุณครับผม
Benny trying to
ดี
go
ครั
for
บ
the
พ่อ
defense. The Lord
ว่าไงครับอย่าง
ลอง
เงี้ย
ไปเล่นดู
eventually worked on. 3
เป็นไง
more has
เป็นไงเรียนเป็นไงบ้าง
for TNC, but they have the waves.
ต้องไปเล่นดู
right now. Base is at half health.
โอ้เดือด
Omega has a numbers
บอกเลย
advantage with the full
ถ้ามาชาออกของแทงอะเดือด ว่าไงออฟเลนเทพ
ทำงาน
เจ้า
หนักเอาเรื่อง
พอทำงา
ถ้าน เกิดหยุดยาก
This is what it means to fight
แต่ถ้าไม่เกิดโยน
champions. Even if it takes 30 plus minutes to finally secure their game-winning
ขอบคุณครับ
set, they will lock in.
ขอบคุณครับผม
There are no more winless teams here. It's all W's.
ใช่บางตัวคือเปิดโลกมากใช่
Ooh, what a
เอา
match.
2-0นะจ๊ะ
ผมเอาเหรียญจากที่ผมสตรีมได้มาแบ่ง
เฮ้ย
Because
ขอบคุณ
my
ครับ
goodness, there was so much that happened in that game too. Of
คุณไป
course,
สตรีม
here,
มาเหรอ
fist bumps across the board for both these teams, man. Because honestly, game 2 could have gone either way. It felt like.
เป็นไงได้แฟนจากการสตรีมหรือยัง
ผมไปสตรีมมา
เฮ้ย
In the middle of the fight.
It was after, it was his defensive
ได้แฟ
fight.
นหรือยัง
I can't recall if it was the wind of nature he decided to sell.
Because he had used it.
ได้ลอง
against
โฟ
Zaida.
เวียสโคตรถูกใจอ่ะพ่อใหญ่คุ้มกับที่แลกชิ้นส่วนมา
And then once he was getting chased by
มี
the
อยู่
Neymar
แล้ว
and
อ๋อ
Champion,
ลืม
sold
คนไม่
that
คนเดิมปะเนี่ย
loss and that little extra basic attack healed
หย
that
อก
he got from that kept him at a healthy percentage to not
หย
get
อก
taken
มาหยอก
down. He even popped the regen for just a little bit
บา
of
ส
heal.
คนเดิมดิพ่อ
I just have to
ไม่รู้
say,
ไงเพื่อ
Netsky
เปลี่ยนอะไรอย่างงี้พี่
has
เซ
made
ล
up
เฉ
for
ย
everything that we saw in the early game. I do not
หยอก
recall
เดี๋ยว
any
บ้านเขาแตกอีกอะ
I do not
ไอ้บ้าน
recall
นี่มัน
any
รักเมียที่สุดแล้วไม่เคยนอกใจแบบเป็นคนที่รักเดียวใจเดียว
Remember Netsky
จริง
is that play right there. That hot cross.
ๆต่อให้สาวที่ไหนเข้ามามันก็ไม่เคยจะสนหรอกรักเมียที่สุดในโลก
Keep it up, don't delete it.
Hey man, what an amazing
Yeah.
game there. What amazing series, and congratulations to them. I can't wait to hear
Speakers.
about our winner interview on stage
ที่ดี
with
สุดในรุ่นอยู่แล้วนอน
Oh my gosh, hey!
พี่เองโคตรอยู่เป็น
Hindi makapigil na hininga. Longest match of this season, beating the previous mark na 30 minutes, 39
ผมบอก
seconds.
แล้วติดคอนเทนต์แชมป์นะครับยากจะมาแชมป์อะไรก่อนมึงผ่านลิควิดให้ได้ก่อน
แพ้อีหยังไม่แพ้ 5,555
แพ้ยังบ่แพ้มาแพ้อันนี้ก็มึง
Unang panalo nyo,
Oo,
gano'ng
mama.
mahalaga yun para sa
Kay Jeline.
natitira nyo pang games?
Para sa amin, sobrang halaga ng game na to kasi next week wala nang MPL wala ka nang chance bumawi.
พี่
สตรีมรีวิว ID เกม FF ลิ้นถึงพับ 1,555
พี่ไฟลิ้นถึงกับพันเหรอ เอาละครับผมสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่
ถ้าบัตรคอนเทนต์ได้แช
เก
ม
ม
ป์ขึ้นมา
ไฟ
มี
ไฟ
เงิน
เหี้ย
Baka maging ano yun, holy ano.
At basag na
พิ
nga
ธี
yung
กรสาว
Restreaming
น่ารักบอ
ng pagbasag nila.
สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับนี่ไงสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ไฟไฟบายบาสสกินะครับ
รีวิว ID คนดูแล้วให้คนพิมพ์มา
อ๋อเอามาขออนุญาตนะทุกคนนะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูต่อนะครับได้เวลาเฉิดฉายแล้วนะจ๊ะ
หา
เฮ้ยเฮียกูนึกว่ามึงลืมไปแล้วมุกเนี้ยไม่เห็น
ฮานาบิเฉิดฉาย
ฮานาบิเฉิดฉาย
นานที
นานๆทีทำไม
อั
เสี
น
ยง
ดับมาช่าผมร่วงจาก
เดี๋ยวทำไมเสียงกูเป็นงั้นอ่ะหูแทบแตกไอ้เหี้ย
12 ไป 19
เอ้าล่วงเหรอ
เสียงหูแทบแตก เสียงเข้าเกมดังจังล่ะ555
นั่นน่ะดิ
หูแตก โอ้โห หูฟังแตกเลย ระดับประเทศ
เฮ้ยระดับประเทศเอามาหายังไง
แตกจริงแตกเลยพ่อรอรีอยู่วันนี้
อ๋อเรารีอยู่วันนี้แป๊บนึงนะครับ
20 นาฬิกา
มาระหว่างรอครับ รอแข่งมาเล่นกัน มาเล่นกันเถอะ มาเล่นกันเถอะ เดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงนะครับ แล้วกูเสียบไม่ติดเลยทีนี้แป๊บนึงจ้าต่อไม่ติดจ้าอะไรนะของพี่ไม่รู้ว่าจะโดนแซงหรือเปล่านะ2 ทุ่มอ่ะเอ้าทำไมไม่ขึ้นอ่ะทำไมไม่ขึ้นนะโอเคขึ้นแล้ว
ตอนนี้หาเมนจอนสันอยู่มาคอมโบ
ก็มาช้าเหรอพี่เก็บโรลิอันนี้ไม่งั้นพี่จะเล่นให้อยู่เฮ้ยทำไมมันดัง
เปลี่
งี้
ยน
วะ
หน้าจอหน่อยไม่ชอบบักมาเซล ใช่
มึงทำไมมันเป็น
ดีนะ ขาผมไม่พุ่งไปข้างหน้า
ทำไมมันเป็นงั้นน่ะ
ค่ะ
ทำไมเป็นงั้นน่ะ
สะดุ้งเลย
น้ำของข้าวมีน้ำว่ามาเซล
เกินไรขึ้นอ้ายสะดุ้งเลย
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันลูกงงเหมือนกันมา213 ครับเฮ้ยติดแล้วนะทุกคนรอรีครับรอรี2 ทุ่มฮะเอาไป
ข้อแนะนำของมาทิลด้าหน่อยครับ ที่ควรออกหลัก
ได้มันช็อตลูกมันช็อตเมื่อกี้มันช็อตครับเจ็บท้องตัดเป็นไฮไลท์ได้ไหมลง TikTok อะลำโพงกูแตกแล้วพี่อ๋อ เอเดนซอนมึงพิมพ์ผิดฮัลโหล
ที่จะแบน
เอาดีมึงดูซันดิเอาดีมานี่มากูเล่นแทนมาเอาดาวเนาะ
ถึงตาทีมคุณแบนแล้ว
โลลิต้าป่า
จะบ้าเหรอลืมเอ็น
ถามได้ไงเอาดาวเนาะ 5,555 จริงผมไม่สนดาวผมสนแต้ม
พี่ก็เหมือนกันพี่ก็สนแต้ม
แพ้แต้มลดไหมลองตัวใหม่ป่ายังพ่อ 555 แล้วพอกดตัวอื่นเจอทีมดีอัดจูเลียเลยอ้ายฮานาบิซันโจ
มาดีปะ
The fire of battle
Rise,
never
flames,
extinguishes
rise.
ฝ่ายศัตรูเลือกแล้ว
รู้ชะตากรรมเสียงสวรรค์
จูเลียนเหรอ
จะคอเกมหรอพี่
เนื้อดังเหล็กไหลกระดูกดังเหล็กกล้า
กูพิมพ์อะไรเมื่อกี้กูพิมพ์คอเกมเหรอไม่ใช่
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart.
อ๋อกูเล่นเฟซลินดีกว่าครับถ้าเป็นอย่างเงี้ยกูเล่นเฟซลินดีกว่า
เห็นกดสนทนาด้วยเสียง
Let there be rock
เฟซลินดีกว่าจ้าสนทนาด้วยเสียงอะไรนะไม่ใช่เอาเหรอพี่กดเหรอแสดงว่ามือไปโดนแหละ sorry
ความรักและความหวังคือสองสิ่งที่คนที่เหนือที่สุดเลย
ความรัก
This arrow shatters silence and heralds the spring.
เดี๋ยวนะขวานดูดเลือดเหรอ
Magic is my life ถึงตาทีมคุณเลือกแล้ว
เตรียมตัว
รักสวยเลยใช่ไหมเฟรดรินแองเจิลไลล่าจะเกิดไหม
นั่นน่ะดิ
เกิดบอนั่นน่ะดิแองต้องคู่หลิงดิอ้าย
ลิงเหรอได้เหรอรอมันเป็นอะไรไม่ชอบแบนโซล่ากันวะ
ยินดีต้อนรับสู่โมบายเลเจนด์
เสียดายไม่ได้กดมาชาตอนรีแรก
อีก5 วินาทีศัตรูจะเข้าสู่สนามรบเตรียมถล่มให้ราบกองกำลังทั้งหมดเคลื่อนพลแล้ว
Let's start this show with a banger
แต้มน้อยมากติดท็อปโลกสบาย
ใช่
สกินสวย
Where's your passion Liberate your soul!
Okay.
แล้วตายหมดเลยทีนี้แล้วตายหมดเลย
ขอกำลังเสริม
ไม่น่าเล่นเลยนะกูก็ไว้ใจเมดกูกับโลมโอ้ลุงนี้กูเล่นมาทิศแบบตัวแบบคนเดียวดีกว่าตัวเห็นแก่ตัว
Oh, I'm definitely jamming this.
พาไปนี่ดิ
Full throw. Mosh pit. Music from the heart is food for the soul. Hit me with your best shot. Mosh pit. Here's the punch.
ไปไหนนั่นกูต้องไปออฟเจกกูเองอ่ะ
Back in the groove.
สังหารเต่าเทพนะ
Everything I touch is certified platinum. The beat of these drums elevate your soul. Hit me with your best shot. Epic solo.
ตายกูไม่น่าไว้ใจเขาเลยว่ะไม่น่าเลย
Back in the groove.
ป้อมของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว เล่นได้ดี
Feel the rhythm.
คาถาต่อสู้ของศัตรูกำลังติดคูลดาวน์
Yeah, we're gonna steal the show at this year's All-Star Rave.
เปิดวิชั่นมาปึ๊บคือแบบเห็นเลยว่าโซนอยู่นี่โอ้ตายสุ่มผู้เล่นแรงอะไรมาให้กูเนี่ย
Music is the pulse of life.
กำลังถูกโจม
Essence
ตี
in my bones.
ศัตรูสังหารเต่าเทพแล้วป้อมของเรา
Hit me with your best shot.
Oh. เหี้ยอะไรเนี่ย
We're gonna rock the world.
ของเราถูกทำลาย
Hit me with your best shot. Crank up the volume.
ไม่เล่นลูกไม่เล่น
ป้อมของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว
ทรมานเด้จะไหวไหมล่ะกูมีตัวกูเป็นคนชนคนเดียวไง
Hit me with your best shot.
ไม่ได้ลูกไม่ได้ไม่เอา
Before I has the best view. Thanks to us. More BPM. I'm drumming up a storm.
อ้ยนิดเดียวมึงยิงตั้งนานก็จบแล้วอีอันตีมึงอ่ะปุ๋ยเลยล่ะ
สังหารเต่าเทพนะ
เดี๋ยวกูออกตัดฮิวเลยโอ้มึงเล่นโคตรแทง
Did somebody say encore?
แม่งเอาแองเจล่าด้วยนะกูนึกว่าจะเอาแบบแทงมายืนอ่ะดูดิดาเมจเราแม่งโคตรเยอะมันเอาแองเจล่ามากูกลายเป็นกูคำคนเดียวทีเนี้ย
Music from the heart is food for the soul.
ไม่เล่นรอ
Hit me with your best shot.
มียะดูซอยได้แค่ตัวเดียวอ่ะเอาไปยังเรามียาได้อีกจะมันสวยเล่นเลยนะคิวเลยนะเรื่องคำเดี๋ยวกูคำเองมีใครตัดนิวยังวะเนี่ยมีแค่วาเลียยังไม่ออกอยู่อะวาเลียเล่นสมุด
Did somebody say encore? Let the filthy drums elevate your soul.
พอจะเป็นเองพอจะกูพี่ชายได้กูกับเงินเอามาตามนี้มาเล่นมาถ้าเล่นสวยเรื่องคำเดี๋ยวพี่เองน้อง
Hit me with your best shot.
Understood.
A band jamming in perfect harmony is truly human force.
Oh, พี่จะล่อมาให้นะ
เรากำลังถูกโจมตี
กูรับดาเมจเยอะเกินฮาริสมิยะมันไม่มีกันเวทอะทำไงก็ได้เด้อมาลุมมันเนี่ยเดี๋ยวพี่มันลุมพี่อะแล้วเองก็มาคิวมา
Did somebody say encore?
เล่นเดี๋ยวค่อย
ตี
เคลียร์
โสละดิอ้าย
อะไรคือตีโสอะไรคือตีโสวะ
Great save. Double kill.
My fist.
สันโล
นี่ดิออกมาลูกออกมาเวลามันไม่ถอยมันหน่อยวะ
เกณฑ์หลอกศัตรูเลยป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
อย่าเคลียร์หลอดก่อน
Hit me with your best shot. Nothing like cruising around Euphoria on my motorcycle for inspiration. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot.
โอ้ย
Here's the climax.
มันเหลือแค่นั้นแหละกูพยายามที่จะทำให้เนี่ยเวลาแม่งตายไปแล้ว
ของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
พี่ยังไม่มีของยืนให้อ่ะ โดนเวทเต็มๆเล
หาย ตังแบกสุดๆ
ละ
ละ
เข้าห้องน้ำเสียงมัน
Back in the groove.
คิดดูอะไรของมันวะเงือเข้าเหอะโอลิฟฮะหาตังแบกสุดๆละ
Hit me with your best shot.
พี่ต้องพึ่งพวกเองเพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนค้ำให้ครับ มันต้องเป็นพี่ เราต้องไปโซนฝั่งนู้นนะ
There's no tempo I can't keep up with. Liberate your soul.
ทำลายบ้องได้สำเร็จ
More BPM. Hit me with your best shot.
สังหารหลอดแล้ว
พี่มาแล้วน้อง
มียาไหม
Hit me with your best shot.
พี่รอให้เดี๋ยวพี่รอให้แองเจล่าสิงกูอีกได้ไหม
บ้องได้สำเร็จ
Hit me with your best shot.
มานี่
เกมหลอกศัตรูเลย
Everything I touch is certified platinum. Yeah, we're gonna steal the show at this year's All-Star Rave. Full stroke. Feel the rhythm.
เดี๋ยวพี่รอให้รอคนเดียวเนี่ยเห็นปะมันอยู่คนเดียว
Crank up the volume.
เอาหาเงินมึงเหมือนกูที่แล้ว เอ็นเจล่ามึงสิงกูอย่างเดียวเลยเพื่อน
Music is the pulse of life, the essence in my bones. Let the beat of these drums elevate your soul. Ha! Mosh pit. Hit me with your best shot. Best shot. Best shot. Hit me with your best shot. My pick.
ไปเลยกูว่าจะเอานี่ก่อนเราจะเอาหลอดไหมเราจบได้หรอวะ
ทีมของคุณทำลายบ้องได้สำเร็จ
บาแหลกไป ไอ้เหี้ยกดรัว
Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with epic solo.
ฝ่ายเราสังหารหลอด
That's fine.
อย่า
You can be our roadie. A band jamming in perfect
ใจเย็น
harmony.
มาชาใจเย็น
Euphoric.
เอาลิ้นล่างขึ้นไปด้วย
ของคุณทำลายป้อมได้สำเร็จ
Let's get rowdy. Hit me with your best shot.
ก็มาดิ
เป็นไงพี่มาชาผม
พี่เหนื่อยขำมันดิพี่เหนื่อยครับกูจะมาเป็นป่ากูจะแอคซะหน่อยกูก็ต้องมาเป็นป่าแทงดีลูกดียีเขาแบบว่าอันนี้ไงยีเขาก็โหดนะแต่ว่าทีมเราแม่งโคตรเลดเท่าไหร่อะเนี่ย20โอ้23 นาทีได้อีกเกมหนึ่งเรามันจะดีแล้วล่ะอีก2 ชั่วโมงอะคิดว่าเขาจะไล่พี่ทันปะเนี่ยหรือว่าเขาพอแค่นี้วะ
ผมพอจะไปท็อปโลกได้ไหม
ได้เองอยู่ท็อปโลกแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอไหนพี่ไปดูดิเองอยู่ท็อปโลกหรือยังไม่มาชาอยู่ไหนอะ
ประเทศ
เหรอที่เท่าไหร่นะ18ดูพี่ไม่เป็นแรงบันดาลใจไปที่1เท่านั้นไป ไปที่1เท่านั้นโอ้โหเฟนลินกูเหนื่อยจังเลยเมื่อกี้เฮ้ยเอาไปไหนล่ะเราชนะนะจ๊ะ
เพิ่งมาเล่นตอนอยู่40 ดาว
อ๋อMMR ถ้าเช็คแล้วMMR มันน้อยแล้วตัวแบบนอกเมตาดันท็อปโลนี่สบายดันท็อปโลนี่สบายเลย
ถึงตา
21 นาที
คุณแบนแล้ว
ยีทีมเมื่อกี้นี่แบนเฟย่าแบนฮิลเคิร์ดยีคนเมื่อกี้นี่ใช่ปะ
โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่จะแบน
ไม่แน่ใจไม่ได้ดูชื่อ
พี่ว่าน่าจะคนเมื่อกี้
ตาฝ่ายศัตรูเลือกแล้ว
เอาเขาแบนให้ดีเลยแหลมขออนุญาตเก็บโลลิต้าด้วยละกันนะจ๊ะ
ใช่ไอชูก็น้อยนะ ผมว่าต้องดันชูป่าแล้วแหละ
ไม่ดันได้กดโซโล่เชื่อพี่ชูป่านะกดโซโล่ได้เลย
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart.
จริง
I rap, therefore I am.
โอ้โหเชียร์แมงดาบมาอย่างนี้จนกูแบ
ชู
บ
กลางฮา
กูไม่เอาขึ้น
โทบักคิดจะสร้อยแหน่บอ ชูกลาง 55,555
I am the legend of Zlatan ตาฝ่ายศัตรูเลือกแล้ว
Or glue.
Little goo, big mischief.
กูไม่เล่นโลลิต้ากู กูไม่เล่น
มาเล่นด้วยกันเถอะ
กูไม่เล่น
โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่ต้องการเล่น
มันจะมาบอกว่ากูเอาขึ้นมาลูกมา
The fire of battle
เพิ่งหยอกชู
never
ไป
extinguishes
กูบอโชว์ก่อนกูไม่โชว์กูเครียดมึงชูเลนกลาง
ตอนแรกแต้ม 3,500
ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่
Pain is the proof that I'm still
เลื
alive.
อกแล้ว
แต่ทีมยื้อไม่ถึงเลทหลุดเลยอ้ายคอย 7 ตาติด
เฮ้ยถ้าจะขนาดนี้กูเล่นให้ก็ได้นะโลลิต้าน่ะ
เหลือ 3,000 แต้ม
Ninjutsu is the ultimate weapon โปรดเลือกฮีโร่ที่ต้องการเล่น
I will protect you.
ถ้าอย่างนี้กูเล่นให้ก็ได้
เอาว่ะ เอาว่ะ
อยากดูแบบโปรเพลเยอร์ไหมล่ะ เดี๋ยวเล่นให้ดู
พอดีเลย พี่วิ่งนำบางสกิลให้ผม
ใช่ โคตรฟรี ถ้าตานี้กูแพ้นะ ก็คือแพ้แหละ ไม่เดิมพันอะไรทั้งนั้น ชู่กลาง
ยินดีต้อนรับสู่ Mobile Legends
แต่ผมเจอตัวแก้
อีก 5 วินาทีศัตรูจะเข้าสู่สนามรบ เตรียมถล่มให้ราบกองกำลังทั้งหมดเคลื่อนพลแล้ว
Real strength comes from shielding others.
โจมตีเลย
เอ้ยเองขึ้นแต่ฮิวได้ก่อนนะเองก็สบายแล้วแต่มันโดนแก้จริงอ่ะ
ต่อยออโต้ไม่โดน
ใช่เยี่ยชูเดี๋ยวกูฟังดิทุกคนฟังนะฟังดิว่าเขาจะพูดอะไรไหม
In my hands, I hold a connection to this city.
ทำไมกดไม่ได้อะ
In the radiant furnace's embrace, I find strength to overcome pain.
ทำไมกดไม่ได้อะอ๋อได้ละโอเคพูดดิเพื่อนพูดดิมึงพูดดิ
Just as steel toughens in the fire, tough challenges make me even stronger. Press on! Get behind me!
โจมตีเลย
Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield.
มันเป็นอะไรวะคุณเดินออกมาดิคุณเห็นอยู่ว่าเขาเดินมาเนี่ยตรงเนี้ยคุณก็แค่เดินออกมาแล้วมึงก็วาร์ปกลับ
คาถาต่อสู้กับศัตรูกำลังติดคูลดาวน์ขอกำลังเสริม Enemy reach level 4
ไปช่วยมันหน่อย
กำลังเสริม
กูกำลังไป
Invention is priceless. The Numenon core pulses vibrate like the heart of Eurydicia.
Ally has been slain ขอกำลังเสริม Understood ขอโทษนะ It's okay let's play safe
Acknowledging my weaknesses doesn't diminish my strength.
อันติพร้อมแล้ว
ทางเลเวล 3มันทำอะไรอยู่วะ
I
มาแล้วน้องจะเตะหนีกูทำไมกูว่าแล้ว
Luminon's flame won't waver, and neither will I.
โอ้ยพูดอะไรก็ไม่รู้
Leave it to me. Luminon,
ไม่มีใครตามกูเลยกูอุตส่าห์จะชาร์จให้รับบาทมาหน้าบ่มีนะเพื่อน
I'm totally okay. No worries.
มาดิ
มีคนพร้อมยังพี่
กำลังไปฮะมาดิ
Energy, check. I'm all set for the get behind me. Three, double kill. Unstoppable. Rocket hammer.
โลมมึงนานละ
Despite
โลมมึงนานละ
the people of
โล
your
มมึงนานละนานละกูก็ยืนอยู่กับมึงไม่เห็นหรือไง
Using my shield for others is what I was born to do.
ไอเด็กเฮีย กูยืนอยู่กับมึงเมื่อกี้ต้องเต่าเนี่ยไม่เห็นเหรอ
Acknowledging my weaknesses doesn't diminish my strength. ขอกำลังเสริม
ดูดิไม่รู้ใครเรียกกูบ้างอ่ะดูดิเอา
In my hands, I hold a connection to this city. ป้อมของเรา Luminon, TWIS!
มาน้องกูเป็นสตันป้อมไอ้เหี้ยตายพี่คิดได้ไงเอาชูมากลาง
I always get back on my feet. ขอกำลังเสริม
นี่ดิก็อยู่นี่ดิ
หารเต่าเทพแล้ว ของเราถูก
มาน้องโอ้ไอ้เหี้ยแล้วโดนไอ้เหี้ยนี่เด้งขึ้นมาเมื่อกี้มาแล้วน้อง
เป็นของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
ปล่อยมันพูดไป
I always get back on my feet.
พี่ก็ยืนอยู่ข้างๆด้วยซ้ำแม่งร้องเลยเนี่ยดูมัน
Luminon, TWIS! In the radiant furnaces and rings, get behind me!
โอ้ยมึงไม่มีใครมาเอาปอมมึงกูเลยเนาะนอแหน่แน่แหน่เนาะ
Must go on.
แม่งอีกนิดเดียวแค่แบบมาตีช่วยกูก็แตกละ ตายแล้ว
I will keep going until everyone is safe.
อัลติพร้อมแล้ว
แรงหรอพี่
ใช่มันยังไม่จบเลยอ่ะเดี๋ยวให้จบก่อน
Despite being a half elf,
หนักหนาสาหัส
ขอกำลังเสริมกูก็อยู่นี่ไงกูก็อยู่กับมึงนี่ไงขอกำลังเสริมทำไมกูอยู่กับมึงนี่
just
ไง
as steel toughens in the fire, tough challenges make me even stronger.
อัลติพร้อมแล้ว
Don't worry, my friend. I'm your shield.
Understood ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีสังหารหลอด
Slain. This invasion is priceless.
ป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีอัลติ
เอาบนเลยเอาบนเลยเอาบนยาวๆเลยเดี๋ยวพี่ลงไปล่างไม่งั้นก็มากลางก็ได้นะ
ตีเลย
In the radiant furnace's embrace, I find strength to overcome pain. Don't worry, my friend. I am your shield.
ถอยดีเว้ยถอยดีเว้ย
The Numenon core pulses violently
ช่วยหน่อย
with
เด้อ
the
มาช่วยหน่อยเด้อ
heart of Eurydice. Press on!
อะไรอ่ะ
ของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตีป้อมปืนของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
พี่มาแล้วน้อง
Great play! Let me show you how unbreakable I am. Strength beyond dark edges.
ใจเย็นใจเย็นอย่าไปตีเพื่อนโอ้
ป้อมของเราถูกทำลายแล้ว
Numenon Blast!
อันตีก็มีนะเมื่อกี้
ถูกทำลายแล้ว
เชี่ยมันจะเสียทิ้งไหมเนี่ย
ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
มึงเอาสเตปฮารีสเตปฮารี
Outfit, check. Energy, check. I'm all set for the mission.
เขาเอามาเล่นกลางเขาก็ยังเล่นได้
ป้องกันฐานของเรากำลังถูกโจมตี
Acknowledging my weaknesses doesn't diminish my strength.
อ้าว
Godlike.
มันอันนี้ไปลูกมันลึกไป
Raising my shield for others is what I was
ตอน
born
เนี้ย
to
ไอเทมเองเยอะแล้วเองต้องมากับพวกพี่อะมันไม่มีคนมาโซนด้วยอะ
Despite being a half elf, the people of Eurydice see me for who I am.
ศัตรูสังหารหลอด
Just as steel toughens in the fire, tough challenges make me even stronger.
โอ้โหมันอันนี้เกินไปลูก
เลยถอยทับ
my hands, I hold a connection to this city.
โอ้ยสิมาเสียยังมาเด้อโอ้แม่งใครอ่ะเอาเฮ้ยกูถามจริงถามจริงไอ้เหี้ยโอ้โหโอ้ยสัตว์เอ้ยมากูมากูโอ้ยมาเถอะเม้งมาดิเม้ง
ยามที่ข้ากดชัตเตอร์ตาข้างหนึ่งจะมองลึกลงภายในแต่อีกข้าง
เองต้องสร้างนะเองต้องสร้างต้องเป็นหัวห้องอ้าวสรุปจังไดโอ้ยเสียดายดิตัว
แต่ละองค์ชูดักทั้งเกมแครี่เอามาทำไม
ไม่รู้เลยดูดิพี่ทำดีที่สุดแล้วเอ่ออะไรของมึงอะสรุปมันจะเล่นไหมเนี่ยของเยอะก็จริงแต่ฝั่งตรงข้ามเยอะกว่าผู้เล่นฝั่งเรามันเวทไป2 คนลูก
นั่นเนี่ยคืออภิสิทธิ์ของ
ผม
ศิลปิน
เก็บได้ที่ละตัว
มันเวทไป2 คนลูกมันเวทไป2 คนครับมันเล่นไม่ได้2 คนครับนี่ครับพี่เลื่อนจอไปดูอยู่มันเป็นสดใส่เขามันสดใส่เขาพี่ก็ไม่ได้อะไรหรอกชูน่ะแต่ก็พี่ก็ดูสเต็ปการเล่นสเต็ปการล้วงดูสเต็ปการอันนี้อยู่ไง
เจอลิงโรมฝั่งผมนะ555
ไก่จัดเลยอ่ะพี่โนคอมเมนต์
เล่นด้วยพี่
เล่นด้วยพี่อะไรพี่จะเล่นไลซิ่งลูกเดี๋ยวจะเล่นไลซิ่งแล้วครับนี่ได้แข่งก็จะเริ่มละส่งประวัติได้เลยลิงโลฝั่งผมเหรอพี่จะงงอยู่เลยชูเขาเอามาเล่นกลางแต่เขาเล่นได้นะแต่กลายเป็นป่ากับแครี่น้องเขาอันนี้พี่ก็ไปตลอดนะดูเปอร์เซ็นต์ทีมไฟพี่ดิพี่ก็ไปตลอดนะ56%ดูประวัติได้ครับพี่ไม่ได้ปิดครับ เล่นฮีโร่ได้ทุกตัว
กดชัตเตอร์ตาข้างหนึ่งจะมองลึกลงภายใน
เก็บเอมาเนลิต้าเฉยนี่ละมิงไอ้มิงต้องชวนนะ
ผมไม่น่ารีบเปิด
ใช่พี่เปิดอันนั้นให้แบบโคตรดีแล้วนะเว้ยโคตรดีแล้วเล่นโคตรง่าย
ถ้ารู้ว่าเจอลิงตัวอื่นดีกว่า
เจ้าโชคร้ายพอที่จะเจอตัวที่พูดได้เข้าแล้วก็มาถ่ายรูปหมู่กันหน่อยไหมยังไม่ใช่เวลานะครีมาทำไมรังเกียจ
กดล็อกมันแล้วมันอันติล็อกหาย
ตอนนี้เจ้าเห็นตัวข้าเป็นแบบไหนกันนะ
อะไรนะ
ความแตกต่างสำคัญด้วยเหรอ เจ้าอาจจะรื่นรมที่ได้อยู่กับเราทั้งสองสินะ
กดล็อกมันแล้วอันติล็อกมันหายเดี๋ยวดูแข่งแล้วกันงั้นไอ้มิงต้องเป็นคนเชิญครับพวกพี่เล่นกันไปแล้วไงต้องให้มิงเป็นคนเชิญ
Bago nga tayo makita dito, isa sa mga grabe magpakana sa ating Dark Continent ay si Coach Bonchan. Panoorin ang video na ito.
ว่างเล่นไหมน่ะ
Afford naman talaga nila na gumamit ng mga something na kakaiba. Like for example, yung Valmont and Restreaming. Kasi nasa momentum sila papasok ng ng MPL. Nagkataon lang siguro na may konting
รอนี้จบก่อนใช่ไหมพี่หรือยังไงครับ
มิง
Pero ko naman as long as
เองต้องเป็นคนเชิญมิงเพราะว่าพวกพี่มันเล่นไม่ได้แล้ว
Meron kasi yung
เองต้องเป็นคนเชิญลูก
sa Pro League, yung mga players.
ต้องเป็นคนเชิญต้องเป็นหัวห้องแล้วก็ดึงพวกพี่เข้าไป
Maglabas ng bago eh. Yung tipong aantayin pa nila yung iba na ilabas to bago nila
เชิญเลยแต่ว่าพี่ไม่เอาขึ้นจอ
So, palagi ko applicable talaga yun eh. Kahit anong hero, basta yung expertise mo.
ไอ้อ้ำเล่นปะอ้ำ
Oo naman. Meron pa kaming mga nakahanda. Siyempre, kailangan meron talaga kaming iba't ibang plano. Hindi pwedeng mag-stick na
เล่นไหมถ้าไม่เล่นก็กด4 คนสุ่มมาคนนึง
มา
madaling mabasa pagka
มาช่วยหน่อย
Wow, expert insight mo lang kay Coach Bonchan. Ang tanong ko na lang ay, when will the Altus come back?
Sana wag na. But I mean, kung sabi nga ni Coach Bonchan, if there's a team that practiced it and there's idea behind it, and I forgot my rule for this season.
Yeah,
it's like anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Or no matter what you
Come
want,
on,
anything is possible for the pick. And I think Midnight and I see eye to eye with this.
Oh, and speaking of Midnight, may hot take ata si Kuya Midnight dito. Ang kanyang hot
เล่น
take ay there is
Rising ใน MMR ใน MMR อะไรเนี่ย MMO เลยเนี่ยมันได้ปะ MRO เนี่ย
Ikaw na to. I mean, we've seen
มันได้
so many
MMR
things
ปะ
over the few years. And I think today was an example kung bakit totoo to. Kasi nag-throwback na tayo. Inangat na natin yung mga Fred Ren.
ถ้าพี่เก็บโรลีในนี้ได้ไหม
And even week number 1, nakakita tayo ng iba't ibang strategy. Soyuz Skypiercer. Diba? Hanabi. And I
เฮ้ย
think in this
พี่ไม่กดนะเจอน้องพี่
Hanabi has evolved to a point that
ไม่เอา
gameplay is everything. Anything
พี่ไม่กดเจอน้องพี่
gameplay, whatever
ไม่
you
รู้
wanna
สิ
throw
พี่
in. Again,
พี่ไม่กดเจอน้องพี่
with the sole purpose of having a Skypiercer, Kurumi Snowball.
ไม่เอาไม่กด
Harley ay nagbabalik sa ating patch. So I'm saying
ไม่เอาเจอน้อง
Renmark kasi every specific comps, there is a specific way of playing it and it is still viable in this patch.
Yeah, creativity is always rewarded in MLBB. Either that or it's severely punished because maybe the other team is just prepared for it. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of fundamentals that just continue to live on. But
ก็บอกว่าเจอน้องบอกว่าห้องให้หน่อย
They're almost on a world championship in M3. So I really think that there is a lot of room for growth.
555 วาสนาสิเจอ
ก็
กัน
บอกเขารอก่อนลูกเจอน้องพี่แป๊บนึง
Let's start with Netflix.
พี่กำลังจะพิมพ์บอก
For Twisted Minds, hyperactive MP the King. He has to be everywhere in this map. Unleash him, open him up in the river so that he can make an impact in the opposing jungle, in the side lanes, and in the center of the map. And of course, unleash the Lansu. Twisted Minds, you have a very good EXP laner with you that has been one of the best in terms of playing the heroes that thrive with stress. Don't give him low cortisol, give him high cortisol, high impact.
ให้น้องพี่ไปก่อนแป๊บนึง
Sa akin talaga natapot yung Aurora
รอสักครู่นะจ๊ะ
for them. Contain Sean via draft or counter yung mga activities sa may mid lane. I feel like Sean is a very crucial part of Twisted Minds and this guy has to be shut down from minute 1 kasi yung control talaga ng Twisted Minds ay nanggagaling sa mid. In fact, kahit naman sino, nanggagaling sa mid lane yung kanilang tempo. So this is gonna be very important for Aurora but also to deny Twisted early 5-man setups kasi nakita natin kapag successful yung kanilang rampage throughout the mid, they like grouping up. Ito yung identity lagi ni Bonchan. Kahit saan siya magpunta, dala-dala niya yung ubi.
At nakakatuwa makita yun with younger hands sa kamay ng Twisted Minds na, by the way, ay super rookies last season at sophomores. Bakit may mali ba tayong nasabi doon, sir?
Wala. Sinabi mo kasi younger hands. Nagkaya ko.
Bri, kita wag ka nang mahiya. Kumaway ka na rin, Bri. Younger hands. Ayan, bawal na.
แต้มบวกนะที่ลองไปส่องประวัติที่เล่นดู
It's alright. And nakakatuwa makita na rin at this point si Sean, our former rookie of the season, na talagang grabe ang importansya sa loob ng Twisted Minds. Before we wrap up the conversation here, are you guys expecting this to hit the 3K mark?
ในไลซิ่งอะนะ
Has to be. Yeah. We're all looking at bringing it up for a reason.
อ๋อบวกจริงว่ะว่ะ
It's either 3 games or we get 2 games again.
ถ้าแพ้
One of them is like
ถ้าแพ้ก็คือไม่ลบ
Yeah, let's beat our longest game record.
ว่ะบวกว่ะ
In 1 day.
Or in less than 1 day.
All right, let's go.
Your words have never been spoken.
ว่าเอาบวกว่ะ
Words have never been spoken.
Good to hear you from over here.
Sabi ko ha.
Grabe yung connection nyo, Hans, sa Brigida. And pretty sure, no, kapag nakita na lalabas ang ating mga coaches drafting,
ต้องจัดแล้ว
around 6 minutes pa naman.
มาทิวด้าไปลองมาแล้วเกมไหนน้ำท่วมน่าจะมัน
I don't think the Balmond will be coming back unless may alis na sobrang taba.
Maybe.
เอาเมโนทอร์กับ
forward sa mga return ng
กินิเวียออกแค่นั้นที่เหลือกูไหว
Alpha maybe sa kamay ni Demon Kite. Alpha with a Sky Piercer.
That's true.
We never know. Nakikita ko sa RGN. It's siya with a Sky Piercer. In fact, kahit sinong hero na may
มัน
Sky
จะได้
Piercer,
วิ่งเร็วไงตอนอยู่แม่น้
Build up yung fact na sinabi ni Midnight kanina or yung hot take na sinabi niya kanina na parang wala naman talagang Dark Continent. Parang depende na lang kung mas madalas mo siyang makita dito o hindi. Yes. That's how we classify a Dark Continent. Or maybe it's even something that we don't usually see. Pero kung nakikita nyo sa likuran, they're all ready for this. For us, it depends on whether or not it's gonna be a Dark Continent pick or not. But either way, they're gonna use one of those or maybe not to win this series.
Yeah, there's 3 heroes between Twisted Minds and Aurora that I'm gonna be seeing as the most
contested.
Valentina, Kalea, and Grok. And I think because of the influence of Valentina, with the presence of Kalea for Kaloy, Grok for Light, Valentina is going to be the hottest commodity here, but then they are going to have to think about what else they're trading for. There's the signature play of Aurora through the Kimi, the bombshell of the Kite, the Kimi on the hands of Yue. There's a lot of things you have to consider your Twisted Minds, but then Aurora also has to think, what if the Twisted has something up in their sleeve ready to surprise?
Well, our final game or final series of the night ay malapit na magsimula. Maraming salamat sa ating Englishman. Welcome na natin ang players. It's Twisted Minds kontra Aurora Gaming.
Sora.
To ensure the integrity of the game, welcome our marshals, Chico, Luis, Joshua G, and Dojin. Fresh off their first victory and ready to shock the system once more, prepare to lose your minds for Twisted Minds!
กูโดนแล้ว
Here to shine their light on the dark continent.
กูโดนดักแล้ว
Make way for the reigning champions of the world.
กูโดนดักแล้ว
And as always, our head referee, the Chop Master, Sent. And the coaches representing the 2 teams for Twisted Minds, it's Coach Eson. For Aurora Gaming, it's Coach Dexstar. MPL Superfans. Ito na ang last match sa ating Superfan Saturday. Backing up!
กูโดนดักแล้ว
Twisted
And here we go. Let's go ahead and take us through first Twisted Minds for the matchup here, Brigida.
Okay, before that, I love that small bit of them or the coaches doing a rock, paper, scissors during the fist bump. But yeah, we definitely have to pay a bit more attention here. Looking at Lansu, it was already highlighted in the keys to victory, but even just looking at their performance yesterday, him on the Phoveus, always setting things up, that is something that's terrifying if they get to enable every single one.
Yeah, for RORA, we always have to go back to the row mid trio. You can slot in Edward with any pick. Dominicite has a surprisingly wide pool, but it is the deep ocean of picks for Light, Yue, and Demonkite that determine whether or not you're gonna be winning or losing the draft against them. There's a lot Twisted Minds needs to consider. But just because Aurora gets her comfort doesn't mean that they are unbeatable. Gods can still do bleed. Twisted Minds just needs to make sure they're ready for it.
Yeah, not only that, but also I think one of the things we want to go ahead and look at too with this matchup is the gold lane there specifically for Owl and Dominkite, because like we saw from the graphic earlier on today, Dominkite currently the gold laner in the second and third spot for the highest GPM right now, currently up to this point. And so that is something, again, there's been a lot of talk about Dominkite being one of the best, if not the best, gold laners right now. Currently, this is a step up that I feel like Owl will need to go ahead and do in this matchup, but not just there, because right now, the current meta, the way the gold lane is working is, like Redmar said, you guys go do your thing, we'll see you by maybe Turtle 3, maybe Turtle 2 if that ends up happening. And maybe there is a room for a different gold laner. Maybe. I don't know. We'll talk more about that later. We already saw the Brody, but first, let's go ahead and take a look at the Smart 5G ping test for our matchup here today.
Message lang namin ni Coach SM sa Aurora. Sana galingan nila kasi alam namin gagalingan namin at gagalingan ko para sa inyo. May message pala si Kaloy kay Light. Kahit sang anggulo daw tignan, si Kaloy ang lamang. May sinabi rin si Lansu para kay Edward. Ang ML ay hindi labanan ng muka, kundi labanan ng kamay. May message din pala si Al para kay Dominkite. Huwag daw sa ML na laban sa muka daw. Mas sabi ko kayo, ay, tropa si Kuya Ewe. Lagi ako nag-send ng heart me dyan sa TikTok kay Kuya Yue. Supportado ako dyan. Si Kaloy, guys, yung trash talk niya palagi sa Mega. Hindi niya minurin, guys. Na-hype lang siya kasi first panalo namin this season. Guys. Message ko rin pala sa Aurora, congratulations sa mga winning sa buhay. Kami naman ang sunod. Shoutout sa mga dyan, lalo na sa mga ka-twist natin dyan. Sali na kayo sa The Minds Community Group and follow nyo na ako sa IG.
Uwe, ano daw, kaya-kaya na tayo ng Twisted Saturday. Hindi naman makakasin, confident ka sila na tama yun. Kaya para sa Twisted, main the best team mo naman. Malalakas kampi ko, kaya ako buhatin. Ikaw na bahala sa akin kahit
Pag nanalo kami dito, papakain ako sa bahay.
Okay. Do you have anything to say about that, Redmar?
I think that was the most important detail. Sean said if they win today, he's going to be setting a little food party at his place.
Yeah, and he was the spokesperson for his entire team, which I'm not even sure if they actually said the things he said.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get some spicy stuff. No, it was all funny.
It was all funny. And I love the contrast, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that seems to be the trend just today, but there's such a contrast between our Smart 5G ping test players that are showcased. Because Light, on the other hand, is just like, he's just Light.
Yeah, quite nonchalant. Yeah. Also, sometimes we can't directly translate because it's funnier in Filipino.
Yeah.
And if we try to translate it in English, people would just go, what the hell? Like, what are you
saying?
Should we try? No, there was this one line he said.
Oh, wait, you try, Brigida.
Lansu's message to Edward is ML's not a battle of good looks. It's a battle of your hands. What?
See? That's what we mean.
See?
All right, big shout outs, by the way, big ups. Big ups. Sorry, I'm just reading here. Yo, big ups to the Auroras of the watch parties held in Babanga, Cebu, and Davao. Meron pa yan bukas as they take on Team Falcons at 7:30 p.m. Para naman sa mga nanonood dito sa Victoria Sports Tower Live. Why is this in Filipino?
It's okay.
We can translate. Don't forget to watch Aurora live here at the Victoria Sports Tower for the people also watching at home.
Big
That
ups.
one's for the Auroras. Big ups.
All right. Thanks so much.
Oh man, I'm gonna be using that this cast, dude. Big ups.
Oh, big shout outs to the writer out there. But all right, let's focus in here. Draft 1 should be just about to take us into that. What was the map selection there?
Oh, was it Dangerous Grass? No.
Who's big ups? Did it even show up?
It did show up. We were
did,
just
but-
really breaking down the
big ups.
the fact that the rhyme didn't work as good in English.
Let me bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, bring it back a little bit over there.
I can't be wrong.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it.
I saw it. I saw it showcased for a little bit on screen.
We
but-
are professionals, guys.
We are. All right, you know
Okay,
what? We're
here.
gonna find out anyway. Let's jump into the draft. Hey,
We'll get to see it first.
We're third series in. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Dangerous Grass.
Dangerous Grass. See?
Yeah.
I was right.
I said Dangerous Grass. You said Big Ups.
Because I was told to. Dangerous Grass, game 1. Baksha, Guinevere banned out. Kalea. There goes the Hilda, and there goes the Hylos. What is Twist Minds going for? I'm going to guess a Valentina.
Aurora can't ban the Valentina. I think they'd rather get either the Valentina or Juice in, so they'll keep one of those open.
Yeah.
Unless Twisted Minds are going to be one of those teams that think, okay, even with the Sora open, they'll pick up Juice in. But nah, it's like at this point, if Sora's open, you prio Sora. But only if Valentina isn't open.
Oh, it reminds me. Isn't like Kimmy gonna be a very contested pick here too? Yue has been using the Kimmy a lot. Sean specializes in the Kimmy a lot.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the panel earlier.
Yep.
So, and I like how you're seeing a lot of respect here. Twisted Minds are respecting the high loss of light.
Whoa! Even the phobias of Lansu.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a pure Lansu respect. So wide pool here. Again, I'm the Valentina guy here.
Yep.
Unless I don't even see it being worth it to pick up the Claude because there's a Harith for Dominkite who's very comfortable with that matchup.
Okay. It becomes the
Oh,
Freya.
right. Okay. Yeah, since that is an option also for Dominkite and RORA. So now they're overloaded with options. And there's only so much a lineup with the Sora can do up against the Freya. So Freya will be going to the hands of Ao. He showed this up when he was still with Guangzhou Gaming in the M7 World Championship.
Ah, right.
So now I think this is where we see hopefully a Sora show up unless Aurora want to pick up a different EXP laner.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give, if I'm Rora, I don't want to see Sora and Freya on the same side. But they're willing to, okay.
Okay, interesting that they go this route. But this is like standard for the most part. You get the Fredrin, you get the Jushin. These are 2 power picks. Gives you control in the jungle. We also talked and seen how this is played out when it is utility right now in the current meta. Obviously, Assassins can still work. Harley's going to be picked up since that was open, and that's what we expect, and they're going to give the Khalid a go. So either we see the Harley maintain his 100% win
ดู
rate.
แข่งแล้วไม่ได้ดูล็อกไรซิ่ง
Maybe this balances out, by the way, Brigitte, because we talked about how
Well,
hard
no,
the
they
time
look like
Khalid
it.
has had.
Yeah.
Well, now you're on a squad where Freya's been typically banned out, but then you also get the Harley in the jungle.
Yeah.
So this might actually work in favor, though, because of Twisted's first 3 picks. As long as the Khalid doesn't have a bad start or get too far behind, and you can actually play with this Freya, because Freya we have seen banned out constantly.
Yeah, because he'll get a lot of help. And it's not like he has to be the guy to just immediately show up first. There could be like some pokes brought to us by the Harley towards certain members. Looking at the carry and the Juicin specifically that Aurora have chosen to reveal in the first phase. So they left their XP and Roam pick for second phase.
Yep. We still have the Valentina Sora trades active with the mid lane, unless Twisted Minds are doing something crazy with a mid Harley instead, and then a unique jungle pick, but I don't see that happening really. This Freya might also be going into the EXP lane. You can adjust it depending on the matchup. Oh, that's...
Oh.
Wow, that's very too close. We know that guy. Oh, no, okay.
I thought Light saw that.
Yeah, he was just coughing.
Okay. All right. Well, we already got to see the lookalike of Super Marco. Oh.
That's Light and a brownout.
And a what?
And a brownout. We will not let him know that we called him that.
All right.
Yo, but the man there on your left, I'm going to say this now. One of the biggest W's of a dude I know. That is our great Lord Reggie.
Yeah, big shout outs. Big ups, Reggie.
Big ups, Reggie. Big ups, Reggie. Okay, so we were talking about the mid lane trade. Now I think Twisted Minds Zetian, right? Don't forget the Zetian.
Zetian.
Either the Zetian or maybe the Kimi, but the thing is they need a little bit more crowd control that the Zetian can provide unless Twisted Minds want to bring out something unique. Well, if ever you see a gap closer for Aurora that's a little bit slower at Red 4, hey, bring out the surprise. Bring out Aurora against Aurora.
Wow. Respect bans here and there, even the Grok coming through for last.
Big respect because, again, you want to go ahead and play around this Fredrin and the Jushin. And Jushin alone already gives so much support to the Fredrin. So then, like, you're thinking about what can Light pick up here. Right now, they go with the Sora, so they save the roam option right now. This is still a whole lot of crowd control and damage, like that too. That they can go ahead and utilize in the XP lane.
Either they keep that Freya in
มิ
the
งตาย
XP
สุ
or
ดยอด
they
มาก
put in a Arlot here. But then they're lacking bodies. Okay, so they... You get the gourd!
เชี่ย
He gets his
กู
gourd! He
กู
gets
มา
his gourd! Nice and stood up!
แต่เขาฝั่งขวานี่คือแบบเดือดนะแต่ว่าเรารู้ว่าเฟย่า
Big ups, guys. Big ups.
All right,
Feyao.
I'm gonna sim back down.
Wait, because I remember the
Feyao
board
ก็หลุด
being a common response to the Fredrins
จูซินเนี่ย
back in the day.
ทีมมีจูซินเนี่ยแต่ว่ามันมีฮารี่ด้วยไงอันเนี้ย
Throwbacks, but then with the presence of the Sora, I don't know how that's gonna go.
Yeah, that's true. And the choke.
Okay, so, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Either oh my god.
Say it, oh my god.
Oh my god. Super fans. Want to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds? Predict the match winner right now. And if that's not Twisted Minds,
hey!
I don't know what. No, I'm joking. Scan the QR code to know more. Get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. I know there's another big Gord fan out there too. All right, there is. There's another big Gord fan out there. I hope he's getting a chance to watch this. Because finally, once again, in Season 17, we get to see Gord.
I just gotta say, he's probably torn between being the Demon Kite guy or the Gord guy right now.
Oh, man. It's been difficult, man. It's been difficult. Because I was thinking that we wouldn't see him because Haji, maybe Haji played him or Few, but Few's not here anymore. There's not that many Gord players in the league.
I like this. True damage, Twisted Minds. They needed something sturdy and they explained glue.
Yep.
You know what? I see the vision here, Twisted.
Yeah.
And it's not just because of the lineup rating. I appreciate the creativity. Let's see how they can make this work.
Creativity gets rewarded, as they say.
Dude, this is not the dark continent. This is the right continent. All right, welcome. Because here's one thing that I will say about this, and I have done this in practice. Whoa, Kaloy. Okay, he should be fine. Typical start for Khalid, that's fine. But MP the King on the Harley and the Gord actually will work synergistically really well together because you even heard it from Carl Teasy earlier on with a winning interview that Genius One alone on the Harley is so good. So you already go ahead and get that first item. It allows Sean to actually pop off more damage because of that Genius One build on the Harley. So unless that's stopped, they might have a difficult time dealing with that kind of overload damage for this lineup from Twisted.
Yeah, and it's the athletic Gord with the flicker. Kaloy taking way too much.
เชี่ยจะ
Yeah,
ตาย
good thing for Kaloy is that
เฮ้ยกูต้องโชว์คาลีแล้วแต่แม่งเอาโรลี่กูไป
People, if that was any different, then it would have been more difficult. But
เอาโรลี่กูไปเล่นเล่นไม่ได้โหดเลย
handle the mid lane trading for the Khalid. You're just gonna have to, you know, hunker down if you're Twisted Minds. You're not going to be able to get a lot of aggressive plays unless MP the King finds a good angle to Deadly Magic someone, either Light or you early on. 20 seconds before the next turtle spawns. Tough boots already for Kaloy should help him survive a little bit of the trades. Let's look at which EXP laner is going to hit level 4 first. Looks like it might be Edward actually. But now in the bottom lane, Owl cutting behind the carry because this is what Alter Ego loves to do. They'll cut this and then they're going to ask Owl most likely to join the turtle fight. But let's see if he's just going to temper it and play it slow in the lane.
I think Sean had a bit of a
There he is.
คาลีเท่าไหร่
in
วะ
terms of the items he prioritized.
MMR
He didn't seem to be picking up the boots earlier, but now we see almost all members right here across the turtle pit. Factory Descent coming in from Razor's Wrath. But it's MP who actually secures the turtle. And Sean with the Mystic Gush picking up first blood. Edward flickering out, still brought back. MP the King takes him down.
I just want to say, first blood, Gord, over to Sean.
Yeah, it's not just the Gord with a Mystic Gush. Nice, who's gushing too. With excitement. Seeing his signature pick here, but again, we saw it from the cut of Owl. We knew that he was going to go to the turtle. He joined that. That was 5v4. That's just simple maths. You know, 5v4.
Oh,
Win that.
Our camera's giving us the zoom in on the Patrick. Right there.
They're doing that on purpose, right?
Yeah, no, but I get your point here too, Renmar, and that's one of the things. Imagine if the timing was a little bit different on that too. He didn't have the level 4 either for that turtle fight to break out, but he had it right at the end.
Oh, wow, Kaloy makes a call, and MP's there to follow. That's a flicker from Sean, just to extend the range of the Mystic Gush. They're still trying to go after Demon Kite. Another flicker burned, and that might just get punished here. Kaloy will try to get out of this. He does not get knocked up. He jumps back in, but Demon Kite will pick up the kill.
That's how you get punished if you go a little overzealous there, Kaloy.
Yeah, unfortunately also for Kaloy, the stun from Sean did not land, which is a little bit off to the right of Yue. Hence why the punish onto the Khalid. So, again, you pointed it out, that Gord Harley damage is disgusting.
Yeah, and imagine he doesn't even have the Genius Wand yet. Now he does.
Yeah.
Okay, now he does.
Yeah, and yeah, they set up for each other. It's like, again, a throwback to having a magic damage jungler and then strong mage in the mid lane. They set up for one another depending who builds the Genius Wands first, usually the jungler, because that also applies to any magic damage that gets dealt with the reduction of the magic defense. So cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then he goes Glowing Wand first to help with some of that sustainability that comes up with this lineup. So now we're going to see this fight, this time maybe be set up a little bit different around this turtle here. We'll see if gold laners decide to join this. It does look like Owl's coming up.
Oh, Owl might. Oh, that's the way of the dragon already used. Edward zoning out some other members, but Kaloy is still alive! Demon Kite this time, though, gets the objective, but it's Owl trying to go for the chase, and Demon Kite does not get out of this.
Okay, turtle secured, though, and that's a whole lot of gold to Demon Kite.
Oh.
That is going to be the trade here. The RORA are not going to be calling up their carry to join the Turtles. They just want gold for Doming. And this is as expected with the Freya carry matchup or any matchup in the gold lane that is Freya versus a marksman. Freya will leave lane, sacrificing the gold that he could be getting in the lane because they want to get that through the kills and objectives. The fortunate thing for RORA in the last one is that it was actually Demon Kite who won the Retribution battle, as the early use of the Deadly Magics was not enough to take down Edward, meaning Edward was still disruptive to the sequence of Twisted Minds. So the Twisted also just need to mark some conditions properly here, because in the last one it was Aurora who were able to do that. However, the difficult thing about the lineup that they're going up against is that they'll keep feeling the presence of the Freya. So far, especially as we've seen from the last one, Aurora are managing their flickers and their dashaways pretty well. The last time we saw this was in the grand finals of season 13. 671. I'm not saying it, days ago. It was few against Team Liquid Philippines.
That's what I said, man. One of the few players, pun intended, to pick up the gourd. And there is a reason for it. I mean, right now, we definitely have been talking about how it works well with the Harley. And it might be just the only composition where he actually fits into this, but it's really difficult in the current meta. Demon Kite.
Oh, already flickering out, but the other members of Aurora are gonna help. Raging Sandstorm used to get out, and so will be the Valkyrie Descent. Edward could have went for a setup there, but at least the Twisted Minds are still okay.
Yeah, and no kick committal by Light. I thought he'd be looking for an angle.
Same.
Because of Aurora trying to bait Owl into getting taken out, good thing Aloy was there for Twisted Minds to cover him. MP the King actually gets a tower up top. So with a lot of the mobility on the side of Twisted, the map presence of the jungler and gold laner being felt, Aurora are slowly losing the map control. But they might be able to fight this better because Owl was brought low by Demon Kite, excuse me.
Oh, Kaloy does he really want to fight against Kite? A miscalculation on Twisted Mind's side, and Aurora will secure this last turtle.
I think Kaloy forgot how much a carry hurts. Yeah. And Demon Kite's just been farming up, so Demon Kite is in a great position to just fight even a 1v1.
Yeah, even if you say that was Kaloy trying to buy time, maybe for the rest of the team, that was definitely not worth it. You gave a kill onto Doming. And now Twisted Minds have lost their early game window to dominate. They're gonna have to play 50-50s all throughout.
Oh, everyone, they just poured all of their resources. There's a flicker too.
Yeah,
Sean is still gonna be okay. No one's gonna connect with the way of the dragon, but it doesn't matter for Aurora. They're already able to take down Kaloy, and they have access to this tier 1 in mid.
Great positioning from Light to decide to go towards the backside. He actually forced Sean to use the flicker, and then he was a threat enough, even on MP, as he kicked him, buying enough time for RORA just to go ahead and win that team fight.
Yeah, big errors are now getting capitalized on by RORA. Although for the last fight initiated by Twisted Minds, that wasn't an error in their part. That was a good call. But you just really have to admit that Aurora played that much better. Demon Kite was calm, even though Lancer was the one able to pounce on him. RORA separated that glue from the rest of the team. Even though Lancer was able to get away, Twisted Minds could not get any result that they wanted to get.
Yeah. It's Twisted all over the map now. You can't go for your surprise plays anymore. It's Aurora that are the first to show up.
โลลิท็อปโลกนะ
How this game turned around.
89
Of the two items, Dominic Kite with an EXP advantage
อัน
to
เนี้ย
him.
70 กว่ายังไม่คุยเลย
He is almost up to the Trinity, already up to the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe. So now it's just going to be up to Twisted to see how they can manage the team fights against Aurora better, because so far Dominic Kite has a lot of space. Even though you get the gush,
เล่นเก่งกว่าเยอะยังไม่พูด
it's
เลย
just one flicker or one dash away. That's fine. They have a very strong stalwart, or two of them actually, in the Sora and the Fredrin to hold the line to make sure that Dominkite has proper peel and then he can freely hit. So Twisted Minds need to find a good equation in the team fight.
Yeah, a couple Radiant armor is picked up here. Edward's got that now too. DHS locked into the Trinity for Dominkite. That's how he's been able to go ahead and farm up. So they have control around this Lord right now.
มึงจะชาร์จจังหวะไหนมึงจะทุบจังหวะไหนมึงจะตั้งโลจังหวะไหนกูเล่นตัวมึงกูรู้มาโคมมาแล้วแกไม่รอดแน่
Ultimate down though for RORA.
Yeah, but also for Twisted, it depends on how fast the deadly magic can be back in time. But they can't also pounce on this. The minion wave's not just there yet for them. They can't capitalize on it. Edward's managing it in mid. They can't get a push in bot. MP the King still needs to get his buff, so it's just a big reset in the end.
That's what we were talking about in our last series, or the first series of the day when we saw the Harley come through. Like just the deadly magic alone is enough to go ahead
แต่วันนี้จบไป
stop some
เพราะว่า
teams
คู่
in their
2 มัน
tracks.
2-0 เนี่ย
And you saw it just there. Also, UA will pick up a Sky Piercer now after having that first item, that glowing wand.
Yeah, similar to how it was the Brody for Omega earlier, now it's the carry for Aurora. But at the same time, because of, as you just mentioned, the Sky Piercer for UA, they also have to be careful not to get stacks on this juice in. So Aurora actually secretly has 2 options, even though their lineup looks like it's only playing for 1.
Oh, they want to commit.
Conceal from Light. He catches MP the King, but MP the King is going to be okay with his spaces. And Edward with a 3-man setup. Kaloy falls down next.
โอ้ตายฮารี่โดนเสียหลอดตายฮารี่กู
UA shuts him down.
UA knew where he was going. There's no tricks here.
That is now
ยิงขึ้นมา
that juice in. And Twisted did
เอาบูเช็คเทียนขึ้นมา
everything
บูเช็ค
right,
บู
but
เช็ค
they just could not get Dominkite. And of course the beautiful entry by Edward. Should be frustrating for Twisted after that initial start.
จะให้เล่นบูเช็คซะ
They've
หน่อย
lost every major
จะเล่น
sequence
พารามิด
since
ไง
then.
Yep, this is looking grim here for Twisted. They do have a pretty good clear with this base defense, but right now RORA waiting for that Lord to march in. They deal with the Holy Defense Shields already. Let's see what they decide to do. Light, just trying to test in the waters. The Lord will run in charge down to the bottom side. Demon Kai also jumps in, but a Mystic Gush will clear things out, and they should deal with the Lord here before the turret falls.
Okay, so actually when it comes to trying to end the game, because of the Gord, it might be difficult for Twisted Minds in the long run. They might be able to drag this out a lot if they have good numbers.
Okay, well, it's another conceal from Light. They should be aware.
Light has no flicker.
Yeah,
that's one of the hard parts too. Your Dominkite is your range, and he just doesn't have that much range on the carry. So they can't continue to get that turret.
Yeah, he is going for the last... actually, no, he's not going to be his last item. He's rushing the Malefic Gun for 4th. So that he does get the range that we have pointed out he is lacking. For Twisted, they just completely lost their early to mid-game window a long time ago. They're just really playing through the defense. The beauty of the Harley pick is, of course, you can just send MP the King out, see if he can just surprise Dominkite or Yue and build yourself an advantage. Might not have enough to completely take down Edward, who might be the next in terms of priority. Even Light cannot be single-handedly taken down by MP the King. He will need help from the rest of Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Just listing down here some potential turnaround conditions for Twisted through the Harley.
It's going to be tough if it's another similar situation to what we saw from TNC earlier, wherein you have a certain setup or a sequence that you should follow. And in this lineup of Twisted Minds, it seems to be the supposedly connection between the two mages, MP the King and Sean. But even before they're able to accomplish that, they have to worry about the setups again from Edward, or Light just suddenly comes going in. And I think it's tough for Twisted Minds to pull off a similar play. Because Kaloy, well, there is a flicker reaching Sandstorm setup, but then how could the others just confidently follow up? Because that'll expose a lot of the back lines.
Exactly. Yeah, this is also one of those games for Twisted. If that was 3 turtles to none, it would have looked completely different at Lord 1. But they just didn't get that. And then this is why earlier it still holds true. Twisted Minds have this great lineup for burst. They have great damage, but there's just so much tankiness on the side of Aurora that they have to find a way somehow to break this formation that's just so good, whether it's tight or split up.
Oh, the Lord's getting bursted down already. Dominkite secures it for the team. Light's already low, but look at Yue! He tries to take down Sean. Successfully does, but he will go down too. MP the King outplaying Light, and Owl White just gets to survive. But no! Dominkite still has the Appraiser's Wrath.
Bumped down by the Fredrin and Demon Kite. Letting Owl know, nice try trying to take down Edward.
You don't touch a celebrity.
You don't. Perfect flicker forward by Yue with a Crimson Beacon up. Skypiercer still impact, forcing Twisted Minds to go back every time that Juicin goes forward.
I loved the genius there from Yue to go ahead and just say, you know what? Here I am, here's my beacon, focus on me. That gave so much pressure to the back line where, it didn't have to just be Light or Edward to do that. So that was just a great choice of utilizing the beacon. Lord's gonna charge in, take out that bottom base turret, and now Aurora finds themselves getting ready to march through the mid and possibly the top, managing these waves that are gonna be pushing in.
Twisted really just have to hunker down, hold the fort. Even a BFB for Demon Kite.
They're sinking the waves.
Yeah, gonna be really difficult to take that Fredrin down, who's been the main guy to hold the line for Aurora. Hence why Dominkite has no deaths. Force the Mystic Gush out. Skypiercer for Sean, so they're hoping for a miracle now to get a big swing. You do see the math. True damage, Skypiercer could be good. Let's all look back at the instant replay. So see, look how free Dominkite was. So much attention pulled by the front line that they were able to take it down. The perfect flicker forward. Yue was able to get 2 up, and then in the end it was just a futile attempt by Owl. Bonk.
Yeah. Could have been better if the space escape wasn't there for MP, because I think Yue thought it was just Sean. If he just got to isolate Sean, then he could have probably still survived that. But okay. Now we're seeing still 50 seconds before the next Lord. Twisted Minds are gonna have such a hard time trying to even catch up in terms of farm at this point.
Yeah, they just want to basically have these successful base defenses until they actually win a decisive fight on the defense. Now, if we basically wait for that Lord to come up and find themselves in this position again, it's going to be more so the same thing. You can see that too. Yue went with a little bit of magic resistance. He picked up a Radiant Armor because he's most likely going to try to emulate what he did last time. He's going to throw himself forward, and even so with Light, you know, Light's going to be trying to do the same thing. He's got a good mix of the physical defense, also the magic resistance, but it's more so of like, if he's able to get the Way of the Dragon off, that might be mission accomplished for Light, and the rest of the team kind of just has to be there to clean up and finish the job at that point. So Lord is up now. Rora's going to go ahead and try to take some buffs or put some pressure there where they can, and they'll rotate down to the Lord. Edward cuts off this side of the map because he knows that's one of the angles they fought out in the previous fight. But RORA will still take their time with this because that's one thing. They know that Twisted has to fight frontal here. Look at the positioning from Light.
Yeah.
We've seen this before.
Winter Crown pickup for Yue as well.
For Yue, for Doming,
Light swinging
for
around.
Edward. That's 3 Winter Crowns on the side of Aurora.
Oh, Light. Did he get spotted out? Did Sean see him?
Typical Light plays from even when he was still in RSG. He loved finding these weird angles like this.
They're pushing it. Conceal used. He's going for MP.
Yep, the calls to go for MP as Demon Kite takes the objective. Another setup from Edward, bringing multiple members of Twisted Minds towards Aurora. It's MP and Sean who's taken down first. The knockouts on Owl. He's not able to do anything. It's only Lansu and Kaloy.
RORA on the way, and I think this is game.
They have access to the base, and that's all Dom and Kite needs to do. They have their minions, and they will get this game.
It was a good start for Twisted. We saw the idea, but as we mentioned in the panel, creative as you can get in terms of your lineups, good old basic fundamentals trumps it every single day.
Sad and gourd tears, you know, but the writing was on the wall, and there it is. That is a Raider play from Light that we've seen so many times. Little throwback there, but I'll say this: they're world champions for a reason. Aurora knows how to adjust, knows how to play the timings here. Hello, Reggie, and again, it was a rough start in the early game because you have that power spike in the magic department for you. But yeah, there was a couple mistakes from Kaloy, of course, getting caught out a bit, trying to make plays himself, and then eventually Aurora just adjusts to this, and they know how things are going to play out here. And this was, again, showcasing just how smart Aurora is when they play the map, when they play to their advantage, and they know how to end games where they need to. They waited a little bit to see if there would be a continued pressure from Twisted Minds, and they made the play around the Lord take. So none other MVP gonna be UA. Look at that lantern. Oh yeah.
Okay, please do the flicker too. Oh, never mind. But yeah, it's we were talking about the Dark Continent. We got to see a bit of it. But against such a team who are just so fundamentally near perfect and clean in terms of execution, Aurora definitely found their way around it. Although it looked like there were a lot of moments wherein Twisted did feel like they were a bit too excited, especially in terms of like what Kaloy tried to do across the map when he went for the invades, or even those gaps towards Dom and Kite.
Yeah, clearly there were some errors as well capitalized on by RORA, as we pointed out earlier in the cast. You also have to commend RORA and how they handled the Turtle 2 onwards.
Yeah.
Twisted really needed to win this Turtle. I really thought that they'd win it here, but MP the King wasn't even able to get his retribution off. They thought they could get the kills. They did get a kill there onto Demon Kite, but after that, RORA still looked fine. A slight lead for Twisted. This is the mishap that I think it was here that things started to go wrong. Owl failed the duel against Dom and Kite, which pulled Kaloy, and then ever since then, it's like Twisted could not find their footing in any of the objectives. It completely lost their flow. So it's, again, for the side of Twisted, it's frustrating despite the early start that they had. Even though they lost Turtle 2, they got some kills through Demon Kite. The Aurora lineup is just so solid and stable, playing through the Fredrin. Again, going back to basics, XP, fighter, jungle, tank, fighter, and then you have a marksman. Put that all together, wrapped up in the pretty bow with a juicing and a show in the Roman mid, then your creativity after you've lost all that momentum will just suffer.
Yeah.
You know what else suffered? What? The win rate of Harley.
Oh yeah.
All right.
It's not 100% anymore.
Yeah, that's the first loss for Harley.
That's the first loss.
And Gord.
For Harley, yeah.
But that's his first appearance too, anyway.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Twisted Minds probably didn't really expect the possibility of this kind of like roam for Aurora as well, because they went heavy on the rock and like the more front to back, tanky kind of roamers, but they failed to take into account that these are the kinds of roamers that will really destroy your formation, because it relies so much on the positionings for both the Gord and the Harley. So
yeah,
It's one of those rare times too that you really didn't feel the glue as much very quickly. Of course, early on the impact of the glue evident.
Yeah.
But then once things just looked like it was slightly leaning towards Aurora, it felt like the glue was a non-presence. Every time Lancer would get a lash onto someone, it really didn't affect the team fight. Aurora just played around it. Yue would go forward, or Edward would go forward. Dominic just staying happily in the back. They take down whoever wants to help the glue, and then suddenly Lancer is left behind, and he's forced to either end his grab early or just forces Flicker to get out. So it's starting to sound like a very consistent analytical point here, wherein Aurora just executed and played this so well. With everything that Twisted threw at them in the early game, they readjusted, and as you mentioned, Nishu, showed off why they're world champs for a reason.
Yeah, it's that's the breakdown for game one right there, and you know, maybe there's still a chance that we get to see the Gourd Pit come up through one more time, but I don't know, guys. It's rough. It's rough for these majors.
ทำทรงโถมกู
Props to the
ฮัล
majors,
โหล
props to the teams out there, because we have been pretty adamant on, let's go ahead and, you know, shake up the lane a little bit, because it was so much for the longest time, the Valentinas, the Varsas, the Eves, so it is nice to see some of those, you know, some of those tests out there, because, yeah, unfortunately, as you see on the headline there, Sean's Gourd failed against US Jushin. Is RORA immune to the Dark Continent picks?
Well,
but can they be immune if they pick it themselves?
Well, yeah, last week they weren't. If the Dark Continent picks come from themselves. But Bonchan did raise a point. They were just probably to... What's Kigil? Like, Kigil's officially an English word, but I don't think a lot of people know.
Cute aggression, right?
Yeah.
It's cute, yeah.
It's cute as aggression, but the translation we used earlier, the subtitle was like they had an itch.
Yeah, they had an itch to just go up against Liquid at the time. Oh!
Guys, you can get rid of your itch, because did you know that men are prone to dandruff 5 times more? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear Men. It's triple cooling power. Gives you 100% dandruff-free hair. Wow. For that ultimate fresh feeling, so it's time you supercharge with Clear, Mr. Clear. Oh yeah, he's our Clear Super Fan of the Day.
For a second there, I thought you knew the dude, and you were just like, oh cool, it's a friend or an acquaintance of Brigadus. He's like, he's just Mr. Clear guy.
Yeah, because I didn't expect us to have a red carpet for the Clearhead Super Fan of the Day. We just used to like pan the cameras around.
Well, you missed the memo yesterday.
Yeah.
Because that was a new implementation yesterday. They got a red carpet. So we actually, I think we have a couple integrations now for the red carpet, like we saw from the last series.
Was that the one where we found out the neigh and the falcon sound?
Oh yes, during that Clash of Titans. Yeah. Falcon Screech, we had that one. I think, you know, overall, if we go back here for a bit, and I hope we get a little insight on this later on, but there was, you can't deny the fact that Twisted Minds is just a team. And they showed this for seasons now, that like to bend the rules of the draft, bend the rules of the meta. And I think, like we heard from the video leading into the series about from Coach Bonchan, where he was saying, you know what, and you guys, you and Midnight agree on this, that any hero is possible. It just really depends on the strategy of the team, the way they implement it, the way they execute or not. And it worked for a little bit. There was about a little few minutes in the early game where it was working, and then it just quickly didn't.
Yeah.
And, you know, a traditional lineup like what we saw from RORA works really well.
Yeah, that's why the meta is the meta for a reason. They are the most efficient, the easiest lineups to pull off.
Yep.
That, again, anything's possible, but some picks are really just more difficult to make work in the pro scene. And sometimes, as simple as it is, the simpler, more efficient lineups is just easier to win with.
Yeah, seems like a very high risk, high reward situation.
Yeah.
For teams who especially are still struggling to somehow get their footing, and it's I guess an expensive decision at times because they're going up against Aurora, defending champions of the world, but we saw the vision, and I'm okay with seeing more of that.
Hopefully we do, but first let's take a look at this. Battle trips, what do you guys got for us?
It's the Auroras shining bright para sa ating Game 1 ng ating Match 3. Pero syempre dahil Super Fan Saturday, we're putting a spotlight sa ating MPL Battle Trips. Hello guys! Kumusta?
Ayun, napakasaya po manood dito sa MPL.
First time?
Yes, first time.
Wow! How about you, John?
First time din po, so napakasaya po ng Pirate Fest dito ngayon.
And you know, sila ang mga super fans na kasama natin for the battle trips. Kamusta naman ang experience?
Dahil nga po first time, ang ganda po ng experience and dahil nga po first time nga to, sabi nga po nila, napaka-lasting po ng effect ng first impression na to para sa akin po. And napaka-live po ng crowd ngayon, lalo na po sa RORA side. So, yun lang po.
Super fan ng RORA. And I wanna ask, Jan, ano yung mga highlight ng experience mo sa battle trips?
Pwede ko po sabi po ngayon is yung kanina pong mga community managers po. Medyo malaking insight po yung mga nasabi nila sa akin dahil nga po as a student leader nga po nung campus namin sa Batangas State. So malaking tulong po yun na paano nagbibigay po sila ng idea kung paano po mag-build ng community. Not only as a group po para magsabi na parang ML players po kami, but it builds parang closeness po sa amin and camaraderie po. So yun.
Very insightful ng kanyang experience dito, no? So, sa mga hindi nakakaalam, ang MPL Battle Trips, meron silang nagaganap na workshop before our broadcast starts. Pero sa'yo naman, Tigs, sino ba ang team na sinusuportahan mo ngayon?
Ako, sinusuportahan ko po talaga Aurora.
Aurora! Magingay naman ang Auroras dyan! Tigs, bakit Tigs ang pangalan mo?
So, yes, CH Tigs po, pero Joshua Tig na po mo.
Oh, okay. So, paano ba sumali sa MPL Battle Trips?
So, para makasali sa MPL Battle Trips, syempre dapat abangan natin yung mga live pages po natin, like yung MPLPH, yung Community Heroes, MSL. At meron po tayong mga events doon kung saan pwede kayong magsagot ng mga katanungan. Pwede kayong mapili na sumama sa Battle Trips. At libre po siya from transportation hanggang dito at marami po talaga kayong matututunan.
Nako, kung ako yan, magsasign up na ako. Pero bago natin i-throw sa mga casters, sabayan nyo naman kami sa
team dah macam orang ya.
Everybody, okay? Everybody ready? Okay. Okay. This is MPL Philippines Season 17.
Team dah มันเจอเราได้ไงวะมันแพ้เราปะ
Ating mga estudyante mula sa Battle Trips. Nagbabalik tayo dito sa ating panel. Muli kasama dito si Hans Midnight and our English panel na si Naisu, Brigida and Renmar. After that Game 1 victory, kakaiba yung mga nakita natin ngayong araw na to. Sa tingin nyo ba ay down to the distance? Ba't parang nababad trip ka? Naisu, ayusin mo naman!
Tutok mo muna dun, pare.
เฮ้ยดูยิงคนนี้ดิ
Man, it's tough. It's tough. I was hoping for a win for the
ดิว
gold,
ยิงคนนี้
but that might be the last time we see him. Maybe
ดิว
what was it, 671 days?
671. Oh, yes, you ended up saying ganun siya ka-down, pre. So, just so you
Meng,
know the context, when the
Meng
goal
pa yan,
was
wa.
picked, it looked like a guy just
Diw,ยิงคนนี้ดิ
celebrating the announcement of the
Diw,
birth of
diw,
her
diw.
son. Tama. That's what everyone was dapping up Naisu. It was like, hey, yo, your gourd finally got picked. It's going nuts. Man, he was laying down some gourd analysis.
I have to put context.
Yeah, okay.
Former global #1.
Hey!
I'm sorry.
Exactly, yeah.
Because some people don't understand why I play gourd.
Okay. Yeah, former top global gourd. And then even he was the one saying, it's like, the Harley gourd combo, bro.
Yeah.
It's this
Genius
good,
Wand,
this
bro.
good. Genius
Wow.
Wand, bro. He
Yeah,
was
bro.
pointing that out.
So how was he after the game?
Devastated.
Devastated.
671 days.
Yeah, it's not nice anymore. That was bad, too.
Glue got a victory. Fanny got a victory. Benedetta got a victory. Gord.
Hey.
You can't say the same. I'm sorry, brother.
Glue, Benny, Fanny. Let's go.
But it is what it is, and goodbye. I feel like
โลล่าไอ้นั่น
say goodbye at this
แทงก็ได้
Gord, see you next time. See you later. Get
นักฆ่าก็ได้ โอ้ว่ะ
Okay.
Back to the dark
สำลูก
continent. All right, that's fine. Wow, I didn't realize that. So wait, who would your guys' here? Yours would be Akai.
Oh yeah, what's your pick?
Brigida is.
Before I thought it was Savior, but apparently that's changed. Is it Julian?
It used to
Wait,
be...
before you answer, chat, what do you think Brigida's main hero is?
Okay, let's keep it there.
All right,
Yeah.
leave it there for a bit.
Yeah.
Type. Okay, 3, 2, 1, who?
Okay.
It used to be 1-1.
Used to be.
Yeah. I don't know what it is now because I play Rome.
How? Okay, you play Rome now. So how about now? Who's your hero?
If you could pick,
It's-
your go-to.
It's more gut thought.
Oh.
That is not what I expected.
Yeah, why? Why? Oh,
Wait,
no.
Fire.
No,
What were you
wait.
expecting? Runes of Steel.
Let me change it.
Okay.
It's Hylos now.
Ah, I see.
That's I mean, that's more expected.
Hey.
Yeah. But I
What's he trying to say? I don't
No,
know.
you're playing with our friends from Liquid. Do they just tell you, say, hey, JP plays and play the high low?
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. That's how it
See?
goes.
See, that's insider info for the chat right there. By the way, when you say Hylos, I think rock hard. So let's jump into the draft for game 2.
I'm not gonna know.
Hold it in, Renmar. I know what you're thinking.
I don't.
Yeah, just leave it there. All
Okay,
right.
let's just...
Expanding rivers for game 2. If
All
you know,
right.
you know.
Analysis. Big ups. All right. So, wow, RORA, despite everything that happened in game 1, are still respecting the Lansu Phoveus pickup. It just goes to show the impact that, again, it was acknowledged in the keys to victory. You want Lansu to play those heroes that are high cortisol, a lot of things that putting you through stress. So now Twisted Minds take away the juice it, meaning that there's a Valentina, Kimmy, Farsa option for you. Lately though, it's been more Valentina or Kimmy because they're still open to play through tanky fighter jungler if ever. And if ever that's a Fredrin Kimmy, then Twisted Minds need to answer that. Grok is still open, Valen's still open. They'll go Valen first. If that's a Valen Grok for the side of Aurora, this is going to be a tough game for Twisted.
มันจะโชว์ทำไม ID เขา
They're gonna pick just by knowing that Life had his hands on the
ไอ้
cross.
3,000 แบบมันน่ะมันไม่ได้เล่นเอง
So almost, do you think they just have to take it? Like, just Twisted Minds take it here?
The thing is, they're also
กู
just
จะ
going
รี
to
พอร์ต
end
มัน
up giving.
เอ้ามึงไม่เล่นฮารี่ปะ
What's happening on the other side?
Filipino broadcaster just you shout the Yue all at the same time.
คิดว่ามันจะเล่นไหม
What are we shouting Yue for? Because he got the Valentina?
Maybe. That's gonna be his hero, right? Okay.
Sometimes I'm always lost in translation over here. There we go.
Okay.
Kaloi's going to get a signature pick, and then they get the Harley as well.
Oh, it's actually undefeated, this Kaleo. So let's see if they can keep that up. So is it, are they gonna rock with Grok?
You're on a different level today, Renmar.
I am casting all games this weekend.
Big ups.
Big ups. Just give this to me, please. By tomorrow, I might be back to normal. I don't know. Maybe this is my more normal. Just make it a Grok right now. Grok or high loss, it's okay. Actually, yeah, Grok or high loss along with the Fredrin Valentina. Oh, but the Guinevere's... Oh, no, they're gonna pick Guinevere. It's already in the hands of Demon Tide.
Yeah. Oh, they're not gonna rock with the Grok.
Yeah, exactly what I said, Harith.
Okay.
Pretty close.
Those were the words that came out of my mouth. Harith.
They could still technically get the Grok, though.
Yeah, I think...
Later on.
I think it's because Aurora understands that they have so many options. There's only so much Twisted Minds can take. They can only ban 2. They already picked up their roamer. That Aurora didn't need to worry about it, so they just locked in the signature Doming Kite pick.
Okay, this Owl pick up his hero here though. They already know the matchup, what the matchup is gonna be. Oh,
YSS?
he does, but it's a YSS. I did not. Yeah.
Huh.
Didn't expect that.
YSS gold against the Harith gold. I thought they might even consider picking up the CC gold instead and then end up going for something like a Kimmy in the mid, because even Twisted Minds can actually pick up the Kimmy, pair that up with the Kalea. But no, they go for the more, I think, modern version of that, which is just putting the YSS in the gold lane.
Yeah, but we're so used to seeing the Eastern Shin gold paired up with the likes of a Fredrin.
Yep.
And now it's paired up with a Harley jungle.
Yeah.
So I wonder what they're expecting to put in the EXP.
Oh, wow. So RORA are still considering the Twisted will still pick up the Kimmy.
Yeah.
So they still ban it out. They deny the... Oh, it still could have been a double marksman-ish lineup. Ban out the Grok, I guess.
Yeah, might as well. They already went with the Hylos.
Yeah, and then just give the Gacha maybe, or they'll ban the Gacha. Nah, I don't want the Grok. The Light is too good with it. Twisted might need to respect Light's Grok.
Yeah, that has to be the only ban left, I feel like, because you just threaten yourself here. Because even if they don't, then Light gets the Grok. You have a Valentina to go ahead and take the Tsunami Slam if you want it. And they don't. They go with the Lapu Lapu. If it's not the Grok, what else could Light end up playing here then?
Gatot.
Oh yeah, got the
Gatot or the Cho if it's gonna go back to Cho versus Kalea again. But then Sora is still open, which is Twisted Minds is probably gonna pick up Sora, which means Aurora can pick up the Harlot.
Yeah.
Or maybe even the glue. The glue would still be okay for them.
Yeah, because they took out the Phoebus and the Uranus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna celebrate?
I'm not gonna celebrate.
You don't want to jinx it?
I'm gonna not jinx it. Midnight's not shaking my hand right now. He's not shaking my hand. They're gonna run back to the duo.
Yeah.
With another Sora in the enemy lineup. And Brock.
No. I'm already crying. I'm already crying. I'm already
just
crying,
for
Midnight.
context, he's trying to communicate with the Filipino desk, so he's...
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Don't cry.
I don't know how. I don't know where the method to this madness is.
Let me think what EXP lane can...
So do be.
Oh.
That's a lot of magic.
That's a lot of magic damage.
It's Twisted Minds versus Radiant Armor. Game number 2.
Basically. And not only that, but against a very tanky lineup.
Yeah.
I think the play here is like, all right, we have an Alice. Let's just try to get a Throne of Ruin off and beam everybody down in it. But the problem is, Aurora is essentially going to play this game in a very similar way they did in the last one.
Yeah. Now, okay, to acknowledge why the lineup rating for Twisted Minds is higher is, looking at the damage profile of Aurora, theoretically, if things go well for Twisted Minds, with the healing through the Kalea, with Alice being the Alice pick that it is, they actually don't have the continuous basic attack damage because they don't have that kind of hero with them. They're playing through a Harith that is burst-based. Yes, I know what you're thinking. He's basic attack, but his basic attack is basic attack with extra steps. Zaman Force dash, basic attack. It's not the simple press button marksman that you're looking for. So that's why the lineup rating is leaning towards Twisted. But then that doesn't mean that the lineup of Aurora is easy to pull off.
Yeah.
It is actually, it doesn't mean that it's difficult to pull off. Because of the players playing them, the context behind these picks, this is a very easy lineup for Aurora.
And then as early as 29 seconds, we see how scary this Grok is, just with the walls, and the tech charges are not even there yet.
Yeah,
but at least Twisted Minds know what to expect a bit more. It's not like Lights on the Cho that could just suddenly
appear.
And I think we're also just looking at how Lansu's going to be handling the laning up against Edward. So far he's doing well, I think, with the Alice up against the Sora. So we have to continuously check on that from time to time.
The only scary thing about this, though, too, because Yue has the Valentina, is there's actually pretty good options for the ultimate, you know, and he can go ahead and take the Mystic Dash if he wants to. He can take the Tsunami Slam. And even if he went with the Tsunami Slam, it's like, it's just another piece of crowd control to this already crowd control dominant lineup composition that RORA has. And I'm really wondering how Twisted Minds will deal with that through the course of the game, because even if they do manage to give themselves a lead in the early game, the late game could be troublesome for them. Exactly what you mentioned, where magic resistance is just built by RORA by that time. So they gotta, I feel like they have to make a lead happen early on.
Which is why, if Twisted Minds ends up winning this game to force a game number 3, it's gonna be impressive.
Yeah.
They're gonna throw them all the flowers you got in your garden. They're gonna deserve all of it.
All right, first turtle up. Getting in position. Light not level 4. They're going to force him back.
Such a decisive call for Twisted Minds. They want to burst down Light. That's a deadly magic also committed onto him. That's going to be first blood. But MP, the king, goes down too. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds. And now almost all of them are going to go down in the hands of Aurora.
You got a beam. I got a beam.
We hate to say we told you so, but that's exactly why everything we've said so far about the analysis, you saw it in action.
It literally unfolded the way we said it would. It was, I mean, hey man, they crossed beams at that point.
Yeah.
And then Light comes through and he didn't even need the tech charge in the early portion of the fight.
Nope.
He got it right there towards the end to go ahead and capitalize on that. And so they find themselves now being in a position to go ahead and secure this turtle. I don't think Kaloi is going to want to do anything with this. He's still level 3.
Okay. Yep, that's a turtle over to Aurora. Twisted Minds couldn't even contest nor do anything about it anymore. And even Kite's just gonna steal away a lot of their camps.
Of course, ever since you joined, Valentina's always been one of the mid laners widely available every time. 42% game win rate. Majority losses, but of course it's just because he's been played so much.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times in the majority of the recent history of MPL Philippines, Valentina needed to be answered.
Wow.
So you would pick it, but then it forces reactions out of the opposing team, which is why she dipped out a little bit up until, well, this season.
Yeah.
It's because she was eventually answered, but then she found a home again in this meta because of just great ultimates you could steal that had way too much value.
Yeah. Kaloy just got his level 4 a couple seconds ago.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He was gapped.
Yeah, heading into that, Light had a significant EXP lead over Kaloy. So whether that was from rotations, I might have missed out. It's not like he picked up the Encourage on the roam boots late. He picked that up right from the very beginning. Was it a rotation? Did he end up getting the EXP grabs? I might have to revisit that later.
Yeah, it might have just been the rotation here, but nonetheless, now that Kaloy does have the Tsunami Slam, maybe Twisted Minds can go ahead and make a play happen here. Because, you know, this early on, you see this kind of gap in terms of the economy, almost 3K ahead for Aurora. Twisted's want to go do something. So they do pick up the Genius Wand now for MP. This is usually the signal for the Harley to start to make some moves. But again, it's Fredrin across from you, taking your jungle, and you might be forced to fight. You might be forced to rely on the team to go ahead and help you set something up like this.
Okay, it's Edward who they choose, but Edward might just get on for an outplay. Kevin's Wrap already committed. That's going to be the Throne of Ruin. He finally does go down though, but Lansu will survive. Light coming here to join as well. Demon Kite, the Bracer's Wrath! And Yue finishes off the kill on Lansu.
Yeah, with a Shadow Strike from the Valentina. I think Twisted
Two-man tech charge! What can Sean do all alone?
Hey man, this is why I was putting so much importance on the Grok.
Yep.
It's like, at that point, really, it's obvious. You have to respect it.
He's rocking with it, man. He's making it happen, and this is every single time.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't matter if they're playing in the region or internationally.
Yeah.
We say the same thing. Even our caster friends around the world say the same thing. You have to respect Light on the Grok here. And I feel like at this point, too, he just he's having fun with it because he doesn't really have to be the one to always set things up with a tech charge.
Yeah, I saw a lot of them smiling earlier, honestly. Okay, they're going to commit on to Light. Does Light actually want to go for a setup? He does not anymore. Dom and Kite, too, will have to move away.
Sorry about that, Light.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, yeah, we just cursed him. Twisted Minds finally, all right, respect? You want respect? All right, here's your respect. I think Light, it's one of those head scratch moments like, oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry guys, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, funny because he has a Radiant Armor too, right? Yeah. But they still did commit quite a bit to kill him. Edward.
Edward, it's gonna be tough for him to get out of that.
Okay, we're getting some outplays from Twisted Minds here. RORA getting a little bit too overzealous.
Making some mistakes.
Yeah, making some mistakes. So slowly Twisted Minds are getting back into this, but they're still losing a lot of control of the map. Owl is still trying to catch up with farm. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora, but hey, if you give Twisted Minds an opening, they're not going to hesitate to just jump.
Yeah, good maneuvers from Twisted Minds here. Let's see if they can actually contest the turtle when it comes up in about 38. And at this point, too, what this has allowed for their Golden Kite, for Dome and Kite, for the gold laner, is to farm up. I mean, look at this. He is nearly 1,000 gold right now ahead of Owl. So he's already got the Feather of Heaven. He's working on his next. He does just pick up the Starlium Scythe. So now he's got that, and you can expect Domikite to join these fights if he wants to. Sean's going to pick up an earlier Sky Piercer this time around, so a bit different this time. Went Glowing Wand and then Sky Piercer this time.
Yeah.
3.5. I thought I'd be able to see the items up on the big screen here in the arena, but...
Oh, wait, that was a flicker.
That's a whiff!
Yup, Kaloy did not want that to happen! Light once again on the ground, followed up by Edward, and now it's Dom and Kite using the Zaman Force as well. Only Owl will live, but maybe not even unless... it's a triple for Edward!
Edward got the Sora, Light got the Grok. The link up was clean, and Twisted get punished.
4-man knockup, man. Under the turret, Light He felt that death earlier. He's like, I'm going to do it. Let's take a look at the Infinix replay here. Look at this. The setup. There's light. Boom. 3-man knockup. Almost a 4-man. Great use of the Rampart too. And Edward, the target acquisition on this Sora needs to be respected as well.
This feels bad for Kaloy, who's been the guy to consistently make the calls and go for the setups, because they always get outplayed.
Going again.
They're doing it again, but this time might just be a bit more successful because it's Light who they actually get to pick off first. But look at Yue, he has a Tsunami Slam of his own. He's gonna use it onto Kaloy, and now Kaloy falls next. Heaven's Wrath by Edward. But they get the job done.
Yeah, no more ultimates here for Twisted Minds. Still an Appraiser's Wrath for Demon Kite.
Might be a little dicey to actually commit to the lore though, so they do back off, waiting for Light to come back up. So both roamers down, they'll go ahead and reset.
Yeah. Still, looking at how Twisted was able to take down Light there and the resources forced out of RORA, there might be a possibility later on if they can still keep it somewhat close, but clearly it's just easier for RORA right now. Again, we go back to a simple idea. So behind the scenes, just to pull the curtain a bit, a lot of us casters got together, talked about the meta, and we made this point. Your tier list, all your analysis, there's one thing that breaks all of that, and that's just comfort. There's a reason why there are players all around the world, a la Helkert for Baloyski, things like that, that just issues or warrant so much attention that you take it away from them, because if you give it to them, it completely changes the game. If Twisted Mind wants to make this lineup work, it's surprising to me why they would give Sora and Grok.
At least take one of them. As a picture,
at least
maybe.
just pick one of them, but like giving both when your lineup wants a little bit of ease when it comes to being able to freely hit from the back, Sean being able to use the Mystic Gush without having to flicker away to reduce the damage that he's taken. It seems like the Twisted Minds lineup with those back-to-back Gord picks, they decided to go the hardest way possible to
ดึง
make
คน
it
เมื่อกี้มาหน่อย เขาว่างเล่นไหม
Holy Shield going down.
จะเอาไปรอบชิง
It doesn't go down. It gets
There you
popped. They
Maybe.
tried to use the Rampart to delay the Lord from getting there so he didn't get hit by the...
ดึงคนเมื่อกี้มา พี่เชิญเข้าอันนี้เลยเนี่ยพี่จะกดรอบชิง
ใครหรอพี่
ไม่รู้คนเมื่อกี้ใคร
Actually punish it this
ไอ้ยิง
time.
ดึงมาหรือเปล่า
เคครับ
ดึงมา
Of his own, but the turret's still up. Rora does
คำเชิญ
not this, but yet
หาป่าใหม่
Latsu
ทำไม
still gets taken out.
Hello, turn.
หาป่าใหม่
ทำไมอ่ะ
All part of the plan, scratch head. I'm pretty sure Light
At
and
home,
Aurora did not want that to go the way that it did. Come on, why is it every time we
เล่นตัวเหรอ
try to
ฮะ
make a good point about a player, it's just something bad happens?
Earlier with the triple knockup, he's like, let me do it again.
พี่กดเชิญ
ซึ่งมากแต่ละคน
พี่กดเชิญไปแล้ว
All the time, right? That fake
รับแล้ว
tech
พี่
card, but that
โอ
didn't
เค
look
ครับ
fake.
จับปู
It looked
ใส่
like he
กระด้ง
actually wanted to go for a play.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen for Rora.
That wasn't it, fam. That wasn't it, fam.
They're
เหลืออีก
still in
3 คน
the
อ่ะ
lead. They still
เหลืออีก
have
3 คนพี่เชิญไป
เค
แล้ว
โรมหาสนุก
yes
trying to fight for what they
เคโรมหาส
can
นุก
to keep themselves
พี่เชิญไปแล้วครับ
from getting
เหลืออ่าง
swept
ยิง
here.
แล้วก็น้องคน
We're
เมื่อ
still
กี้
40 seconds
ดึ
away
ง
from
ดึง
that
เข้ามา
Lord
เลย
to come up.
ดึง
But
เข้า
I
มาด้วย
don't know, maybe on these missed plays that Rora is making, or these
เค
attempts
เด็
that
ก
they're
บอก
trying to
นาง
make, it gives somehow, some way enough time for Twisted to catch up here. I'm wondering too when we'll see Owl be able to go ahead and activate on this YSS. He's had time to kind of farm up here. He's relatively been down 1,000 gold
เขาคือเด็ก
against
คุณหญิง
Dominic
หรอ
Knight, but it's more so of them finding that set potential around Kaloy to actually make something work. And it's all a
โอ้ย
numbers game for them. If
มัน
they
บวก
get
แค่
numbers
16 เอง
in their favor, then this
ไปดูประวัติพี่ แม่งบวกแค่ 16
winning a team fight. Oh no.
Okay, that's gonna be Lansu. They're not even using all of their resources just yet, but he's brought down to less than half HP.
บวก16น้อยมาก 55
That was just
มีคนโวยวายว่า
อีก 29 นาที
ถ้าแพ้ไม่ลดไง
Lord's up though.
อีก 29
โอซิแมนเดียสอีมม
อีก 28 นาที คิดว่าคนที่ 2 แซงพี่ได้ไหม
Call MP and tell him, hey, can you try to steal
ไปดู
way too risky.
อีก 28 นาที คิดว่าคนที่ 2 มันแซงพี่ได้ปะ เขาห่างกับพี่ประมาณ
อาจ
จะ
149 หาร 2 ก็บวกตาละ 74 ถ้า 149 3 ตา
for Twisted.
ก็ประมาณ 2-3 เกม
Because it's mostly just gonna be Lanzu at this point tanking everything.
3 เกมไม่ทันนี่8 นาที
Whenever Kaloy goes in,
ได้แค่
you're
2 เกม
not able to get that
2
much
เกมคือคุณต้องบวก
value out of it.
7 15 ขึ้น
You don't want to use it on light. Maybe not UA.
คุ้มนะชนะ 16 บวกแพ้ไม่ลด
คุ้ม
Yeah, really tough here for Twisted.
Even on this base defense, again, they're relying on their clear
โดม
speed
ตึงว่ะ
to stay in this game.
แต่ไต่
Down
ทั้ง
this
ปี
much, 8,000. Lord
เออ
making his way down mid.
ตู
It's
ตุ
gonna
ย
go ahead and
เต่า
charge
หลาย
and
รอบ
take out
สู
this base
เอ
turret.
อ
So we'll
จะ
see
ตาย
again
บ้าง
that
เห
the
อะ
Mystic Gush is crucial for defending
MVP
this.
หลาย
Gonna
เกม
lose
แล้ว
both turrets very quickly here. Does RORA look to end the game here?
There's a flicker from light, but they might want to
Yo,
work
yo.
on the base turrets first. Not gonna force a team fight right under the base just yet.
อันนี้คือไอ้หญิงมันไม่เล่นใช่ไหม
No one kind. He doesn't really feel anything.
Yeah.
แอดออมน้องโดนมา 3 ที่ sorry 55 ที่เอลงมาช่วยถึงดีขึ้น
And I don't know. They don't have to
เอง
force a
ก็มา
fight,
ยิง
but keep
เฟร
an eye
ยา
on
ก็
Light
จ
just
บ
in case he decides to.
Oh, the taunt on Lanzu and the Terrify! He doesn't get to actually teleport away, but then Demon Kite gets traded out. MP
ไอ้
the
อ้ำมาเล่นนะพี่ดึงเข้าอะ
escape actually still gets to return to the fountain.
Why still holding on to it?
ชอบอะไรหนักหนา XP
That's the setup from Light and Edward coming in at
2-0
the same time.
เกมไวจบ 2-0 จบ
This is the man shut down from Tommy
ออนเกม
สู้
แตก
as they sweep
เอาละจบแล้ว เอาไงต่อเรา แข่งจบแล้ว
Get as fancy and creative as you want with your compositions and lineups.
เอาไงต่อเราจะเล่นหรือจะพัก
Terrifying reality of the fundamentals of the reigning champions of the world. Trumps
เกมจบไวมากคู่นี้
2-0 ไง
ideas you have.
เรียบร้อย 2-0 ครับ
Put respect on Lights.
พักไหมหรือยังไงหรือจะเล่นต่อ
I don't know how that slipped through the draft.
จะเล่นต่อบอ
Time and time again, just when you thought, oh man, he's holding on to that tech charge a long time there. Boom, here it comes. And I'll tell you what, Aurora, again, there's a reason why they are the world champions currently. Very clean game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a flicker
อีก
bow.
25 นาทีมาลุ้นกันว่าพี่จะได้โนหนึ่งประเทศไทยไหม
Yep. They, I don't know, maybe just testing things out. And that is back-to-back losses for
พี่จะได้หรือเปล่า
Gord and Harley.
Yeah, that was I feel like that was a harsh limit test for the Harley Gord. If you're
เอง
giving
ไปดู
like
แต้ม
a
ดิ
block
ก็เดือดจัดอ่ะตอนนี้เขาไล่พี่อยู่
and
เนี่ย
again, at this point, I'm sorry, all, if I sound like a broken record, but Valentina. That's it.
Yeah.
Valentina. Just pick Valentina.
Just pick Valen.
You're giving up Valen. You're giving up Sora. You're giving up Grok.
Yeah,
For a Gordon Harley.
How often do you see the Valen and the Sora together? Usually gets denied one way or another.
Yeah.
Edward played out of his mind here, though, too. I feel like he just had a fun time.
The Soras of MPL Philippines
No,
have
he's
been
smile.
playing out of their mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He just had a fun time. Look at that. Light, too. I mean, this just
แอ
looked
ด
like
โอ
a
ซิแมน
fun
เดียส
time for
ถ้าพี่ไป
Aurora,
แก๊ง
man.
เลย
Yeah,
เอง
you end up
ไม่
getting
ตุย
this
หรอก
Celebrity.
Yeah, celebrity smile. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage. I'd like to see their smiles over on the winning interview.
And that's how you end a super fan Saturday RORA Mocking Eye!
ถ้าพี่ไปแก๊ง
2-0 Odin! Napakagandang performance para sa Aurora Gaming. And now gusto kong kausapin ang ating coaches.
ถ้าพี่ไปแก๊งเลย
หวังยิงเราเกิดไง
เองไม่ตุยหรอก
Natin yung katrabaho, yung coaching staff ng Twisted Minds.
นักยิง
na si
โอเค
Coach
อยู่นะ
Von and
นักยิงธรรมชาติดีอ่ะ
Eson. Gaano ba
พี่ก็ธรรมชาติ
prepare
โดมธรรมชาติ
sa
ธรรมชาติลงโทษ
coaches na kilala
Ayun, sobrang hirap kasi nag-overthink kami ng kung ano yung mga
มิงอ้ำว่างไหมจะเล่นต่อไหมหรือว่าจะพักลูก
55
ไอ้ถูกด้วยเล่นกูแล้ว
mahirap palaisipan para
ไม่มีแล้วแหละเขามาพงเขามาพี่น่ะไม่มีแล้วเล่นกูแล้ว
แต่พี่เล่นก่อนครับ
โอ้ยถ้างั้นก็พักก่อนพี่จะไปหาอะไรกินไง
ดูแชทพี่
ดูแชท
So, in-expect talaga namin na may kakaiba silang ipapakita. And yun nga, nailabas sila yung Gord.
And coaches, speaking of kakaiba at kalokohang hindi inaasahan, we have Dark Continent picks. kanina may lumabas na gourd. Paano kayo nagpre-prepare sa mga ganong unexpected
Ay,
heroes?
Siguro sobrang sanay lang kami kasi yung isa namin member nasa Dark Continent. Kaya alam na siguro nila kung ano yung kailangan gawin. Sasabihin lang ni DK.
10 รอบเท่านั้น
Pala
55
yun.
ทำไมมันออกวะ
AKA ang
กดบ้างได้ไหม
celebrity ng Aurora Gaming. Parang bago yung jersey mo ah.
กูกดบ้างได้ไหมกูมีอยู่570เพชรเนี่ย
Dark Continent University.
Okay.
At siya yung principal.
Oo nga no, DK, paano ba yung mga tips mo sa mga nakakaharap sa Dark Continent picks, lalong-lalo na sa RG?
แคปไปสั่นไปที่ 555 เกินไป
โทรศัพท์รุดมือตกมือแม่
Ganun pala yun.
เกินมันเกินไปเปิด10 รอบแล้วออกเลยอ่ะอีทจิด้วยนะใช่ไหมมันชื่ออะไรนะไอ้ตัวนั้นอ่ะ
Edward, we wanna know.
ชื่ออะไรวะ
After that
มิกาสะ
performance, ano yung plano nyo? Paano mo nyo
ไม่ใช่มิกาสะ
i-continue yung
คาคาชิที่ฮา
คาคาย
า
ชิมิกาสะมัน Attack of Titan
ayun. For game.
ไอ้เหี้ยสมองไหล
Ayan, nabanggit ko yun. Team Falcons sila kakaharapin bukas. Light.
กูเอง
Light. Hello, Light. Ayan, maganda rin.
ทางนั้นก็
เห็
พั
น
ก
แต่คนโพสต์ไม่คิดว่าจะได้เวอร์
หรือ
Ano ba yung mga preparations na ginagawa nyo kapag ganitong klaseng laban?
อย่าลืมดึงคนเมื่อกี้ด้วยนะดึงน้องคนเมื่อกี้ด้วย
Same lang for everyone. Nagre-review.
ดึงน้องคนเมื่อกี้ด้วย
Nire-review din yung
Kelly,
possible na ginagawa nila sa game and then para aware kami heading to the match.
Okay, mukhang prepared silang papasok bukas para sa ating Day 3. And to wrap up
ไม่
our
มีเก
เดี๋
ม
ยวพี่ไว้เจอกันครับตีนี้ตึงมากเล่นง่าย
MVP. Rora
ได้ไว้เจอกันลูกไว้เจอกันจะเล่นยังไงก็ค่อยว่ากันพี่ไปหาอะไรกินก่อนโอ้ยูอะยูเอใช่ปะ
Congratulations! And we wanna ask, anong message mo ngayon sa napakaraming Rora fans?
Thank you so much sa pag-effort nyo na pumunta sa mismong venue. Tsaka thank you sa mga taong patuloy na sumusuporta sa amin.
And that's a wrap for our Super Fan Saturday. Rora, you may now take a bow and your victory walk.
Wrapping up our Super Fan Saturday is a 2-0 sweep para sa Aurora Gaming. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang kanilang pagkapanalo sa mga araw na ito di sa Season 17.
And we'll see how that 2-0 sweep happened as we throw it back to the casters.
Congratulations to the world champions there, Aurora, for getting the W here. Big ups to them, a sweep, 2-0, Redmar.
Do we have a hand sign for Big Up?
Big up.
Oh, they didn't see it.
You have to show them later.
No, there's a reason why.
That's an automatic
The universe
deny.
said no. That was just okay. I'll just do my job here. Of course, MVP the game is this Grok.
Yeah, no. But I mean, it was obvious.
Yeah.
Again, some of y'all might be thinking, it's like, oh man, these guys are overglazing light on his grog. What are they saying?
Guys,
Overglazing light on his grog. What are they saying?
guys.
Is that our audience sounds?
No, I'm not. There's probably someone who sounds out.
แม่งเอาก๊อตมาเล่น
Guys, it was clear as day.
ตัวขาตายมันเล่นได้อยู่นะแต่ว่ามันตัวขาตายมันคิดยังไงของมัน
It's so
วะ
strong. It's
กูก็ไม่เข้าใจ
strong
เนาะ
for. He has. I don't know why I'm changing my.
I was gonna say,
he has won a world championship with this pick.
I like the headline earlier. Light work, baby. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, baby. Light work.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. That's the light
ตึงๆ
work.
เขาก็ไม่เล่นเลยนะตัวแบบ
There, man.
นอกเมตา
Respect it. And you know, I feel like UA had more
ไป
mystic
หมดละ
touches
ลงกันนะ
than we got to see from
เจอกันทุกคน
You know, I feel sorry for the most here. It's Lanzu. Lanzu was getting great Throne of Ruin blocks on like 3 or 4 consistently. He was like, guys, I got them. Oh, you're all knocked up and dead.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.